The door opens behind us, and adrenaline and shame surge through me.
What on earth have I walked in on here?
Blake's amused drawl comes from the doorway, and a look of fury crosses Callum's face as he jerks back, his shoulders stiffening. I sink further beneath the water, cheeks flaming, as I glare over my shoulder at the male leaning against the doorframe.
I had fun last night, little rabbit.
Blake's lips curve into a smile.
We should do it again sometime.
Callum gets up, water running down his arms, and crosses the room in a couple of strides. He grabs Blake by the collar of his shirt and slams him into the wall.
Before you do something you regret, Callum,
says Blake, his voice choked.
I have a message from the king.
Chapter 34. I am exposed. Even though my cheeks flame, the bathwater seems suddenly cold. The grey light coming through the window is revealing. I'm not supposed to let any male see me undressed, and there are now 2 of them in the room. What's more, Blake is clearly amused by the situation. For a dark moment, I hope Callum chokes him. After a couple of seconds, he steps back. Blake doesn't quite manage to conceal the large gulp of air he takes before brushing down his now crumpled shirt, the collar askew. His hair is ruffled, and his cheeks are slightly pink. He still manages to look smug, though.
Which king?
Growls Callum. Blake leans against the doorframe and lets his expression settle into one of boredom.
Ours.
There's something almost sarcastic in his tone.
What message?
You know, you really ought to watch that temper of yours, Callum.
And you ought to watch your back.
Oh, you're far too honourable a wolf for me to worry about that.
Goddess Blake, are you going to tell me the message?
Growls Callum.
Or am I going to beat it out of you?
Blake's eyes glint. He clearly enjoys provoking Callum.
He's in trouble. He needs your help.
What trouble?
Despite the anger rippling out of Callum, I catch a hint of concern in his voice.
Perhaps we should go somewhere private to speak. When you've finished washing your pet, of course.
My blood heats, and I straighten as I try to compose myself. I catch the flash of interest in Blake's eyes when he catches sight of my upper back. He might have seen the scars that brand my skin. I sink down quickly, and the water sloshes over the side.
You don't look at her, you look at me.
Callum moves sideways, so his body blocks me from view.
Get the fuck out of my chambers. I'll meet you downstairs.
Blake pushes off from the wall.
Look at you, dressing like a southerner to impress the princess. Breeches. Whatever would your father say? Goddess, rest his soul.
Callum's entire body tenses. I remember what he said about his father. Whatever their relationship was, it obviously wasn't an easy one. Blake has crossed a line. Something hardens inside me. I forget I'm naked and vulnerable. I want to get under Blake's skin. Do the other wolves know? I ask him.
Know what?
That you're ashamed of being a wolf.
What makes you say that?
You weren't at the ritual last night. I recall the groans of pain that drew me out of my chambers, and the struggle on Blake's face when I walked in on him. You were trying not to shift. His head tilts, reminding me of a cat deciding whether it wants to play with a mouse.
Do you know?
Know what?
Why your mother died.
All the blood drains from my body. Time slows. I am no longer a living, breathing thing. I am rage.
That's enough.
Callum's voice pulls me back into my body. She died of a disease, I snarl.
Did she?
Says Blake.
Out!
Callum growls.
No!
Blake steps back into the corridor. Wait! I cringe at the desperation in my voice. Both males turn to me, but only Callum seems surprised at my outburst. Do you know what she died of? I ask Blake.
No,
he says.
But I'd like to. Wouldn't you?
He turns on his heel and disappears from sight. Callum shuts the door. The wolf is in his eyes, provoked by anger this time. His expression softens as he looks at me.
Are you okay, Princess?
My heart is beating too fast. Yes, I say quietly, though I'm not sure if I am. I feel exposed again. Small. Silly. What was I thinking? I should not have been this bold. Nothing good could come of it. Callum grabs a shirt from his wardrobe and pulls it on.
I'm sorry, Princess, but I have to go. I need to find out what's going on. If James is in trouble...
Blake could be lying. He runs a hand over the back of his neck.
He wasn't. His heartbeat was steady. I believe him. Finish your bath. I'll come for you later.
He heads across the room, fastening his buttons. When he's opened the door, he looks over his shoulder. His eyes darken, and he blinks a couple of times before blowing out hot air.
It's probably for the best,
he mutters. I'm not sure whether he's talking to me or himself, as he heads into the corridor and closes the door behind him. I finish my bath quickly. I'm not sure how to feel about what just happened. It's the boldest thing I've ever done, and if my father ever found out, I'd be severely punished. Still, Callum's touch lingers on my skin. I think he was going to kiss me, and what's more, I wanted him to. He has provoked a restlessness inside me that I have never felt before. I almost miss the days when I felt nothing at all. I dry off, and when he hasn't returned, I dress and head back to my chambers. I hurry past Isla on my way, trying not to react as she mutters something derogatory about me to her friend. Mrs. MacDonald told me I didn't have to help in the kitchens today, so I spend my time poring over the medical books in my chambers. Blake's words about my mother have taken root in my mind. I cannot get rid of them. I read until darkness creeps through my window, and I have to strain to read the blurred ink on parchment. When Callum still hasn't come, I wonder whether he's ridden out to some Northlands village to find the king. It angers me that he would go without telling me. Yet, after the events of last night, I am finding it hard to keep my eyes open. I shut them. I'm in the forest, lying on my back. The moonlight seeps through the branches overhead. Callum's face hovers above mine. His body pins me to the fresh earth, and his body heat sears into me. He is naked, and I feel the hardness of him against my hip. A growl reverberates through my chest, though I am not sure if it is coming from him or me, as his lips move to my jaw, my neck, my collarbone. My legs wrap around his waist, and I am on fire. Flames rage inside me, longing for release. It is suffocating. The heat, the furnace, the weight of him, the pressure building at my core. I sink my fingernails into his back, and he groans as his mouth moves lower, and one of his hands moves higher. There is an ache between my legs where heat pulls, an unbearable ache. Callum! I gasp. Callum! The air is still, crushing, unrelenting. The leaves rustle. We are not alone in the forest. He nips my ear with his teeth, and a spark of heat rushes through me. I moan as my back arches. My gaze locks onto the wolf, standing in the shadows. It crashes through the undergrowth toward me. My eyes jolt open. My pulse is racing, and my body is on fire. The ache from my dream is still there. I'm breathing fast, and the covers stick to my skin. Liquid heat pools between my legs. It takes me a moment to get my bearings. The single bed, the books and pots on the shelves, and the night casting my chambers in shadow. There's a crash outside my door. I bolt out of bed.
Stay away from her!
Callum's rough voice reverberates through the door. I fling it open. Callum has shoved Blake into the wall, like he did this morning. Yet there is something more threatening about the position in the darkness. Callum seems bigger and more unruly. Blake is tense, his eyes narrowed. He is fighting back this time, with his hand curled around Callum's neck. Both males look as if they are struggling for breath. They turn to look at me, and I inhale sharply. Callum looks feral. There is no other word to describe him. His eyes are as bright and as wolf-like as they were when he was in wolf form. His breathing is ragged and hard.
"Go back inside," says Blake. "Now."
"Callum," I say softly. He releases Blake and turns to face me. He looks different, wild. The wolf-like desire to hunt gleams in his eyes. He stands there, perfectly still. It should scare me. He should scare me. Yet my pulse is quickening for a different reason entirely. "Callum, what's wrong?" He stalks toward me. Chapter 35. Callum is no longer the male I have come to know. He is no longer gentle and protective and kind. He is the wolf that chased Blake in the forest, wild and feral and hungry. His muscles are tensed, and his biceps look like they're about to rip free from his rolled-up sleeves. His forearms are corded, and they're like steel. And the scent of him, goddess, the scent of him, is somehow dark and primal and powerful. His eyes glow in the darkness, and they are locked on mine. My whole body is hot, aching, restless. What is wrong with him? What is wrong with me? I cannot decide whether to run away from him or run toward him. I am ensnared. I can't move, even though the Northland's winds seem to rage inside me. The air pulses as he gets closer, and heat radiates from him. "Callum!" A sharp female voice slices through the darkness. He spins around and growls. His power rumbles across the small landing as Fiona comes into view, panting. She halts at the top of the winding staircase, and her stance widens, as if she's getting ready to fight. Even if she's only wearing a thin nightgown, and her brown hair is loose. "Callum!" Command laces her tone, despite the wariness on her face. "Go, cool down." He snarls, and the sound is deep with menace. He prowls toward her. She tilts her head back and grits her teeth. The wolf flashes behind her eyes. Callum's hands are in fists at his sides. "Cool the fuck down." Fiona prods him in the chest with each word. "Now." He growls, and I cannot help but marvel at Fiona's courage. She doesn't even flinch. I fear for her, though. Callum is not himself. I try to reach out to him with my thoughts, as if my will alone could stop him from harming her. Calm down. Calm down. Callum's broad shoulders soften. Something in the air shifts. He pushes past her and stalks down the stairs. Fiona's body deflates, and the wolf disappears from her eyes. I exhale and crumple against the doorframe, even though tension coils within me.
"Well, that was interesting,"
says Blake. I'd almost forgotten he was there. He leans against the stone wall, the torchlight flickering across his face. The top few buttons of his shirt are undone where Callum grabbed him. He cocks an eyebrow at Fiona. "Breathe a word of this to anyone, and I'll end you." She points her finger at him. "Now piss off." He dips his head deferentially. He almost looks like he's bowing. Fiona flinches, and I'm not sure why. He pushes off from the wall and saunters past her down the stairs. "I mean it, Blake," she hisses. "Not a word." The darkness does not reply. She looks troubled. When she notices me looking, she composes herself and offers me a smile. "Are you okay?" I ask. She laughs, and whatever darkness that was plaguing her lifts. "You're asking about me? Aye, I'm fine. Are you all right?" "Yes." I bite my bottom lip. What was wrong with him? Is he okay?"
"Callum? Oh, aye. That big oaf is just fine. He'll be mortified later, though. It's a wolf thing."
When I fold my arms, she grins. "We might want to have this conversation somewhere private." She gestures over my shoulder. I step aside, and she enters my room. She settles on my bed, leaning against the wall and stretching her bare feet over the side of the mattress as I shut the door. Why was he acting like that? I ask. I sit down beside her, though keep a little distance between us. I'm not used to anyone being this comfortable around me. He's become a wee bit attached to you since he brought you here, and it's the night after the full moon. The wolf hasn't quite settled yet. She chews her bottom lip. This is potentially a bit awkward, but were you perhaps relieving some tension earlier? There's an aura of wicked amusement rippling off her. I frown. What do you mean? You know, scratching an itch, easing some frustrations. When I just look at her blankly, she whispers, You know, touching yourself. My cheeks flame. What? No! Her eyebrows raise. No? You were feeling a wee bit restless. My face is on fire. I stare at the bookshelf across the room, the dream I had about Callum flashing through my mind. No. Fiona chuckles softly. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Your scent, it changes depending on your emotions. Fear, anger, arousal. As wolves, we can often pick up on these shifts, particularly when we're attuned to a certain person. My heartbeat thumps against my chest, mortification wrapping its cold fingers around my heart. He could smell my dream. Ah, so you had a dream, she grins. I'm not sure exactly what happened. My guess is he sensed the shift in you and came to stand guard, in case any other wolf sensed it too. Like Blake. Blake? My blood turns cold, and dislike pulses through my body. I'd wager that's what set Callum off. Once he let the wolf take over, well, his attention will have been consumed by you. She shakes her head. I've never seen him get that worked up before. She swallows, and all the colour drains from her face. And then, Callum and I. She pinches the bridge of her nose. In front of Blake. Shit! What? She wrings her hands together. I challenged Callum, my alpha, and he backed down. And that's bad? Aye, that's bad. It's a wolf thing. I arch my eyebrow. Aye. She sighs and her breath plumes in front of her face. It gives me the right to openly challenge him for alpha of Highfell. I'm slightly concerned for Callum, but my curiosity is spiked. A female can be alpha? Aye, though it's rare. Archaic traditions make it hard for us to gain the status. Will you challenge him? She lets out a dark laugh. No, of course not. I have no designs on the role. So why are you worried? Because if Blake tells anyone, and it becomes open knowledge, Callum and I will have to fight it out, physically, publicly. Her stare is dark and blank. Wolf lore. She tries to look like she's unaffected, but she fiddles with her fingers. Blake won't tell anyone, I say. He'd better not. He hasn't told anyone about me yet. She gives me an almost pitying look, as if I'm being naive. He's not doing that out of the goodness of his heart, Rory. He's playing some sort of game. I stop myself from rolling my eyes. I'm not a fool. I know. He has us all where he wants us. You challenging Callum for alpha would disrupt that. He won't tell. Fiona's stare is puzzled, appraising. You seem to understand that snake better than any of us, she says. I grew up in the palace, in a den of vipers. I would be a fool not to learn their language. I hope you're right. She shuffles off the bed and heads to the door. Can I ask you something, Rory? Her gaze is so penetrating, I have to force myself to meet it. I don't want her to look too deeply inside me. I'm afraid she'll see that I'm a viper too. Didn't I allow myself to be taken here, to gain intelligence on the wolves that I could use to barter for my freedom? Do you want to go back home? She asks. To the Southlands? Your father? Sebastian? Every muscle in my body hardens, and every bone stiffens. No, my soul is screaming. But I'm that statue in my dreams again, and I can't get the words out. No, no, no. I am not ready for that question. I'm not ready to admit I want to neglect my duty, my kingdom, my role as the princess. I am not ready to give voice to the truth. I am a traitor to the Southlands. Why do you ask me that? I have to fight to keep my voice even. Because you're right. You do speak their language. She shrugs. I think you could be more useful to us than a hostage to be traded for the heart of the moon. Don't you? I don't respond. I may not want to go home, not truly. That doesn't mean I want to commit treason. She closes the door behind her, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the darkness. I am restless as I get back into bed. My mind whirls over everything Fiona said. My thoughts are like daggers. I am destined to either betray my kingdom or betray Callum by telling my father all I've learned about the wolves since I got here. Through my guilt, I keep thinking about Callum prowling toward me with his eyes dark with intent. What would have happened if Fiona hadn't arrived? Would he have thrown Blake aside and kissed me? Would he have carried me to the bed? Would he have eased this ache that consumes me? Heat surges through my body and throbs between my legs. I'm on fire as I imagine his mouth on mine, his hands gripping my hips. I slide my hand up my thigh and imagine it's his. I'm aching. I need it to stop. Someone knocks on the door, and I breathe in sharply. I know, without opening it, that it's Callum. Cheeks flaming, I slip out of bed and prowl across the room. I open the door a crack, my heart hammering. Callum's eyes are human once more. His expression is soft, remorseful even. He's soaking wet, and his shirt and breeches cling to his body. As usual, he's emitting heat.
May I come in?
He asks. Chapter 36. I step back, giving Callum access to my chambers. He closes the door softly behind him and turns to face me. The scent of the outdoors clings to him, and his hair is ruffled and damp. I wonder if he's been in the loch, even though the night is pitch black outside my window. His face is serious, and something in his eyes seems lost, nervous even. He runs a hand over the back of his neck and releases a long breath.
I'm so sorry.
His voice is rough.
The way I behaved earlier, I want you to know I'd never hurt you. Ever.
His eyes bore into mine, and in them there is a silent plea that I believe him. He's standing so close that I could touch him. Goddess, I want to. Yet neither of us move. His hands remain firmly at his sides, his forearms corded, as though he's making a concerted effort to show me he can behave like a gentleman. A shameful part of me doesn't want him to. I know that, I whisper. The air feels warm and tight, stifling. I need to break this tension somehow, before it breaks me. Did you get the message from your king?
Aye. He needs my help. I'll have to ride out in the next couple of days to meet him.
The tension thickens. I swallow. I note how the moonlight reflects off his skin. It's a little late for a swim, isn't it? He huffs a laugh.
Aye. A wee bit. I had some extra energy I needed to get out of my system.
I think of the feeling that's been crackling beneath my skin all evening. I think about what I was about to do before he knocked on the door. Did it work? His jaw tenses.
Not really.
And now you've come back.
I can't keep away.
There's something so raw in his voice that my stomach jolts.
I wanted to show you.
Tentatively, he puts his hand on my cheek.
I wanted to show you I can be gentle.
I feel again as if I have swallowed the Northland's winds. that they're billowing inside me, raging inside my chest, demanding I release them. I force myself to remain steady, to not reveal the wildness that's building inside me, even though I want that release, even though I want to scream and bite and tear into something, into him. I want the storm that has been building for days, or perhaps since Callum first set foot into my bedchambers during the siege and threw me over his shoulder, to finally break. From the way he is breathing, I wonder if Callum is containing something too. I've seen what he cages inside him, so different to the storm building in my chest, yet just as wild. I touch his chest, so I can feel his heart pounding. I wonder whether the beast within will stir. "Show me then," I say. His eyebrows raise. He smiles. He cups my cheek. He brushes his lips against mine. True to his word, he is gentle, restrained. Yet his kiss unleashes something violent within me.
I've wanted to do that for a long time, Princess.
My fists curl into his shirt, and I pull him back. I catch the flicker of surprise in his eyes before his mouth clashes against mine. One of his hands slides into my hair, and he tilts my head back. He parts my lips with his tongue, and a low sound scrapes against his throat and vibrates through my core as he tastes me. His scent of wood smoke and the mountains floods my nose, and I am burning and drowning in him at the same time. A soft whimper escapes me.
Fuck.
His voice is rough and raw against my lips. He grabs my hips and pulls me closer, and I press myself into him, desperate to ease the ache that's building. His kiss deepens as he backs me into the wall and slides his thigh between my legs. I breathe in sharply at the spark of pleasure that ripples through me. I grab him tighter, my knuckles pushing against the hard muscle beneath his shirt. His tongue moves in hot, deep strokes against mine, and he tastes like pure heat. All I can think of is more. My senses are heightened to everything. The grip of his fingers around my hips, the scrape of his stubble against my jaw, and the hardness of him. Wet heat pulls at my core. Is this what it is like to be a wolf, so attuned to every sensation? It is overwhelming, yet it is not enough. I shift against his thigh and moan at the friction it causes. A low growl vibrates in his chest, and his grip tightens around my hips. I've gone too far. I'm out of control. I need to calm down. His kiss becomes more gentle, urging, as if he's coaxing me. Don't stop. He presses a trail of kisses against my neck, leaving a line of fire that makes me whimper, then nips my earlobe with his teeth. I can handle it. Don't stop. I see the wolf in his eyes. His mouth is on mine again, his kiss deep and claiming. The ache between my legs builds, and I cannot stop myself. I roll my hips, pressing against him, harder, faster. My breathing is shallow. I feel desperate, wild, feral. I hook a hand around his neck, pulling his mouth even further into mine, meeting each deep stroke of his tongue with a thrust of my own. His fingers tighten, and he growls. The hard length of him is pressing against my hip. I want to touch him, to coax more low, rough sounds from his lips. When I shift and run my fingers down his chest, he presses himself closer to me, stopping me from slipping my hand between us.
I can't handle that,
he says with a dark, breathy laugh. He moves his hands down my back, pulling me to him. My nipples are sensitive against the thin material of my nightgown as they rub against his chest with each ragged breath, and I want more. I rock against his thigh, the heat building, a flush spreading over my body. Whatever was knocked loose in my chest when Callum hurled me over his shoulder back at the castle has escaped again. It rages inside me, primal and wild and free. I am no longer a princess or a prisoner or a statue. I am no longer trapped in a cage or a castle. There are no chains nor wedding rings to bind me. Callum groans against my lips, as if he can sense the change in me. There is something tightening inside me, burning, building, and then it crashes over me. Callum thrusts his tongue roughly against mine, claiming my release as it surges through me. My knees buckle and he holds me, stopping me from falling as my breath comes out hard and fast against his lips. He growls, the sound as low and animal as I have ever heard it. He curses under his breath. And before I'm aware of what's happening, he scoops me into his arms. My legs wrap around his waist, my core pressing against his hard torso. And then we're on my single bed, the frame creaking with the weight of him. And he's on top of me, his forearms on either side of my head as he hovers over my face. His wolf eyes hold mine, as wild and feral as they were when we were in the forest. His jawline is hard, his biceps big and tensed, as though he is still holding back. I touch his cheek, running my thumb over his swollen lips. He rolls his hips once against me, those wild eyes never leaving my face, and I moan as his hard length presses against my core. He growls again as he shifts down, peppering kisses down my jawline, my neck, my collarbone. His eyes glow in the darkness as he puts his mouth around my nipple and sucks hard through the fabric. I cry out, my back arching off the bed. His mouth is on mine again, hot and deep and claiming. I sink my teeth into his bottom lip. He growls and grabs my wrist, pinning it roughly against the mattress. And the strength in him, goddess, the strength in him. Exhilaration and raw heat surge through my body. Then he stills. Every muscle in his body tenses. Callum, I whisper, my voice breathy and strange. He sucks in a shaky breath. Then he lets out a half laugh.
Perhaps I can't control myself.
He staggers back off the bed. His breathing sounds pained. I'm not sure if it's water from the loch or sweat that shines on his skin.
Fuck.
What's wrong? I sit up and he jerks back, his muscles twitching. His gaze snaps to the narrow window and the weak moonlight, then back to me. Callum?
I feel strange.
I slide off the bed and step toward him. Callum, tell me what's going on.
I feel like...
His hands clench in fists at his sides. When he meets my gaze, he looks wary. Callum, it's okay, I say softly, as though coaxing a wild animal. I'm not sure what is wrong with him. Every muscle in his body is taut and strained. His biceps bulge against his shirt, and his jaw is set. Perhaps that feeling of need that pulses through my body pulses through his too. He told me before he wouldn't let anyone touch me, himself included. Is that what he is worrying about, touching me? Or is he trying to hide the wolf inside him? I'm not afraid, I tell him. A vein pulses in his neck.
I don't feel...
He starts, shaking his head.
It's not...
It's okay, I soothe. I pad across the cold floorboards toward him, but when he growls, I still.
Don't,
he says, and there is power in his command. I freeze, my expression hardening. Tell me what's wrong. He takes a deep breath. Then he turns to the door. What are you doing? My voice is sharp as it cuts through the shadows.
I must go.
I feel like I'm being doused with ice-cold water. I have just shared something with him that I have shared with no man before, something that is forbidden to me, and now he's just going to leave. Something inside my chest shatters like glass, sharp and painful. I swallow, then raise my chin, trying to look like a noble lady, even though I'm wearing a nightgown and have just experienced something I shouldn't have. Yes, you must, I say. It was inappropriate for you to come here at this hour. I am the princess of the Southlands, and I am betrothed to another man. You have taken too many liberties with me." His shoulders tense, and his face falls.
"You're right. I'm sorry, Princess."
My heart breaks. I want him to fight for me, to tell me that he's never giving me back to Sebastian. But I put on my mask and do not let him see. His footsteps are hurried as he leaves, as though he cannot get away from me fast enough. I stare at the closed door, my breathing ragged. I want to scream. I want to tear through the forest and howl into the wind. Instead, I do what I always do, and swallow it. I swallow the feelings and the hurt and the rage. I let the darkness wrap around me, the shadows dousing the flames in my soul, until I am cold and empty. Later, as I lie down on my pillows and recall what happened, something occurs to me. Callum was scared. Tomorrow, I will find out why. Chapter 37. There's a knock at the door, waking me. How can I face Callum this morning? I lock away the shame that creeps through my body when I remember how bold I was, when I remember how angry I was when he left. I lock away other feelings too, feelings I do not want to acknowledge, feelings that heat my blood and rattle my soul. I push away the strange dreams of wolves and mountains and monsters in the dark too. I take a deep breath. "Come in."
"Hello, little rabbit."
My stomach drops and I jolt upright, the sheets dropping to my midriff. Blake leans in the doorway. He's wearing dark breeches and a well-fitting black shirt. He looks like a villainous prince from the kinds of stories my mother would tell me. His dark hair, slightly messy like he's been running his fingers through it, only adds to the effect. I am not in the mood for him this morning. What are you doing here? I glance at my bedside table, looking for the silver letter opener I brought here. There is only a pile of medical books, an almost burnt-out candle, and Callum's red tartan collar on its surface.
"Looking for something?"
he asks. He pulls a small cloth package out of his pocket and unwraps it to reveal my silver blade within. I'd forgotten that I'd thrown it at him during the full moon. He holds it out to me, and it gleams in the cold sunlight. Warily, I slide out of bed and pad across the floor toward him. He tracks my movements. When I reach for it, his lips part slightly. I drop my arm to my side. "Why do you want me to take it so much? What have you done to it?"
"Nothing."
He seems to study me. He's tall, and I have to look up. I feel like he's challenging me, and I don't want to back down. I cannot help the small burst of interest that sparks inside me too. Like Callum, Blake is an alpha. He must be around the same age too. He has the Southlands accent, and says he worked in the King's Guard. How did he rise to such a high position among the wolves?
"Why did you choose to come here, little rabbit?"
asks Blake. I didn't. I was kidnapped. His eyes gleam, as if he knows I am lying. He removes the letter opener from the cloth, and his skin hisses as the silver touches his skin. He flips it over so he's holding the blade, and offers me the hilt.
"I've done nothing to it,"
he says.
"Take it."
I let him hold it for a moment longer, knowing it is burning his skin. Then I take it. His gaze flits to my hand, my face. Curiosity blazes in his eyes. His expression settles back to boredom as he walks over to my bookshelf. "Get out of my chambers," I say. He runs his index finger along the dusty spines.
"Are you sure they're your chambers?"
A horrible feeling washes over me. I glance at the piles of medical tomes, the strange pots of herbs, and that dark book of handwritten experiments that I've been reading. I told myself I never wanted to meet the previous inhabitant of this room. I stare at Blake's back as he thumbs through the books. "This was your room, wasn't it?" I say flatly.
This is my room. I no longer reside here, but I use it for some of my most interesting possessions.
I don't like the way he says that. As if he's storing me in here too. Get out, Blake. Callum won't be pleased when I tell him about this. Blake turns and props an elbow on the bookshelf.
Did he not tell you?
Tell me what?
Callum's not here.
I frown. You're lying. A dimple punctures his cheek.
He rode out this morning. He's gone to find the Wolf King.
My insides turn to ice. Chapter 38. Callum has left, after everything that happened between us. Last night, I betrayed my kingdom when I kissed him. Despite that, he has ridden out to find the Wolf King, someone who will undoubtedly either execute me or send me straight back to Sebastian. And he didn't even say goodbye. Shame spreads through my body. Shame that something that was so monumental to me obviously meant nothing to him. I wonder how many women he must have kissed for that to be the case. I force my expression to settle into one of indifference. I will not let this serpent know that his news has rattled me. I knew he would be riding out to find his king soon. I just hadn't realized he had gone yet. If you're trying to create trouble, you will find none here. The corner of Blake's lip quirks.
Pity. I do enjoy trouble.
Why are you here?
I'm looking for something.
He slides a blue leather-bound book from the shelf.
Ah, here it is.
I don't catch the full title, but I see the word law in elegant calligraphy across the front, and a dusting of golden stars on the spine. He tucks it beneath his arm and walks to the door. What book is that? I ask. He pauses, and his shoulders stiffen. He clearly doesn't want me to know what he's reading. When he turns around, though, his expression is unrattled. He nods at the pile of medical books by my bed.
Are you trying to find out if you could have saved her?
My fist tightens around the silver blade. His voice is casual, as though the death of my mother was meaningless. That's none of your concern.
What were her symptoms?
When I merely glare at him, he shrugs.
Don't you want to know whether I could have saved her?
My breathing is fast. You couldn't have. You would have been a child when she died.
As would you.
He waits. I hate that he knows how desperate I am for answers. She had cold sweats, fevers, shaking, and pain. I blurt before I can change my mind about confiding in him. She would hallucinate sometimes, and heal slowly. She was weak. She got weaker every day.
Was she worse in the morning, or the evening?
I remember her frail form in the four-poster bed. The sunlight seeped through the palace shutters. Morning.
Was she treated for her illness?
Yes.
A potion or brew, I presume.
I nod, remembering that foul-smelling herbal liquid that was forced down her throat. Remembering the taste of it from when they fed it to me when I got sick too.
And did your father love your mother?
What's that got to do with anything?
Answer the question.
I grit my teeth. My father doesn't love anyone. Blake shrugs.
That sounds like no disease I know of.
He moves out into the landing and pauses.
Be careful, little rabbit. Fiona has gone too. Isla has been left in charge of your welfare. You're alone among the wolves.
When he's gone, I walk over to the window with my fist clenched. I'm not sure whether Blake was trying to scare me or provoke me, or both. How dare he try to bait me with questions about my mother? Regardless, I cannot believe Callum has left me alone. Mist hangs over the loch and twists around the peaks of the mountains. The vastness of the landscape makes me feel small. I wonder how long Callum will be gone for. I want to give him a piece of my mind, but I dread his return too. Because when he comes back, the Wolf King will be with him. For the next couple of days, I'm glad to have my job in the kitchens. It distracts me and stops my thoughts from becoming too dark. Callum thinks wearing his collar will keep me safe, but it seems that without him here in the castle, the hostility aimed at me is palpable. When I head to the kitchens in the mornings, Magnus and his rat-faced friend shout lewd comments as they pass on their way to training. While picking herbs in the kitchen gardens one afternoon, Isla whispers something behind her hand to her friend and snickers as she swans by. And only Mrs. MacDonald and Cayley speak to me. Everyone else merely eyes me with contempt. They do not want a human in their midst. The strip of red tartan around my neck prevents any further trouble, at least. I eat as much as I can during lunch, so I do not have to stray downstairs after dark when the alcohol comes out and the bagpipe music starts playing. I ignore Isla's comments and Magnus's leers, and I spend the rest of my days reading, while the anger inside me grows thorns and shoots. Why has Callum left me? Is he okay? On the third morning, I wake at dawn. The sun has not yet risen, and the air smells strangely like perfume and roses. I slept restlessly and dreamt of wolves and wilderness and darkness. I turned to my bedside table to reach for Callum's collar. My heart stills. No. I jump out of bed and frantically shift books aside, sending parchment fluttering onto the floorboards. My blood turns to ice, then to fire. The collar is not there. Someone has been in my chambers. A hurricane rages in my chest, much wilder than the winds currently rattling the window of my bedchambers. Isla. It has to be her. I stomp across the room, wrench open the wardrobe door, and change into the first dress I can find. How dare she? I storm down the spiral staircase into a corridor. I'm going to the Great Hall, and I will show Isla that it was a mistake to provoke me. I will show her what happens when she steals from the princess of the... I make impact with a mass of dark hair and stringy muscle, and stagger back along the torchlit corridor. My stomach drops, and my feet grow roots that bind me to the stone floor.
Hello, sweetheart,
Magnus leers. A slow grin spreads across his face, revealing a missing tooth. His two friends, the male with rat-like features, and the muscular male with a dark beard, stand on either side of him, both in their green kilts, blocking my path. For a moment, I cannot move. Then my instincts kick in. I turn and try to run back down the corridor, but the bigger male grabs my arm. Get off me! I try to wrench away, but his grip is like steel.
Where are you going, sweetheart?
Drawls Magnus. The air is sour with sweat. Magnus's gaze travels up and down my body, and my skin turns cold wherever it lands. I grit my teeth and glare up at him. When Callum finds out,
Callum isn't here, and you're not wearing his collar.
He steps closer to me, and his acrid scent floods my nostrils. I almost gag.
That makes you free game.
You will pay for this. I try to pull away, but the bigger man's hand tightens around my arm. Callum will kill you, you fools. The three of them laugh, and the wild and thorny thing that has been growing inside me for days sets alight. I will make you pay for this.
There's no need to be like that, says Magnus. We can all be friends here. Now, the way I see it, we know something about you that you don't want our acting Wolf King to know about, Princess. What will you do for us to stop us from...
The warmth from another person washes over my back, and a slender hand clasps my neck. Time slows down as I feel the whisper of silk against my throat. My heart is racing so fast, I think it will burst from my chest. The gloomy corridor sways around me. I force myself to calm down, and everything comes back into focus. Curling my fist, I get ready to fight. Only Magnus and the other two men have already staggered back with fear in their eyes.
We're sorry. We didn't know.
Magnus's expression is wary.
We thought she was Callum's. We never would have, if we'd known she was yours.
When they get no response, they back away, then scurry toward the Great Hall. Heart in my throat, I spin around, and I find myself face to face with Blake. I'm breathing fast as my mind races to process what just happened, what is still happening. What are you... His gaze drops to the collar that now sits around my neck. His collar. Chapter 39. I reach for the collar. Blake's fingers curl around my wrist before I can rip it off.
I wouldn't do that if I were you,
he says. He's standing too close. His body heat bores into me, despite the cool expression on his face. The shadows wrap around him, and his dark shirt and breeches make him look at one with the darkness. My breathing is fast, and I'm not sure if it's because of the danger I just escaped, or the danger I'm now in. I try to calm my nerves. I lift my chin. Why not?
Because I will not offer it to you again.
I choke out a laugh. Why would I want this? The firelight from a nearby torch dances across his eyes.
You have no friends here, little rabbit. Callum is gone. Fiona is gone. Ryan is weak. And Callum is not as well liked as he may think. There are many more animals like Magnus who will take advantage of the situation you find yourself in.
What makes you any better than Magnus? His expression is devoid of any emotion. There's a chill in the gloomy corridor, and my breath plumes in front of my face and mingles with his.
Did you ever wonder why I have a Southlands accent?
He asks.
My mother was a human. She lived just south of the borderlands. One night, a pack of wolves raided her village. One of them forced themselves on her, and the consequence was me.
His tone is smooth, like dark silk.
I tracked him down, of course, many years later. He cried when I showed him exactly what he had created.
His eyes bore into mine, and inside them there is nothing but darkness. Yet I relax my arm in his grip.
There is nothing more deplorable than rape.
While his expression is unreadable, his gaze is intense. It is as if I am one of the strange books in his chambers that he is trying to read. Understanding seems to pass between us. When he releases my wrist, I drop my arm to my side. The air is thick with silence. I feel as if I should say something, but words evade me. I open my mouth. He turns and walks away, torchlight and shadows flickering across his profile as he passes the sconces on the stone walls.
Come to my chambers at nightfall,
he says. My eyebrows lift, but before I can say anything, he disappears around the corner. I'm rooted to the flagstones. I'd planned to confront Isla, but after the experience I've just had, I'm shaken, not only by what Magnus planned to do, but by Blake as well. I decide to head back to my bedchambers. On the way to the stairwell, Isla and a pack of her friends round a corner. "Lose something?" she asks sweetly as I pass. I spin around. All the rage that has been building in my chest longs for release. "Where is it?" I snarl. "I don't know what you're talking about." Her voice is falsely sweet, and she smirks to indicate that she knows exactly what I'm talking about. She smells like rose perfume, the scent that lingered in my chambers this morning. The three girls standing around her snicker. "Do you think he will want you if you steal from him?" I ask. She swishes her dirty blonde hair over her shoulder and steps closer to me. "Do you really think he wants a southern, human whore?" She makes each word sound more poisonous than the last. "Once he's tired of you, he'll find a wolf. He'll find his mate. And when he's ready..." Her gaze snaps to Blake's collar. Her eyes widen in surprise before a look of wariness crosses her face. Then she releases a harsh laugh. "You've moved on fast, haven't you?" She steps back into her group of friends. "Come on, let's go to breakfast. I'm starving, and this southern slut is ruining my appetite." They walk away, whispering and giggling. "Don't steal from me again," I say. Isla doesn't respond, but her shoulders stiffen. There is a storm coming. I feel it as nightfall approaches. The air is static and close, and the wolves seem more excitable than usual. I can hear them outside. shouting and laughing and brawling within the castle grounds. I wonder if that's a wolf thing. Perhaps they can sense the storm, and it agitates them in some way. It makes me glad I have protection while Callum is away, even if it is Blake I must turn to. I sit cross-legged on my bed and examine the collar he put around my neck. It is black and feather-light, with a faint pattern on it made up of criss-crossing blacks and greys and other shades of night. It's made of silk, and I run it through my fingers. At its centre, there's a black obsidian stone that absorbs the light from my candle. I cannot decide whether to go to Blake's chambers or not. There are many reasons not to. For one thing, it would be completely inappropriate for me to visit a man's bedchambers, especially alone, after dark. For another, Callum told me Blake was the most dangerous wolf in this entire kingdom. And yet, the story Blake told me about his mother haunts me. A moment of understanding passed between us in that corridor. I wonder if we both have broken souls. Maybe he's not as bad as Callum thinks. Curiosity flares within me too. If his mother was human, does that make him a half-wolf? Why are the wolves here so afraid of him? And why did he protect me? As the candle burns low, flicking shadows over the shelves that creak beneath Blake's books, my intrigue finally outweighs my trepidation. I want to know why he has invited me to his chambers, and I'm certain he won't harm me. Whatever his game is, I think he needs me in one piece in order to win. Thunder rumbles through the castle walls as I slide off my bed, signalling the arrival of the storm. I pull on my boots and creep down the spiral staircase. The torches in the corridors flicker violently, as if the flames are as excited by the storm as the wolves that shout and roar in the great hall. I stick to the shadows, flattening myself against the wall as a couple of drunken wolves pass by on their way to the festivities. When I reach Blake's door, I take a deep breath. The last time I was here, he shifted and chased me through the forest. I'm not sure what I'll be faced with this time. I gather my nerves and I knock. I wait a few seconds. The rain hammers against the castle, and there's a flash of light through the narrow window at the end of the corridor as lightning strikes. There's a thud within Blake's chambers, followed by the sound of someone stumbling. The door opens a crack. Blake's dark hair is messy, as if he's been running his hands through it, and his skin is clammy. The top few buttons of his white shirt are undone, and his sleeves are rolled up to his elbows to reveal corded forearms. His eyes are bloodshot.
"What are you doing here?"
he asks. Behind him, his room is a mess. The black sheets of his four-poster bed are crumpled. There are books all over the floor, and his desk is littered with small glass jars. My brow furrows. You told me to come at nightfall.
"Oh, right."
His words are a little slurred. He tilts his head to the side.
"Why would a rabbit seek out a wolf?"
His usual scent of dark forests is mixed with a faint aroma of alcohol. There's another scent in the air too, herbal and familiar. It puts me on edge. "Are you drunk?" I ask.
"No."
He starts to close the door.
"Now's not a good time."
Thunder rumbles down the corridor, and Blake flinches. I put my hand on the door, keeping it open, as a flash of lightning reveals the handwritten label on one of the jars. Is that wolfsbane? I push past him into the room. He sighs, then closes the door. I pick up the jar. The lid is off, and it's releasing the dangerous scent I recognized. I turn to him. What is this? Are you trying to poison yourself?
"Course not."
He slumps onto the end of his four-poster bed and threads his fingers through his dark hair.
"Go away."
As well as wolfsbane, I note lavender, dried chamomile, and some valerian root on his desk. I pick up a pot reading Milk of the Poppy. There's a decanter full of clear liquid beside them, and when I sniff it, I wince at the pungent alcoholic odor. Thunder rattles the jars, and Blake's knuckles whiten as he grips his hair. Are you trying to make a sleep aid? I ask. Why the wolfsbane? Unless... Callum told me they didn't have painkillers up here because the wolf inside them would fight it off. You're using wolfsbane to weaken the wolf and give the other ingredients time to work, aren't you? Why do you need a sleep aid? The room lights up, and the force of the thunder makes the mountains tremble. Blake's whole body hardens, and a rough sound scrapes the back of his throat.
Fuck's sake!
Goddess, you're afraid of the storm. He removes his hands from his hair and slowly looks up at me.
If you tell anyone, I will kill you.
I know the dark image he cultivates is important to him. I believe he will do what it takes to prevent that from being shattered. I know, I say. When the thunder sounds again, he shuts his eyes, his chest inflating as he takes a deep breath. He groans and lies back on the bed, his feet planted on the floorboards. It's only a storm, I say, placing my hands on my hips.
Thanks for that. Very helpful.
Why are you afraid?
None of your business.
I hover by his desk, unsure of what to do. As I'm debating, he half crawls up the bed and slumps on his pillows, groaning again. I sigh. Tentatively, I approach. I think you've taken too much, I say.
Oh, do you? Well, thank goodness that Callum's little pet, who only learned of wolfsbane a couple of weeks ago, is here to offer me her sage advice.
He turns away from me.
Go away.
He smells of sweat and soap and the forest. His shirt clings to his muscular back. Seriously, Blake, you don't look good.
Maybe it's because you're irritating me.
Or maybe it's because you've just taken poison, you fool. Where's the antidote?
I'm the healer, not you.
You're a mess, and your potion hasn't worked. You're not asleep, are you? Lightning floods the room, and he curls in on himself as he braces for the thunder that cracks through the sky moments later. I sigh and perch on the edge of the bed. You know, I used to be afraid of storms, when I was a child.
Piss off.
I smirk. Then something softens in me. Though part of me is glad to have seen him in this way, sure I will be able to use it to my advantage at some point. He's in such a pitiful state. I cannot help but feel a bit of sympathy for him. When I was afraid as a child, my mother would sing to me. I try to recall her melody. Softly, I start to hum. The tune always brought me comfort, and I hope that it will do the same for him. When she sang it, I would imagine myself running through the wild grass, the moon shining, the stars clear and bright, and I would know that I was not alone. I was safe. Blake's shoulders soften, and he releases a gentle sigh.
I'm serious. If you speak of this, you're dead.
I shush him and continue with the soft melody. I have not thought of this song for a while, and I find myself getting lost in it as the thunder rattles the castle and lightning illuminates the loch through the window. It is not until I hear a gentle snore that I stop, startled. Despite the storm outside, Blake is asleep. He's rolled onto his back, and one of his arms is flung above his head. I take the opportunity to openly look at the angry white scar that marks his forearm near his elbow. It looks like a bite from a very large beast, a wolf, perhaps. His expression is peaceful, and it's a stark contrast to the dark violence he usually emanates. He looks almost pleasant, handsome even, without the smirk on his lips or the cunning ambition glinting in his eyes. His chest rises and falls softly. I blink, suddenly aware that I've been staring too long. I stand abruptly and cross the room. I prefer you when you're sleeping, I mutter, as I close the door and head back to my chambers. I will have my revenge on Isla. I'd like to have my revenge on Magnus too, but that awful wolf seems to be giving me a wide berth. He's not been in the Great Hall or running drills in the yard for the past couple of days. In fact, most wolves seem to be avoiding me. It seems Blake's collar acts as a larger deterrent than Callum's, even though I've not seen the dark-haired wolf since the storm. The negative side of this is that Kaylee will no longer speak to me in the kitchens. Her face turned white when she first saw the black strip around my neck, and since then, she's wanted nothing to do with me. Isla, however, has taken every opportunity to call me a slut and to giggle with her friends about me every time I see her. She knew how much danger I'd be in without Callum's collar. She wanted someone to hurt me, and what's more, she hasn't given it back. I cannot let it stand. I get the idea from the potion Blake made on the night of the storm. I take some wolfsbane and some buckthorn from his stores in the infirmary and crush them into a powder. I'm not trying to kill her. I just need to neutralize the wolf so the laxative properties of buckthorn can kick in. I want to humiliate her a little. When I'm left alone in the kitchens, I pull out the small vial with the powder in. I pop out the cork and hover over the bowl of mashed potato I'm intending to set down in front of Isla and her friends. Someone grabs my wrist, and I turn.
Is that why you chose to come here, little rabbit?
Blake's eyes gleam with curiosity.
To poison us all?
If he's embarrassed about the other night, he doesn't show it. He's as well put together as usual, with his black shirt emphasizing his toned chest, and an unreadable expression on his face. My heart pounds. If he tells anyone what he just caught me doing, I'll surely be killed before Callum can return. Only Isla, for stealing from me. He brings the vial to his nose and inhales deeply.
Wolfsbane. Death is a harsh punishment for theft. I didn't think you had it in you. Though, if you're going to kill her, perhaps you could use a different method. Poison is my trademark. They'll think it was me.
I'm not going to kill her. My cheeks flame. The wolfsbane is just there to neutralize the wolf. He smells the vial again. Then he grins and dimples puncture his cheeks.
Buckthorn.
He shakes his head, plucking the vial from my fingers.
You've put too much wolfsbane in. This will kill her.
He nods at the mashed potato.
Isla is lactose intolerant. A knob of butter should have the desired effect.
He pushes the cork into the vial, then pockets it.
Mind if I keep this? I have a better use for it.
He walks across the kitchen and pauses in the doorway. His gaze is appraising as he looks me up and down.
You're a devious little thing, aren't you?
Strangely, it doesn't sound like an insult. My breathing doesn't return to normal until I can no longer hear his retreating footsteps. Later, after Kaylee and I have finished serving the food, I sit alone at the end of one of the tables in the great hall, with my bowl of stew and mashed potato. As usual, everyone is giving me a wide berth. About halfway through the meal, Isla stands up with a panicked expression. Her stomach growls so loudly that the chatter in the hall desists. She releases gas, and her cheeks turn bright red. A number of the surrounding wolves, including her friends, roar with laughter. I suppress my smile as I look resolutely in the other direction. Blake catches my eye from the alpha table and winks, before going back to his conversation with Robert. Isla flees the great hall. Later, I sleep better than I have in the days since Callum left, until a loud sound wakes me. I sit upright in bed. Outside, men are shouting. I hurtle to the window. The sun is rising, and the sky is painted crimson. People on horseback thunder down the hill toward the castle. The male at the front wears red tartan. My heart jumps into my throat. Callum, he's home. I pull on a dress, then run out of my chambers. Chapter 40. I sit on the edge of Callum's four-poster bed and wait. All my life, it seems, I have been waiting for something. Waiting to be dismissed by my father. Waiting to be wed to the highest bidder. Waiting to be seen. To be heard. To be used. To be free. I have been waiting for Callum now for days. I am tired of waiting. Since he's been gone, something wild and ugly has sprouted in my chest and grown thorns. I knew he would need to leave at some point, but he left without saying goodbye. He kissed me, then abandoned me. He left me to the wolves. What's more, he left to retrieve the Wolf King, who will either trade me for the Heart of the Moon in the coming days, or realize I'm of no value to him and execute me. What is to be my fate now he is here? It's always been part of my plan to be sent back to my people. I wanted to make a trade of my own with my father. Information on the wolves and the Wolf King himself, in exchange for my freedom. I have plenty of that now. The more time I've spent with Callum, the harder I've realized that will be. I do not want to betray him. In fact, I'd started to wonder whether I wanted to leave him at all. I wonder now if I have been foolish and misinterpreted his affections like a naive princess with a silly crush. I am envious of the Northland's winds that rattle the window and howl against the stone walls. How good it would feel to unleash that rage with no thought to the consequences. My muscles tighten when footsteps approach the door. It bursts open, and my breath catches in my throat. Callum stands in the doorway, and he looks every bit the fierce warrior I feared he was when I first met him. He is covered in dirt and blood and gore. His shirt is drenched in it, and sticks to his muscular torso and chest. There's mud smeared across his face, and it has dried in his hair, slicking it back from his forehead. His breathing is fast and agitated, but when he sees me, a broad grin spreads across his face. It is infectious. I have to fight the twitch at the corner of my lip.
There you are,
he says.
I was worried when you weren't in your chambers, and I found this.
He lifts up his collar, and the red stone glints in the firelight. Where did you find that? His forehead furrows.
It was beside your bed.
I grit my teeth as he shuts the door and places it on the small table by his armchair. Isla must have slipped into my chambers when I came down here. He turns and looks at me, his brow creasing.
Is something the matter?
I let out a laugh, sharp like splintered glass, and his frown deepens. You've been gone for days, Callum, and you're truly going to ask me that? Have you forgotten I am the princess of your enemy kingdom, that our people are at war, that your people despise me, that you left me alone after the moment we shared? His eyes sharpen.
Did something happen while I was away?
Does it matter? You still left. His expression softens beneath the grime. He steps toward me, and when I tense, he halts. He sighs, rocking back on his heels and leaning back against the table.
I'm sorry, Princess. I didn't want to go. We got word that the situation had worsened not long after I left your chambers. The king could have died. I had to leave straight away. I had no choice.
I swallow. There's always a choice.
Not always. Not in this.
You chose not to say goodbye. He runs a hand over the back of his neck and winces. I note how his shoulders are slumped, and he's using the table to support himself. Is he hurt? Has he slept? Is that blood his? Worry threads through my anger. I can't back down, though, not until I've had my say. He meets my eyes, and there's a plea within them.
I'm sorry. If there was another choice, I would have taken it.
He shakes his head.
Did you at least get my note?
Your note?
Aye, I left it with...
His gaze drops to the black collar around my neck, and his eyes narrow.
What's that?
His voice is dangerously low. I have never seen him stand so still. Irritation flares inside me. How can he be jealous when he left me to fend for myself? You know what it is, I say. He swallows.
Why are you wearing it?
Because you left me alone, and Isla...
Did he hurt you?
His voice is rough. No, he protected me. Callum's eyes flash with emotion. I cannot tell whether it's anger or hurt.
Blake doesn't protect anyone, not without a price.
Has it ever occurred to you that he's not as bad as you make him out to be?
He is every bit as bad as I make him out to be. And I leave for a few days and I come back and you're wearing his collar.
I had no choice.
I thought you said there was always a choice. And what? You chose him?
His voice is dark, and his breathing shallow.
Did he touch you?
Rage jolts through my body, and I straighten. How dare you ask me that?
Did he?
I jump to my feet. You left me, Callum.
Take it off!
The command in his tone makes my muscles tighten. I step toward him. The scent of the outdoors and battle clings to him. Wet earth and steel and mountains. I am not one of your pack, and you have no right to order me around. He closes the space between us. I'm not sure if the heat that stokes me is coming from him, or whether it's burning inside me, but my breathing is fast and my cheeks flame. I'm angry, so angry. There is a wilder emotion inside me too, and it wants release. His eyes narrow.
Take it off!
He has a wolf inside him, and I want to provoke it. No, I say. He crashes to his knees and cries out. The unlit candle sitting on his small table falls onto its side, and the floorboards splinter beneath the strain of catching him. Callum! He grabs his shoulder.
Fuck!
All the heat drains out of me, and I drop to the floor in front of him. You're hurt.
I got shot. Silver. Thought I'd got all the bullet out.
He releases a soft, pained laugh.
Obviously not.
I lift his chin. Let me see.
It's nothing.
He shrugs me away.
Don't worry yourself, Princess. I'll be fine.
I'll be the judge of that. He lets me undo the buttons of his damp shirt, and I push it off his shoulders to reveal his strong, muscular chest. My breath hitches at the sight of him. He's dripping with sweat, and it highlights the ridges of his torso and his large biceps. He was shirtless the first time we met, but then the sheer size of him was threatening. Now, a completely different feeling stirs inside me, until my gaze moves to his shoulder. The veins spreading from his bullet wound are black. It's not healing, and I catch the scent of something herbal among the blood, something that makes my stomach turn.
It'll be fine.
Callum's eyelids are drooping.
I've been shot with silver before. My body will push it out eventually, it's just...
He takes a deep, wheezing breath.
It's just a wee bit painful in the meantime.
Callum? I try to sound gentle, but my heart is pounding. The bullet had wolfsbane on it. You're not going to heal on your own. I need to go and get...
No.
He growls. He has the antidote. Callum's eyes blaze.
I'd rather die than have him in here.
No, you wouldn't, you stubborn wolf. I stand up, and he grabs my ankle.
No!
He's so weak that when I jerk away, he has to slam his hand against the ground to stop himself from toppling over. His chambers spin around me, and fear tightens around my heart. I shake my head. I won't let you die. He looks up at me, pale and drenched in blood and sweat. There's a plea in his eyes. Don't do this. You're going to be okay, I tell him. I need to get him.
Rory!
He roars after me. I bolt out of his room and run as fast as I can toward Blake's chambers. Chapter 41. I burst into Blake's room. He's draped in an armchair by the window and doesn't look up from the book he's reading, the blue tome with stars on the spine that he took from my chambers.
Please, do come in, little rabbit.
He flicks to the next page.
No need to knock.
He's hurt. You need to come, now.
What's wrong with him?
Wolfsbane. His expression is unreadable, but he gets up. He places the book on his writing desk, which has been tidied after the other night. In fact, the space is now immaculate. The bed is made, books are neatly tucked into the shelves along the wall, and the sheepskin rug by the hearth no longer glints with shards of broken glass. He pulls a black leather case out of a drawer in his armoire, then heads to the door. I fall into step beside him. When we enter Callum's chambers, My stomach drops. He's pulled himself up onto the bed, and his downy quilt is red with his blood. His breathing is raspy, and he's barely moving. Callum? I bolt across the room and grab his hand. His fingers don't curl around mine like they usually do. His skin is cold. Dots dance in front of my eyes as Blake kneels by my side. He grabs Callum's shoulder and inspects the wound.
Why didn't you ride back earlier, you stubborn fool?
Callum's eyes are glazed. I'm not sure he can hear what Blake is saying. The chambers swim around me. I recognize the look on his face. My mother had that expression not long before she died.
Hold his shoulders.
Blake's command jolts me back into my body. I lean over the bed as Blake produces a small vial of translucent liquid from his case.
Brace yourself,
says Blake.
He's not going to like this.
I force myself to breathe, even though the air is thick with the scent of blood and poison. It mingles with the heavy wood smoke coming from the fireplace. I nod, remembering how hard Ryan fought against the antidote when it was given to him. Callum must be double his size and strength. Blake uncorks the vial and dips about half of it on the wound. It hisses, and my muscles tense, readying for a fight. Callum doesn't react. A wave of nausea rolls over me. Come on, Callum, please. Blake brushes me aside and grabs Callum's hair in his fist. He dips the rest of the liquid into his mouth, clumping his hand over his lips. When he pulls away, the translucent liquid dribbles down Callum's chin. Blake sighs, and panic fizzes in my chest. Why isn't it working? I ask. Blake stares at Callum, and his expression is unreadable.
If this is how you wish to go, then don't let me stop you.
He rests his forearms on the mattress and leans closer.
Don't worry. I'll look after your pet when you're gone.
Blake, I warn. Callum's eyes flicker open for a moment.
You know, I haven't decided how I'll fuck her first.
Blake's voice is low and seductive.
With my fingers or my tongue.
Callum's head rolls to the side and he grunts. The corner of Blake's lip lifts.
What do you think I should do? There are so many possibilities. Perhaps I'll have her ride my face.
Callum growls, but the noise dies in his throat as his back arches up from the mattress. Stop it! I snarl. Blake leans closer, his voice dropping to a whisper.
Or perhaps I'll have her on her knees before me, while I sit on James's throne, my fist in her hair, her lips moving up and down my cock as I fuck her mouth.
Callum's eyes jolt open. They are enraged, and they don't move from Blake's. He grips the bed sheets.
I wonder,
continues Blake. That's enough! I lurch at Blake. He hooks his arms around my waist, pulls me onto his lap, and slams his lips against mine. I stiffen. Every muscle hardens as my blood turns to ice. For a moment, time is moving too quickly and too slowly at the same time. It all floods back. Blake's mouth crushed against mine, his strong arm holding me to him, the feeling of his thighs tensed beneath me. He's barely breathing. I don't think I am either. I jolt away and raise my hand to slap him. Only, before I make impact with his face, the air is knocked from my lungs. There's heat and muscle against my back and my chest as the three of us crash to the ground. The floorboards groan, or perhaps it's Blake as his head hits the floor. Callum's growl vibrates against my ear. The scent of male sweat floods my nostrils. I scramble from between them, my hair in my face, my breathing fast. Blake gets the upper hand for a moment, and I almost stagger into the copper bathtub as they roll over on the ground. I dart aside, grabbing onto the mahogany bedpost, as Callum pins him down and wraps his hands around Blake's neck.
There he is,
says Blake on a choked breath. Callum's eyes are feral. All the muscles in his arms are pronounced. Fury ripples from him in waves. It is almost inconceivable that he was lying on the bed, close to death just a moment ago. Blake tilts his head to catch my eye. There's blood dribbling from his nose.
A little help, he says through wheezing breaths.
My heartbeat slams against my ribs. My mind isn't processing what is happening. I feel as if I've floated out of my body, and I'm watching from far away. Callum was dying, and Blake kissed me, and now they are fighting. Why on earth would I help? My gaze snaps back to Callum's face, and the wolf that is now glaring behind his eyes. The wolf that is fighting both Blake and the wolfsbane.
Aurora!
Blake chokes. I crash back into my body. Callum, I say. Despite the fury etched into every muscle of his body, his gaze snaps to mine. The distraction is enough for Blake to slam him onto his back. Callum groans, resting his head on the floorboards, the fight draining from his body.
Fuck,
he moans.
I know,
Blake soothes. Blood is dripping from his nose, and it glints in the morning light.
One of these days, Blake.
Callum murmurs.
Yes. I'm sure you'll try to kill me.
Blake pushes himself to his knees. Callum grabs his wrist before he can get up fully.
Why?
A sly smile spreads across Blake's face.
Because I need you alive.
He lightly slaps him on the cheek a couple of times. Then he gets up and walks to the door.
Don't ever touch her again,
says Callum. Blake glances over his shoulder at me. His expression is cold, a mirror of my own expression, I'm sure. He turns swiftly away and disappears into the corridor.
Princess, are you all right?
My gaze snaps to Callum, and my eyebrows raise with 1,000 questions. You're asking me that? He offers me a soft smile as I crash to my knees beside him. Chapter 42. I press my forehead against Callum's and let his heat envelop me. My eyes burn. I cannot bear the thought of him being taken from me. I thought I was going to lose you, I whisper, my throat thick. He puts his hand on my cheek, his palm rough and firm.
I'm okay.
You weren't waking up. I thought...
I'm right here.
His tone is gentle. There's a hint of amusement there, too. What's so funny? My breath mingles with his.
If I'd known getting injured would cause you to be so nice to me, I'd have done it sooner.
I pull back slightly and frown. Don't say that. His skin is pale, and he's coated in a layer of sweat and grime. I can smell the battle on him, blood and earth and steel. But his scent of the mountains seeps through and warms me with its familiarity. Black veins spread from the wound in his shoulder. They are fainter than before, but he must be in pain. The wolf has gone from his eyes, and it is the man who now watches me.
I thought of you every hour I was away,
he says.
All I could think of was getting back to you. I shouldn't have left you. I won't do it again.
My throat thickens. I try to harden my heart. I try to freeze the warmth that spreads through my veins. Because it's not true. He will trade me for the heart of the moon to save his people, and soon this will be over. You will, I whisper. His jaw hardens.
No.
His voice is rough and raw.
No, I won't.
I touch his face, my fingertips brushing over his stubble. Callum, you brought me here for a reason, and now the Wolf King has returned.
I will find another way.
Callum. He slides his hand to the back of my neck and pulls my forehead to his.
I will find another way.
His breath is hot on my skin, and my blood heats up. Our lips are almost touching. I long to sink further into his warmth, to take comfort in it, even though it would be foolish, even though it would destroy this wavering barrier between us, and leave me open to all the pain that is yet to come. He gently strokes the back of my neck, and my eyelids close. It makes me feel safe and warm and cared for. I wonder, when I am sent back home, whether I will ever feel this way again, whether I will ever feel anything again. Without thinking, I kiss him. He groans softly as he parts his lips. It makes me want to climb on top of him. I want to be closer to him in any way that I can. But he is injured, and I know how much it will hurt if I succumb to these feelings completely. I pull away.
You're not going back to him.
His tone is so steady and strong that I almost believe him. He tugs me back down, and I nestle my head against his good shoulder. He sighs, and his breathing and heartbeat become steadier as the minutes pass by.
Princess, will you do me a favor?
Yes, I say, surprising myself with how quickly I agree.
Will you take Blake's collar off me?
I jolt upright, and he watches me with sleepy eyes. Goddess, I forgot I was wearing it. I pull it off and toss it to the other side of his chambers. It hits the foot of his armchair by the window. Shame surges through me as I recall the argument I had with Callum before I knew he was injured. I wanted to provoke him. I feel worse when I think of the things Blake said about me, what he did to me. He kissed me. I didn't choose him over you, Callum. I would never do that. Isla. I turn back to him, but his eyes are closed. There's a soft, satisfied smile on his face, and his bare chest moves up and down steadily. I'll tell you later. I put his arm around my neck. Come on, let's get you into bed. I try to nudge him to his feet, but I think I'd have more luck trying to pick up one of the mountains outside. So I nestle beside him on the floorboards and let his warmth cocoon me. His arm tightens around my shoulder, pulling me close, and he sighs again. Soon, his gentle snores fill his chambers. It is late at night when Callum and I sit on his bed, leaning against the headboard, eating bread and cheese that one of the servants brought us. They helped me change the bedding while he slept too, so his quilt is no longer stained with blood. The change in him is evident, even in the flickering candlelight. He slept all day. Colour has come back to his cheeks, and his eyes are bright. He no longer smells like a battlefield after I helped him wash the grime from his skin, and his wound is almost completely healed. He's changed from his battle-worn kilt into his loose-fitting cotton breeches, and rests his forearms against his knees. He gave me a shirt to wear too, because my dress was covered in his blood, and I didn't want to leave him to change in my chambers. I sit with my knees close to my chest, the material pulled down to my calves. It is revealing, and feels intimate to be wearing his clothes. It smells like him too, and I can barely concentrate as I tell him what happened while he was away. He is listening attentively, though, and his gaze darkens when I tell him I suspect Isla stole his collar from me.
Are you sure it was her?
He asks. I snap my head toward him. Yes!
I'm not saying I don't believe you, Princess. I'm just surprised, I suppose. I knew the lass had a wee crush on me, but to defy her alpha like that...
His eyebrows knit together.
She gave you the note, though.
What note?
The note
Understanding dawns on his face. He drops his chunk of bread onto the plate and rubs his face with both hands.
Fuck. No wonder you were so angry with me.
You wrote me a note before you left.
I'd never have left without saying anything at all.
His jawline hardens.
I'll be speaking with Isla about this. I promise you, Princess, she won't bother you again.
I roll my eyes. I can handle Isla. He grins.
You can?
Yes, and you're missing the point. Why didn't you just come and tell me you were leaving? When he opens his mouth to respond, I give him a sharp look, and don't say you didn't have time. He runs a hand over the back of his neck and stares at the foot of the bed.
I should have gone back to your chambers to say goodbye. I know that. But before, when I was kissing you, tasting you, when I had you beneath me on that bed...
My cheeks flush, but he doesn't seem remotely embarrassed.
I lost control of myself. I felt the wolf.
I'm not afraid of you. I've told you, the wolf doesn't scare me.
But I was scared. The only time I feel out of control like that is when the moon is full. No one has made me feel that way before, and I was afraid.
You're afraid of losing control with me?
Of course I am.
Something sad blooms inside my chest, and my throat thickens. I look away, my jaw tightening. Oh, right.
That upsets you.
I hear the confusion in his voice. I shrug and force myself to bite into my bread. No, I understand. The bread is dry as it makes its way down my throat. You need to trade me for the heart of the moon. You said you wouldn't touch me. I'd be worthless to Sebastian if you lost control around me. Callum doesn't respond. All I can hear are the flames crackling in the hearth, the wind outside, and my own angry heartbeat. Carefully, he stacks my plate on top of his and places them both on the bedside table. He puts his hand gently on my jaw and turns my head so I'm looking at him. He looks more serious than I've ever seen him, perhaps even a little sad.
Do you truly think that?
His brow furrows.
Do you truly think I give a shit about Sebastian? That I would give him the slightest bit of consideration when it comes to you and me? Princess, I made a promise not to touch you because it's the right thing to do. And it's a promise that gets harder to keep every day, every hour, every second I'm around you. But I must, because I took you.
He shakes his head, and his voice thickens.
I took you from your home, and your bed, and your people. I made you my prisoner, Aurora.
His eyes are shining, and he turns his attention to the posts at the end of the bed.
You think there's always a choice, but there's not. Not without freedom. You can't choose me when you're not really free.
I'm blindsided. Emotions hurtle around my chest like the winds rattling the windows. Callum, you didn't take me prisoner. I'm not sure if I'm relieved, or confused, or amused, or heartbroken. It is overwhelming. And yet for once, I don't want to push the emotions away. I want to embrace them. I want to feel. I shift on the bed and turn his face toward mine. I chose to come, and I'm glad that I did. I have never felt more free than when I am with you, and... well, I take a deep breath. There's another thing. His eyebrows knit together.
What is it?
I chew my bottom lip. I was planning on giving my father information about the wolves once you had sent me back. I was going to use it to get out of my marriage with Sebastian. Callum stills. At some point during our time together, I let myself forget he is a fierce warrior, though it is obvious now from the tightening of his jaw and the tension he emits. Was I foolish to admit this to him? He told me before that he would die to save his people.
Are you still planning to do that?
He asks. I don't want to marry him, Callum.
I know that. But...
He puts his hand on my cheek.
What you've just told me, you cannot tell anyone else. If the king finds out, please tell me you understand that.
I'm not a fool. Something like relief blooms in his eyes.
No, you're not.
A soft smile plays on his lips, and he shakes his head.
My wee spy.
The word my stokes something inside me. You're not concerned? I ask.
It makes no difference to me.
He shrugs.
You're not going back to him.
And so you see, I was never really a prisoner to begin with. He drops his hand and sighs.
You might think that, Princess, but I disagree.
Oh, for the love of the goddess, Callum! Will you stop being such a big bloody gentleman? He raises his eyebrows and stills. His gaze drops down to my body and the shirt I'm wearing, and something unreadable flickers over his expression.
A spy, not a prisoner, huh?
When he meets my eyes again, mischief dances amid the darkness.
I never thought you'd ask me not to be a gentleman, Princess.
He drags his teeth over his bottom lip, as if considering something. Then he grins. In a sudden movement, he flips me onto my back and climbs on top of me, caging me between his arms. He brings his mouth to my ear, and I shiver as his warm breath touches my skin.
But I'll be happy to oblige,
he whispers. Chapter 43. My insides tighten. Callum's warm breath heats my skin, his lips almost touching my neck. His shirt is ridden up to my hips, and I can feel the cotton of his breeches against the bare skin of my thighs. My legs are parted to accommodate him, my core pressed against his hard stomach. When he shifts, my breath catches in my throat as a jolt of need courses through my body. And the scent of him, goddess, the scent of him. He smells like heat and male and the mountains. He groans into my ear, and the sound vibrates through me.
You don't know how many ungentlemanly things I've thought about doing to you.
His voice is low, and his accent is even thicker than usual. He brushes his lips against my neck, then shifts so his face hovers above mine. His solid weight presses down on me. His forearms are flat on the pillow on either side of my head. I should feel trapped, held prisoner by his body. The strength of him, the sheer size of him should make me feel weak. He is Alpha of Highfell, a warrior and a wolf. I should be afraid. Yet I feel something else entirely. It is stirred by the quickening of his breathing and the look in his eyes. There is dark intent there, but a hint of something else, too. Awe, perhaps. That first moment I saw him, standing stern and warrior-like in Sebastian's fighting ring, I would never in a million years have imagined that one day we would be in this position. I thought him a monster, a brute, someone to be feared, hated even. I wonder if that is what is going through his mind too, as he brushes a strand of hair from my face. What ungentlemanly things? I ask. A slow grin spreads across his face.
Kissing you.
Gentlemen kiss their ladies. He raises an eyebrow.
Is that so?
Yes, there is a moment in the wedding ceremony where the groom kisses the bride. His eyes glint with mischief.
It seems I'm not quite as well versed in the ways of gentlemen as you, Princess. Or you'll have to teach me. The gentlemen kiss their ladies like this.
He brushes his lips against mine. The kiss is gentle, chaste, frustrating. I want to buck against him, grab his hair, pull him closer to me, but my arms are pinned by my sides by his body, which holds me in place. Yes, and I told you to stop being a gentleman, damn it! His grin widens, becomes wolfish.
How will I know how not to act like a gentleman if I don't know how they behave in the first place?
His tone is teasing, his demeanor calm. It frustrates me even further. He knows he has total control here, and what's more, he is enjoying it.
Do they kiss like this?
He asks. He lowers his mouth to mine. This time, his kiss is deep, rough, claiming. I can't breathe. I can't think. There is only him, his mouth, his tongue moving in deep, dominant strokes against mine, his groan that rumbles through my body and makes me quiver. My hips move of their own accord, pushing my center against his bare torso, desperate for the friction. I whimper when he pulls away, his breath still mingling with mine.
Well,
he asks, his voice low and rough. The wolf flickers behind his eyes, fighting with the mischief that glimmers there. No, the word escapes on a breath. They don't kiss like that.
Interesting. How about this?
He shifts, moving down my body so he hovers over my chest. Eyes on mine. He lowers his mouth to where my nipple is peaked, visible through the thin material of his shirt. He clamps his lips around it and he sucks hard. I cry out as my back arches from the mattress. It should hurt, yet I thread my fingers into his hair and pull him closer as he gives my other nipple the same rough treatment. He chuckles, then moves his hand to my breast, squeezing and rubbing as he sucks, causing raw, liquid heat to pool at my core. I moan as the ache builds. My hips buck, and I cry out in frustration. His eyes are still on mine, even as he brushes his teeth against my breast and gently bites. I gasp, "Callum!" He lifts an eyebrow, then carefully, lazily, detaches himself. He doesn't stop palming my breast. I arch into his hand, wanting to curse the material between us. His breathing is heavy, and his cheeks are flushed. He is not as in control as he is implying.
I asked you a question, Princess,
he says.
And until we get to the bottom of it, I'm not going to be able to move on to my next lesson.
He pinches my nipple between his finger and thumb, and an almost feral sound escapes my lips. The wolf becomes dominant in his eyes in answer to my call, before he pushes it back. That's not very gentlemanly at all, I gasp. His grin widens.
No. Good. Because there's another place I've imagined kissing you for weeks now. You'll have to let me know whether it's gentlemanly or not.
There's a question in his eyes. My breathing is fast as I nod, my head brushing against the pillow. I watch, entranced, as he lowers himself further down the bed. He pushes himself up and kneels between my legs. His gaze sweeps up and down my body, and his face darkens. He is a vision of power and dominance. For a moment, he reminds me of a statue of a warrior, impenetrable, his expression serious. Only his chest moves up and down, deeply. There is the same intent on his face as there was when I first saw him in that fighting ring. Slowly, he slides his hands up my hips, hitching up the shirt and exposing my midriff and my underwear. I feel all of his attention hone in on the place between my legs that throbs with need. A low, almost inaudible growl builds in his chest before his gaze moves back to mine. My breathing is fast. I am completely at his mercy, and I do not know what he is going to do next. I am captivated. I cannot move, cannot think, not beyond the restlessness that builds like a storm in my chest, and the fire in my veins, and the ache that consumes me. He shifts and plants a soft kiss on my torso. The feel of his mouth and his stubble against my bare skin is almost too much to bear, and I whimper. Then he lowers himself even further, and my breathing becomes frantic. He plants a kiss on my most intimate place, and I cry out as a jolt of pleasure surges through my body. He glances up at me, his mouth inches away from my core. His breath is warm through my underwear. I should be pushing him away. I should not be so exposed, so brazen, so wanton with a man. Is this the kind of thing that happens in a brothel? I do not know. This is certainly not the way that a lady is supposed to behave, least of all a princess. Yet I lie there, my legs parted. He cocks an eyebrow, and I know the question he is asking is not just part of his game. He is asking permission. If I play along, he will take this even further. How far, I do not know. All I can think of is more. No, I whimper. Gentlemen, Do not do that. He smiles, but his eyes darken. He slides down my underwear and tosses it aside, and my heartbeat hammers in my chest as he exposes me fully to him. His breathing becomes ragged, his shoulders hardening.
Fuck, you're beautiful,
he mutters, as he looks at me where no man has ever looked at me before. His eyes lift to mine once more.
Do they do this?
He lowers his head and lightly kisses the sensitive bundle of nerves. I cry out as heat and surprise surge through my veins. Before I can process what he has just done, his mouth is on me, fully, completely, hot and wet and hungry. He devours me. My back arches, my hips buck, and he grabs them, growling like a wild animal being disturbed from his prey, as he plants them firmly against the mattress. He slides his tongue along my center, and I moan. I have never felt anything like it. He flicks and licks and sucks as though he cannot get enough of me, and the storm inside me becomes frantic. I want to lose myself to it, to this feeling, to him. I reach for him, threading my fingers into his hair, pulling his mouth closer to me. I rock shamelessly against his face. He growls, sliding his hand up the shirt to roughly palm my breast.
Fuck.
He groans against me, and I shiver. I do not feel like a human or a princess. I feel primal. That wildness builds with each lap of his tongue, each squeeze of my breast, each time he rubs my nipple with his thumb. I am writhing beneath him, my legs spread fully for him, my fingers clenched in his hair. He moves his hand away, and I'm about to protest when he slides a finger inside me. I cry out at the pressure of it, at the friction. He moves his hand at the same pace as his tongue, deep and fast and rough. It builds, and I rock harder, needing more, needing him. He groans, the noise vibrating through me. Then he slides in another finger, spreading me wider, opening me up even more to him. It is too much to bear. Callum, I'm going to... It feels... I cry out, my breathing fast, as release crushes over me, through me. The world blurs. There is only this feeling, wild and raw, pumping through my veins. I feel like the wind that tears through the northlands, and the animals that rage through the forests. He growls, his mouth clamping over the bundle of nerves, tasting me as I come undone beneath him. When I finally settle back into my body, I'm panting, splayed out on the bed. Callum kisses me gently between my legs, his eyes on mine. The wolf is prominent behind them. When he pulls away, his lips are moist. He drags his teeth over them, a low growl scraping against his throat. He climbs back over me and gently kisses my mouth. I moan against his lips, brushing my fingertips down the side of his face. I am aware of his hard length pressing against my bare thigh. I should feel embarrassed, yet I do not think I have ever felt so relaxed in all of my life. He looks down at me and smiles softly.
Well,
he asks, mischief in his expression.
Does a gentleman do that?
Chapter 44. I do not believe that gentlemen do that, I whisper. Callum grins. The wolf is still in his eyes. His irises are forest green and glint in the flickering light coming from the hearth. I feel warm and soft and weightless. It makes me even more aware of the solidity of his body, which hovers over mine, and the hard length that presses against my bare thigh. Another lick of heat pulses through me. What would it be like to make him lose control in the way that he just did to me? I do not know much about men, but I know if I touched him. His eyes darken as if he knows the direction of my thoughts. I try to slip my hand between us, but his body is flush with mine. So I nudge his big shoulder. Conflict mingled with something else crosses his features before, warily, he lets me push him onto his back. I prop myself up on my elbow. I am transfixed by his body. I take in his large biceps and the dusting of hair on his chest. I cannot help but recall the first moment I laid eyes on him, when I found the size and strength of him threatening. Now it stirs something very different to fear inside me. How can a male be built this way? His sculpted frame rivals that of the marble statues of the gods that line the king's approach to the palace, hard and powerful, and commanding attention. Only his cheeks are flushed, and his lips are swollen, and his chest moves up and down quickly. I have done that to him. Despite coming undone beneath him just moments ago, letting him have total control of my body, I feel powerful. What else can I do to him? I touch his chest. He watches my hand as I run my fingertips down the ridges of his torso. I reach the hard V of his hips and cast my gaze downward. His arousal is obvious, visible through the thin material of his breeches. I hover my hand above it, my heart hammering in my chest. Callum seems to stop breathing. I think I have as well. I have never done this before, never touched a man. I have never wanted to until now. Will he finally lose control around me? Will he bend me over and take me in the way wolves take their women? Before, that frightened me. Now, heat pools between my legs in the place that is already slick and wet. Tentatively, I move my hand down. Callum lets out a low growl of frustration and grabs my wrist before I can touch him. In a sudden movement, he pulls me back to the pillow, turns me onto my side, and pulls me against his chest. His whole body is tense, flush against mine. His heart hammers against my back. "What are you doing?" I growl.
We have a big day tomorrow.
His voice is strained.
You'll meet with the king. You should get some rest.
A swell of disappointment grows in my chest. You don't want me to touch you?
More than anything, I want you to touch me.
He swallows.
But it wouldn't be right. I'll give to you, but I won't take from you. That's where I draw the line.
I huff. You are a gentleman after all, then?
I'm a wolf and an alpha. I must have my honor.
His hard length presses against my behind. I shift slightly. He hisses through his teeth and puts his hand flat on my stomach, fingers splayed. He holds me still against him.
Princess, that's not a good idea.
If you don't like it, do something about it.
Speak to me like that again, and I shall bend you over my knee.
He growls in my ear. Indignation spreads through my body, heating and pooling between my legs. He chuckles and kisses the back of my neck, causing another thrill to surge through me.
And I do like it,
he says.
I like it very much.
Then why?
One day.
He promises darkly.
One day I will show you what happens when you touch a wolf.
He strokes my bare stomach, his hand beneath my shirt.
Now, go to sleep,
he says. The movement of his hand is gentle and soothing, and, weightless as I am, I soon find my eyelids drooping and my body relaxing into his. The Wolf King is truly back, I ask.
Aye. He'll address everyone tomorrow morning. We'll speak with him then.
Are you worried?
No,
he says, but I catch a hint of hesitation. What happened? Why did he need your aid?
He was visiting one of the outlying clans, trying to drum up support for the war. He ran into Sebastian's soldiers not far from here. The force of the army was much larger than it usually would be to siege a fairly insignificant castle, and they had better weapons than I've ever seen them fight with before. They took the whole castle and fort. We barely escaped with our lives. Some didn't.
He's coming for me, I say, horror replacing the warmth in my body. I knew this was coming, and for a while, I'd let myself forget. I was a fool.
Aye.
His chest hardens against my back, and he pulls me a little closer, his hand firm on my torso.
They're getting close.
Does the Wolf King know they were there because of me? He hesitates again.
No. I think James presumed they'd got wind they'd be visiting, and the attack was in his honour. I haven't told him about you yet.
Silence falls over us, thick and heavy. All I can hear are the dwindling flames in the hearth, and the wind blowing against the castle walls. Words don't need to be said. When the Wolf King finds out I am the princess of his enemy, things could go badly.
He won't hurt you,
Callum says finally. He sounds so certain that I want to believe him. Yet it is a while before I fall asleep. I dream of wolf eyes, watching me through the trees. The weak morning sun shines on the 2 dresses laid out on Callum's bed. Callum retrieved them for me, not wanting me to encounter any wolves while wearing only his shirt. Now he sits in his armchair, looking out of the window with a pensive look on his face. He's fiddling with the button of his cuff. If today wasn't such a big day, I might be worrying that he regrets what happened last night. But today, I meet with the Wolf King. I have no time to be dwelling on stubborn alphas, or the things that he did to me with his tongue. I look between the 2 costumes I instructed Callum to bring me. The first impression I make with his king is important, and I have a difficult choice to make. One garment is white and simple. It would make me look innocent and demure, like a perfect princess, a perfect doll. The other is the black dress that caught my eye when I first arrived here. It's striking, with intricate lace sleeves and a high collar. It is something someone important would wear, someone powerful. I run my fingers down the dark material, tempted by the power it seems to hold. The 2 are polar opposites. Which one would your king like best? I ask. Callum slides his gaze from the mountains to me. I place my hands on my hips. Which dress?
They're both bonny. You'll look beautiful whatever you wear.
I exhale. That's not the point. He raises his eyebrows and looks confused. I shake my head. Never mind, you are truly useless. He grins, then shrugs, moving his gaze back to the window. I cannot tell whether it is what we did last night that troubles him, or the upcoming meeting with the king. Either way, I have more important things to be worrying about right now. I eventually settle on the white dress, deeming the black too threatening. I was dressed in white the first time I was paraded in front of Sebastian, and though the outcome wasn't favourable to me, it gained the best outcome for my kingdom. I comb my fingers through my hair, then pull on my boots. I'm ready, I say finally. He turns his head and offers me a genuine smile, his eyes bright in the morning light.
You look perfect.
Are you sure?
Aye.
He opens his mouth as if to say something, then seems to think better of it. He runs a hand over his mouth, then turns his gaze back to the grey sky.
We'll head down in half an hour.
I don't think I can wait that long. Not with Callum in such an odd mood, my thoughts consumed with what I let him do to me last night, and my doomed future creeping ever closer. Something black catches my eye on the stone floor by the armchair, giving the whirlwind inside my chest a focal point. I pick up Blake's collar. He said he needed Callum alive. For what purpose? He said some other horrible things about me too, and he kissed me. I'm going to return this, I say, holding up the collar. Callum turns his head to look at me, his eyes momentarily hardening on the obsidian stone at the collar's centre. His nostrils flare, then he smiles.
Okay, but if you're not back in 10 minutes, I'm going to murder him.
I nod. Glad to have something to do, I head to Blake's chambers. Chapter 45. I enter Blake's chambers without knocking. He's in his armchair again, reading that book he took from my room. He turns the page, then reaches for a teacup on the table beside him. From the fresh herbal scent in the room, I'd wager it is full of peppermint tea. He takes a sip, then goes back to his book.
Have you met the last person, other than you, who burst into my chambers unannounced?
He asks. No.
That's because they're dead.
Am I supposed to be scared?
Yes.
He flicks the page.
You smell like wet dog, by the way. I knew Callum wouldn't be able to resist playing with his new toy.
I hold up his black collar to show I won't be wearing it anymore. I've come to return this. He shrugs, not lifting his gaze from his book.
You can put it on the desk.
Irritation flares inside me. Is he not even going to look at me? Deep down, I know it's not just annoyance at Blake that flickers beneath my skin and makes my chest feel tight. It's fear, too. I'm afraid of this uncharted territory I find myself in. I'm playing a game, and I don't know the rules any longer. I'm lost among wolves, and I think I am falling for one of them. I shared something with him last night that is forbidden to me, and he has been distant with me all morning. And soon, I must meet with his king, a male so fearsome that the other wolves fall behind him. I thought if I came to the Northlands, I could win the right to choose my own fate. But the Wolf King is the one who holds all the cards here, and I do not know what moves I need to play in order to win. I take a deep breath, forcing my emotions down and hardening my soul. I focus my attention on the wolf before me instead. He looks as disheveled as he did on the night of the storm, perhaps even more so. He's wearing the same clothes as last night. His white shirt is untucked, and there are a few spots of blood on his unbuttoned collar. His dark hair is messy, and his feet are bare as he rests them on a footstool. The candle beside him flickers and is almost burnt out, even though the morning light permeates the narrow window behind him. I wonder if he slept at all. Are you going to apologize? I ask. His gaze slides to mine as if I've finally caught his attention.
I saved his life. You should be thanking me.
You said... My cheeks flame. You said some very inappropriate things about me. A stupid dimple creases one of his cheeks. The smile doesn't meet his eyes.
Come now. You can't be acting shy any longer. Not after whatever you and that big oaf got up to last night.
You kissed me.
It was hardly a kiss.
A tornado rages inside my chest, rattling my bones, and I need to release it. I toss his collar onto the floor between us. Here! As soon as I've done it, I regret it. I don't know much about wolves, but these collars are important to the alphas. Blake may be different than the others, but he is an alpha nonetheless. For a moment, we're paused in time. Neither of us moves, and the air is heavy and silent. He slides his feet off the footstool and rises. A part of me wants to step back, but I make myself hold my ground. I won't cower, not before him. He surprises me by crouching onto one knee before me. He picks up the collar, then looks up. His body heat envelops me, and I catch the scent of dark forests and peppermint tea. He moistens his lips, and for some reason, what Callum did to me last night crashes into my mind, followed by one of the horrible things that Blake said, about having me ride his face. When Blake smirks, I realize that was exactly his intention. I have had many things to be angry about. My father, selling me off to the highest bidder, my mother dying, my brother's cold indifference, the high priest's cruelty. It is now that wildfire that spreads through my veins. And when Blake slowly rises to his full height, I slap him across the face with all the strength I have. The crack echoes around his chambers as his head jerks to one side. I pull back, stunned, my heartbeat the only thing I can hear, my palms stinging. I cannot believe I just did that. I have never hit anyone in all my 20 years of life. Princesses don't hit people. They especially don't hit wolves, or alphas, or alpha wolves that other alphas seem to fear. Callum described Blake as the most dangerous male in the kingdom of wolves, and I just slapped him. Goddess! As the mists of rage and confusion ebb away, I notice Blake is smiling. His cheek is bright red, and his eyes dance.
The rabbit has grown some claws,
he says. Don't touch me again.
Likewise.
He walks back across the room, tossing the collar on the table, before dropping into his armchair.
Out of interest, what will you do if I touch you again?
He arches an eyebrow.
Put buckthorn in my tea.
I narrow my eyes. Wolf's bane. He smiles, then leans back in his seat and rests his ankle on his knee. He grabs his book and starts reading, as if he's finished with me, as if I am no threat. I decide he is not worth any more of my time. I have more important things to worry about. I turn on my heel and stride back to the door.
Aurora,
says Blake. What?
You're not planning on meeting the Wolf King dressed like that, are you?
Don't bite. Don't bite. Don't. What's wrong with this dress? I ask, turning back around.
You look like a pretty little doll.
The way he says it doesn't sound like a compliment. Perhaps that's the point.
This is not the kingdom of men.
Meaning?
Do you want to face the Wolf King as a queen or a doll?
I'm not a queen. He quirks an eyebrow.
Are you a doll?
I'll be either, if it gets me out of this alive. He smirks.
James likes his women bold.
I don't trust you.
Probably wise. But I'm not lying.
I scowl as I head out of his chambers. As much as I hate to admit it, I'd gone to Blake's chambers to release some of this pent-up fury. If anything, I now feel even more unsettled. My mind is reeling as I navigate the stone corridors and make my way back to Callum's room. Is Blake lying to make a fool out of me? Or was his advice supposed to help me? I cannot figure it out. What should I do? How should I navigate this dark and treacherous forest when it is the big bad wolf that gives me directions? Callum is still staring out of the window when I arrive. He looks up as I enter, and concern flashes in his eyes.
Are you okay, Princess?
His expression darkens.
Did Blake upset you?
No. I shake my head. I'm fine. He swallows, then nods, exhaling before turning back to the mountains.
Good.
You regret it, don't you? I try to sound confident, as if it doesn't bother me that he's acting distant after what happened last night, but my voice wavers slightly. He turns back to me, his eyebrows lifting. His expression softens. He walks toward me, swamping me with his huge frame. I step back, and he steers me to the bed. When the backs of my legs hit the mattress, I sit down. He crouches down between my legs and places his hands on my hips. His face is more serious than I've ever seen it.
No.
He says.
Never. In another life, in another situation, we'd have spent this morning in bed with me between your thighs.
The corner of his lip lifts as my cheeks flame.
But due to the current situation we're in, I admit I'm a wee bit troubled this morning.
Some of the anxiety building in my chest diminishes, only to be replaced by a greater worry. So you are worried about the king? He sighs.
There is a chance he may not be best pleased about how protective I have become of you.
Something warms inside my chest at the sincerity in his expression. You don't need to tell him.
He'll know.
How?
My scent is all over you.
Heat floods my face, and the reason Blake knew something had happened between us becomes evident. A part of me wonders if that is the reason Callum was happy for me to visit Blake in the first place. Oh, I should wash then.
You see, that's what's troubling me. I want you to smell like me. I like it. I want every wolf to know, James included.
I fold my arms. That doesn't sound sensible. He grins.
Aye, Well, I never said I was sensible. Besides, there's no time now for a bath. Not unless you want to go for a swim in the loch.
He raises his eyebrows, and I smile, remembering how cold the water was when I washed at Glen Marb. From the grin on his face, I think he is remembering it too. He sighs, his breath misting in front of his face.
We should go.
He brushes his lips against my forehead, and my hands reflexively move to chest, my fingers gripping his shirt. He's so firm and solid beneath it, and I want to take comfort in that strength, to take comfort in him. His hands momentarily tighten around my hips. Heat flares inside me, despite the words he mumbles against my skin.
It's time to meet the Wolf King.
Chapter 46. The castle corridors outside Callum's chambers seem colder, the shadows longer. The torches on the wall flicker as we pass, as if possessed by the same nervous energy that builds in my stomach. When I descended the kennel steps that night in Sebastian's castle, I felt as if I was walking into the jaws of a great beast. Now, it has swallowed me. When I meet with the Wolf King, I will find out whether it is to chew me up and spit me back out again. Or worse. Callum walks by my side, his hand pressed against the small of my back. The warmth he radiates is of little comfort, not when he is uncharacteristically quiet. His heavy footsteps echo off the stone walls, steady and slow, as though he is delaying the inevitable. As we reach the stairwell, loud voices pierce the gloom from the lower floors of the castle, some agitated, some excitable, some tainted with anger. It reminds me of the noise one hears on the day of an execution in the King's City. Perhaps there will be an execution today. And yet, all I can think about is the dress I am wearing. It's white and long-sleeved. The perfect doll, that is what Blake said I looked like. I've had little choice over so many things in my life. Who I'd marry, where I'd live, what my purpose should be. But my clothing, the way I present myself, that was a choice I always had. And I was good at it. My dresses were disguises, my makeup a mask. I could choose to blend into the background of a meal in the Great Hall, or be the focal point in a grand ball. I had that choice this morning. I thought I had made the correct one. And yet Blake has gotten under my skin. Should I have chosen differently? Does the Wolf King have a wife? I ask as we make our way down the stairwell.
No.
What kind of women does he like? Callum's eyebrow cocks up, as if he's surprised by the question.
I don't know. Bonny lasses, I suppose.
I sigh. His last lover, who was she?
That'd be Claire.
He lets out a half laugh.
She was a fiery one. Kept him on his toes, that's for sure.
Blake's words come back to me. James likes his women bold. He was telling the truth. I halt on the bottom step. God, is Callum! Callum's eyebrows knit together.
What's the matter?
My heart pounds against my ribcage as my mind reels with choices. I glance at the door ahead, knowing the corridor behind it leads to the great hall where I will meet my fate. I look over my shoulder at the stairway. I take a deep breath. I need to change my dress.
Rory.
Callum's tone is a warning, but I've already turned around. I run back up the stairs, almost tripping over my skirts. Callum is close behind me.
We don't have time for this.
I run into his chambers and close the door in his face. Send someone in to help me! I hear him slam his hand against the wall outside, then curse under his breath.
It's just a dress.
His tone is pointedly even, as though he's trying to reason with a petulant child.
It doesn't matter.
Send someone to help me!
Goddess, give me strength.
He growls.
Fine, but if you're not out in 5 minutes, I'll throw you over my shoulder and take you down to the Great Hall, regardless of what you are or are not wearing.
10 minutes later, I step back into the corridor donning the black dress. It is strange, But after a couple of weeks of wearing clothes that make me fit in, I feel more myself wearing it. It is a beautiful piece of clothing, and I wonder where it came from. The sleeves are made of intricate lace that is shaped into leaves and thorns and branches. One of the servants helped me cinch in the corset at the waist, and the collar is high. I pinned back my hair to accentuate it, and pinched my cheeks to bring some colour to them, though my face must still be pale. My long skirts rustle as they trail across the floor. Callum is pacing up and down, and his hands are in fists at his sides.
Finally!
He spins around, eyes blazing.
You!
He swallows, then blinks a couple of times. His lips part and his eyebrows raise. Taking a deep breath, he dips his head deferentially, his eyes never leaving mine.
Your Highness,
he says. I grab my black skirts and walk past him. It's just a dress. I flash him a smile as I repeat his words to him. He huffs out a laugh as he falls into step beside me. He keeps looking at me, then averting his gaze when I catch his eye.
You know, I forget sometimes who you are. I mean, I don't forget. I know you're the princess. Well,
He exhales.
Goddess, you've got me tongue-tied. What I mean to say is that you look nice.
I hide my smile, though I'm sure it's evident in my tone. Thank you, Callum.
It makes me think.
What? He sighs.
Nothing. A silly fantasy.
I throw him a curious look, but he merely smiles sheepishly and gestures ahead. The great hall is full of noise when we reach it, though it barely competes with the beating of my heart. Brody, the small freckled boy, is playing bagpipes again by the open double doors. In another situation, I might tell him that he has improved. The screeching has started to actually sound like music. Instead, I let loose a shaky breath. I need to reserve all of my energy to keep my head held high and to stop myself from running. Is he in there, your king?
Not yet. Thank the goddess. He likes to make an entrance.
I take a deep breath. The air tastes like wood smoke and whiskey.
He won't harm you,
says Callum, touching the small of my back. There's a mass of wolves in the great hall already, shouting and laughing as they wait. Even if he doesn't, the others might, I say. My people have just attacked your people once more. Who is to say that the whole room won't turn on me? He cups my face in his big hand and bends to rest his forehead against mine.
I won't let that happen. I swear it.
I run a hand over his chest, feeling the strength in him, before resting my palm against his heart. It beats steadily, calm, unafraid. I'm not sure I believe this will work out in my favour, but Callum seems confident at least. He brushes his lips against my forehead, running his hand over the back of my neck.
Come,
he says. He takes my hand, then leads me through the doors. The tables have been pushed to the sides of the hall, where the tapestries that depict the story of the elder wolf hang. Callum pushes through the tangle of limbs. Those nearest to us move aside to let us pass. Some look at me strangely, confusion and curiosity dancing in their eyes. I wonder if my dress lends a clue as to who I really am. I suppose I no longer look like a kitchen maid. I look like the daughter of their enemy king. I keep my head high, though my grip on Callum's hand tightens. He squeezes back as he leads me up the steps onto the wooden platform, where the Alpha's table usually stands. In its place, there is now a large wooden throne. It is simple, but the back has been carved into an image of trees twisting up to a full moon. The Alphas of the clans stand on either side of it, 6 in total, including Robert, the acting Wolf King. Callum leads me to one side of the platform. From the far end of the lineup, Blake catches my eye. He looks very different from the dishevelled male I encountered earlier. He's changed out of his scruffy clothes and is wearing an elegant black coat with silver buttons over a dark shirt and breeches.
How did it go with Blake, anyway?
Asks Callum under his breath. Well, I fight the flush of embarrassment. I hit him. Callum's eyebrows lift.
He let you hit him?
No, Callum, he didn't let me hit him. Why would you say that?
You're very small.
He grins as I glare at him.
You're not going to hit me, are you?
Oh, be quiet. He looks at Blake, who is straightening his cuffs, and his expression darkens.
He may look like a wee weasel, but he's more capable than he seems. He was in the King's Guard for a time, if you believe his stories. He's a deadly warrior when he chooses to fight, rather than stab people in the back or poison them. It's hard to believe you could just walk into his chambers and hit him.
Perhaps that's how I did it, because you males have such difficulty in believing women could do such things.
Perhaps,
says Callum. Across the room, Blake smirks, and I'm sure he's listening. I'm trying to think of something I can say to annoy Blake when the bagpipe music stops. I breathe in sharply. Callum tenses, his hard bicep brushing my arm. A hush descends over the great hall. For a moment, the air is thick with silence. The pipes start playing again, but it's a more regal piece with a slower rhythm.
it'll be okay,
Mutters Callum, and I'm not sure if he's speaking to me or himself, as the crowd parts to create a walkway in the centre of the room. My heart beats fast. I think of the little that I know of the Wolf King. He united 7 warring Northlands clans, and big brutish alphas follow his command. He likes bold women. I need him to like me if I am to escape execution, and to avoid going back to Sebastian. Be bold, I tell myself, though my insides are twisting, and a storm is billowing in my chest. Be bold. I raise my chin as all gazes turn to the back of the great hall. The Wolf King steps through the wooden doors. He looks like no king I have encountered before. Tall and muscular, he wears no crown or fancy jewels, and dresses simply in a cream shirt and kilt. His sleeves are rolled to his elbows, revealing tattoos inked on his corded forearms. His tangled hair is brown, and it brushes his powerful shoulders. I cannot quite tell his age, but I'd wager he's around 30. He commands all the attention in the room, and as he strides toward us, the wolves drop to one knee. As he gets closer, and my pulse races faster, I notice that his kilt is predominantly red, like Callum's, but it's a different pattern. It seems to contain the colours of all the clans. He walks up the steps of the platform, his boots thudding and shaking the wood. The alphas all dip their heads deferentially, Callum included. I, however, cannot stop staring. The Wolf King's eyes land on mine, and he frowns. Slowly, he walks toward me. Callum tenses, and my insides clench. Be bold. He seems to appraise me for a moment.
It's customary to kneel in the presence of a king,
he says. His voice is low and powerful, thick with the accent of the Northlands. I always thought my wedding day was the moment my whole life was building toward, but now I think perhaps it was this one. I have one moment to make an impression, one moment to show I am not a useless doll, nor a pawn to be played in a game between men, nor a statue made of stone with nothing inside. I spared Ryan in that fighting ring. I chose to come with Callum to this kingdom of wolves. I bartered with him for my freedom. Be bold, my pounding heartbeat demands. Be bold. I swallow and raise my chin. A real princess does not kneel to a false king, I say. There's a collective intake of breath within the great hall. A few of the alphas step forward. Shouts ring through the room. Robert's hand curls around his sword. I can barely focus on the disruption I have created. The hall is blurring around me. The adrenaline that pumps through my veins makes everything seem far away. I brace myself. I wait for the Wolf King to strike me down, to push me to my knees, or throw me into the dungeons. As my pulse calms, I notice his displeasure is focused on Callum, who has stepped forward, his arm in front of mine. His head is no longer dipped, and his hard gaze is locked on the Wolf King in direct challenge. My insides twist. Goddess, what have I done? Across the platform, Blake's lips curve into a wicked smile. I try to think of something, anything I can do to make this right, to make it look like Callum is not challenging his king. Then the Wolf King's jaw tightens as he stares at Callum.
"A word, please, brother," he says.
My eyebrows lift as James walks past us both, heads down the steps leading down from the platform and through a door behind the throne. Callum scans the great hall as a mixture of hostile and intrigued faces stare up at us. When he doesn't find what or who he is looking for, he turns to Blake. He gives me a hard look before turning on his heel and following the Wolf King through the door, leaving me alone with the wolves. Blake saunters over with his hands in his pockets. He stares out at the room.
"Well, it was bold, I'll give you that,"
he says. Chapter 47. You said be bold, I hiss.
"Yes, look him in the eye, answer his questions. Don't cower before him. I didn't expect you to challenge his claim to the throne."
Blake laughs, and it's a real laugh too, not contrived like usual.
"That was excellent. Not for you, obviously, but for me, that was truly entertaining."
Shut up, Blake. The great hall is filled with agitated voices. Someone shouts, "Death to the Southland's king!" I chew my bottom lip. Callum is the Wolf King's brother. I am standing on the precipice of a storm that could break at any moment. All it will take is one wolf to charge onto this platform, one alpha to draw his sword. Robert certainly looks like he wants to, as he mutters darkly to the large red-haired male beside him. I glance at the door behind the throne. If the worst happens, that is where I will run. I would rather take my chances against the Wolf King with Callum at my side than this unruly mob with only Blake for company. Blake is completely at ease beside me, his hands in the pockets of his breeches. It is as if he is looking out onto one of the Northland's lochs on a peaceful morning. His eyebrow cocks up.
"He didn't tell you?"
There's an irritating smugness to his tone. He knows damn well that Callum didn't tell me, and he is clearly trying to get a rise out of me. An ugly feeling of betrayal twists with the anxiety building in my stomach. Why would Callum have kept something so important from me? I want to voice my concern, but I do not want Blake to see my weakness. I swallow. I focus on one of the tapestries that shows the elder wolf howling at the moon, so I don't have to look at the sea of hostile faces.
"They have a complicated relationship."
Blake's voice drops to a whisper, answering my unasked question anyway. I try not to take the bait, yet I cannot fight the curiosity that flares within. How so? Blake's lips curve into a smile, as if he's pleased I'm willing to play his game with him.
"Their father started all this."
He inclines his head at the crowd of wolves in the hall.
"Bringing all the clans together. He was the first Wolf King. When he died..."
Blake puts a strange weight on the word, and his eyes glint in the morning light that seeps through the narrow windows.
"It left the position open. It was assumed one of his sons would take the title, though things do not work the same way here as they do in the Southlands. No one is entitled to the position based on the blood that runs in their veins. Rather, it is based on the blood that they spill. Any wolf can win the throne."
By challenging the current king? Blake inclines his head.
"The appointment is more political than they will admit, though. Without the backing of at least half the clans, the title means nothing."
There would be continuous civil war, I suppose. A half smile plays on Blake's lips.
"Indeed."
What has that got to do with Callum and James?
James had more backing with the clans here. He is more similar to his father. But Callum had support from some of the outlying clans.
He drops his voice lower, and I have to strain to hear him over the rabble.
It tipped the scale in his favor.
So he should have won? Blake shrugs a shoulder.
If he'd beaten James,
He lost the challenge.
He forfeited.
My brow furrows. Why?
That's the question, isn't it?
Says Blake, his eyes glinting with intrigue.
A question many wolves are still asking. And by asking the question,
it weakens James's claim to the throne. I lower my voice because I do not want anyone to hear me. Surely this is a treasonous thing to say. You don't know who would have won if they'd actually fought. By walking away, Callum made his brother look weak.
Which James is not particularly thankful for.
My insides clench at the knowledge. Callum's strange sense of calm as we walked into this den of wolves, and his assurance that he'd be able to talk his king into letting me stay, clearly relied on their familial bond. Yet it seems their relationship is complicated, maybe more so than Callum realizes. That same kindness and sense of loyalty that drew me to him could wind up being my downfall. Has he been too generous in trusting his brother? I try to settle my violent pulse, wondering what they are speaking about behind the closed door.
You look exquisite, by the way,
says Blake, his voice smooth like honey. My head snaps toward him, but he is staring at a spot of wall above the oak doors at the opposite side of the hall.
You should never pretend to be less than what you are.
My jaw tightens. That is rich coming from him. Blake is a male whose entire persona seems contrived. He continually wears a mask of disinterest to hide his true intentions, whatever they may be. And you don't pretend? Dimples puncture his cheeks.
I'm always pretending.
The door behind the throne opens, and both of us look over our shoulders. Callum stands in the doorway, looking tense. He gestures me over with a strained smile. His gaze slides to Blake and hardens. He says something I cannot hear, and Blake inclines his head.
As the king commands,
he replies. My heart is in my throat as I walk past the throne and down the steps toward Callum. This is it. This is the moment when my fate will be sealed. Blake looks bored as he follows closely behind.
Calm yourself,
he whispers, his tone dark.
Wolves like to hunt little rabbits. Your pulse is pounding so hard that even I could be tempted to give chase.
Be quiet, I snap. How is saying something repugnant like that supposed to help?
Who says I'm trying to help?
When we reach the doorway, Callum steers me into the room. His hand is strong and comforting on my lower back.
It'll be all right,
he says under his breath.
He just wants to meet you.
Blake follows and shuts the door behind us, sealing out the noise from the great hall. It is as if I have left the hurricane and now stand in the very eye of the storm. The room we are in is small and windowless, claustrophobic. There is no escape. A fire crackles in the hearth and fills the air with the thick scent of wood smoke. Above the mantel, a large rectangle of the stone wall is lighter than the rest, as though a painting or tapestry once hung there, but has since been removed. There is no furniture, except for a couple of high-backed leather armchairs. The Wolf King sits in one, and his fingers drum against the arm of the chair. Now I know they are brothers. I can see some of the similarities between them, despite their different hair colours, and the ink that covers James's arms. Tall, broad-shouldered, and well-built, I can imagine both are a fearsome sight on a battlefield. They also have a similar stubbornness in the line of their jaw, and almond-shaped eyes, though James's are hazel. We assess one another, and an uncomfortable silence spreads across the room. I will my pulse to calm, and my posture to remain straight as I push down my emotions. Be bold. Finally, James leans forward.
So, this is the Princess of the Southlands.
She.
Callum starts to speak, but James's gaze snaps toward him.
You've had your chance to speak, brother.
His tone is harsh and gruff. I catch a huff of laughter from Blake, where he leans by the door with his arms folded across his chest. I meet James's glare. Yes.
A lot of my men died because of you,
he says.
Good men.
Callum grits his teeth, and a flash of pain passes over his features. It is as though he bears the weight of those lives lost. A lot of my men have died because of you too, I say softly. The king's jaw tightens in the same way Callum's does when he is displeased. He runs a hand over his stubble.
Our sources tell us your betrothed has the heart of the moon. Is that true?
I would not know. I only met him twice. His gaze moves to Blake.
Are we certain he has it?
Blake shrugs.
As certain as we can be.
James rises, and I tense at the power that radiates from him. Callum shifts slightly, so that his arm is in front of mine. I fight the urge to step back.
Has my brother dishonored you?
James's voice is dangerously quiet. Indignation rises in me, my cheeks flaming.
I would never.
Callum growls.
I can smell you all over her, brother.
James's eyes blaze as he glares at Callum.
What were you thinking? You kidnapped the princess of our enemy without running it by me first, provoking the wrath of both their king's army and Sebastian's army. A plan that would have pleased me had my men been prepared for it, and had you not gone all sappy-eyed for the lass. He has wolves working for him, you know, prisoners he's turned. If I can smell you all over her, they will too. How the fuck are we to treat her when Sebastian will know that you've had her first?
My breathing sharpens, my stomach hardening. I feel as if my insides are turning to steel.
We're not trading her.
Callum's body is unsettlingly still.
You forget your place, brother. Don't make me put you in the dungeons.
Callum laughs, but it is not his usual easy laugh. It is dark and unfamiliar.
I'd like to see you try.
The air thickens in the room, and the tension is like a palpable thing. It is like elastic pulled too tight. Callum is breathing fast, and James's biceps strain against his shirt. I need to do something, anything, to stop this from happening. If they fight and James wins, I am doomed. Callum will be locked away, leaving my fate in the hands of the Wolf King, who clearly does not want me here. If Callum wins, surely civil war will break out among the wolves, and the mob will turn on me anyway. I can be of more use to you here, I say, my voice quiet, yet clear. Both of them snap their heads toward me. You do not even know for certain Sebastian has the relic you seek. I make my voice sound stronger, more commanding. I was raised in the Southlands Palace. I know the King's City. I know its defences. And what's more, I know how my father's mind works. My father and Sebastian do not care for my safety. I am nothing but a pawn to them. But they care that you've taken me. It makes them look weak. They will stop at nothing to get me back, and that will make them careless. I force myself to look the Wolf King in the eye. If you want to win this war, you do not need some old rock that may or may not have magical powers. You need a strategy. You need me. The first hint of a smile ghosts James's lips as he looks at me.
And why should we trust you, daughter of my enemy? She chose to come here, you know,
says Blake as he studies his fingernails.
So strange for a rabbit to walk willingly into a den of wolves. Is that so?
Asks James.
Aye.
Callum sounds almost proud.
It's true.
James blows out hot air. Then he laughs.
Fuck it. Let's keep her. Piss off some southern cunts. No offence, Blake.
He slaps Callum's arm, then walks past us to the door. When he glances over his shoulder at me, something unreadable passes over his face. I tense, even as Callum relaxes beside me. There's something hard in his eyes, something calculating. This doesn't feel right. He was too easily persuaded. Too many of his people have died because of me. Blake watches him warily too. James smiles, and I could almost believe I imagined it.
Come, let us put this behind us. Tonight we feast. Make no mistake, the Southlands armies are on their way. Tomorrow, We'll further discuss how the princess can be of use to us.
Chapter 48. The great hall is transformed for James's feast. There is drinking and laughter and shouting. We eat roast venison and potatoes, and vegetables smothered with butter. Fires roar in the two hearths, fighting the cold night that seeps through the narrow windows. The air is thick with the scent of wood smoke. As the night gets darker, the food gets cleared away, and people dance raucously to the upbeat music coming from the band in the corner. The sound of bagpipes and fiddles and drums accompanies stomping feet that shake the hall. To an outsider, it would seem like a joyous occasion, yet the emotions inside my chest are as turbulent as the couples spinning on the dance floor and the wind that rattles the windows. Something is wrong. Despite James telling the wolves I am not to be harmed, hostile eyes have fallen on me all evening. The thought that Magnus and his friends must be here somewhere puts me further on edge. I do not want those disgusting men so much as looking at me. And what's more, I do not trust the Wolf King. There was something about the way he looked at me that worries me. Whatever his plans are, I do not think they will work in my favour. I have had no time to voice my concerns to Callum. He has been in meetings with the other alphas all day, leaving me in my chambers with Ryan at my door. Now, we are seated at the alpha table, with Callum in deep conversation with his brother about battle tactics, as he has been for most of the evening. I'm fiddling with my wooden beaker of water when Blake drops into the empty chair beside me. He's taken off his black coat, and his dark shirt is unbuttoned at the collar. There's a slight flush to his cheeks.
Hello, little rabbit.
I catch a hint of whiskey on his breath.
Enjoying the festivities?
Are you drunk?
Exceedingly.
He leans over me to reach for a decanter full of amber-coloured liquid. I have to lean back to prevent getting his armpit in my face.
Yet you are not drunk in the slightest. Something we simply must rectify.
He tops up his glass, then fills my beaker and pushes it toward me. His eyes glint in the torchlight, curious and watchful, and certainly more intelligent than his current demeanour suggests. I wonder if he is even drunk, or whether this is just a game. Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? For me to drink all this and start behaving like that? I gesture at one of the men stumbling around on the dance floor, who, as if knowing the point I'm trying to prove, trips over his boots and crashes into one of the tables, knocking over a chair and spilling a jug of ale. A dimple creases one of Blake's cheeks.
Not at all. I'm merely trying to help. You seem on edge, little rabbit. Whiskey helps.
I'd prefer to keep my wits about me. I scan the great hall, filled with wolves who gave me grief before they knew I was the Southland's princess. I catch sight of Isla, dancing and giggling with a group of women. I think of what Magnus tried to do to me. I cannot suppress the cold shiver that crawls up my spine, despite the blazing heat in here.
It's a shame Magnus couldn't make it tonight,
says Blake, as though he read my mind.
He got a nasty bout of food poisoning, as did his friends. They're in my infirmary. Don't worry, though. I'm taking care of them.
His voice is as dark as the night outside the castle. The great hall seems to still. The music fades. All I can hear is my heartbeat, pounding in my ears. My gaze snaps up to Blake's, and something in his eyes makes me shiver. I recall the vial of poison he took from me in the kitchens, the one I was going to use on Isla. He said he had a use for it. Did he use it on them? The corner of his lip quirks in answer to my unasked question. Will they survive? I ask.
Perhaps not.
He shrugs.
What do you think?
A shadow stirs inside me, provoked by the darkness in Blake's gaze. Everything else seems distant. He is offering to kill them for me. I do not know how to feel about that. They deserve death for what they were intending to do. But could my conscience bear it? I swallow. I don't know.
Pity.
Are they in pain?
Very much so.
I grab my beaker with shaking hands, clutching at the wood until my knuckles whiten. I smile. Good. Blake raises his glass, and goddess help me, I clink my beaker against it and drain it. I wince as the hot, smoky liquid burns my throat. Coughing, I blaze it back down upon the table. Blake nudges the bottle toward me before getting up and walking back into the crowd. I pour myself another whiskey. He's right. It does take the edge off.
You're drunk!
Callum roars. Hundreds of candles flicker on the tabletops, and the light dances over his handsome face. James has gone to mingle with his people, so Callum and I are alone at the alpha table. The great hall is a blur of dancing and brawling and music. I poke him in the chest, feeling the hard muscle beneath his shirt. I giggle. You're drunk. He laughs, as if he cannot believe what he's seeing.
Aye, I am a bit. Not as much as you.
He shakes his head.
You're going to be a bloody nightmare tomorrow when the hangover kicks in. Goddess, I'm a wee bit scared.
You're scared of me?
Oh, aye. Very.
You said I was small.
You are small. You're a small and fearsome creature.
His face swims in and out of focus. I grab both sides of his head and push my forehead into his. That's not a very nice thing to say. He laughs again, and his big hands curl around my waist.
You see? Terrifying.
I dip my mouth to his ear. That thing you did last night. I want you to do it again. He stills, his fingers tightening, and a soft groan scrapes his throat. His expression is pained.
Let's see how you feel in the morning, shall we?
No, now. He twists me around and pulls me onto his lap.
You see, you're a small, fearsome, and demanding creature.
His warm breath tickles my ear.
And believe me when I say, if you torture me tonight, I shall repay the debt tomorrow.
I'm not torturing you. I try to face him, but he pulls me back again, his thick arm hooked around my waist. His chest rises and falls deeply against my back.
Oh, but you are. I'm hard just thinking about what we did last night, and about how much I want to do it again right now.
His words turn my insides to molten gold. He nips my ear with his teeth, and I gasp.
I'd slide my hand between your legs right now if I could. I'd make you come while they all danced, oblivious to what I was doing to you.
My pulse hammers in my ears, heat pooling at my core. Why don't you do it then? The wolf is in his eyes, and he does not try to hide it.
Because you're drunk, and I'm drunk, and I fear you'd regret it in the morning.
I stroke the side of his face, my fingers tracing his lips. I wouldn't. His eyes return to their usual forest green.
Be that as it may, I won't take that risk while you're drunk. I will dance with you, though.
I'm not drunk. I push my fingers into his mouth. He nips them playfully with his teeth. I giggle.
You are very drunk, princess.
He glances at the writhing mass of people on the dance floor.
Let's dance.
I don't know the moves. Callum nods at a couple of wolves, spinning around and causing mayhem as others dodge out of their path.
I don't think many of them do either.
A grin spreads across my face, and I jump up. Okay, come on then. He takes a deep breath, giving me a sheepish smile.
Aye, just give me a moment.
He looks away from me, exhaling. I'm about to ask him what the problem is, but he adjusts his kilt and gets up. He puts an arm around my waist, smiles, and leads me to the dance floor. I'm happy. The thought jolts through me like a silver bullet, unfamiliar and strange and certain. My feet ache from dancing. Strands of my hair escape their pins and stick to my face. My chest hurts because I'm constricted by my corset, and I'm far too hot beneath my long lacy sleeves. Yet I am happy. I do not hide the smile on my face, or my squeal of glee as Callum spins me around, his eyes filled with wonder and delight. His hands are warm and firm around mine. The joy that has washed over me seems to have flooded the entire great hall. The dance floor has cleared a little since earlier, with some of the wolves heading into the alcoves, but the nearby wolves dance alongside us. They're too caught up in the music and the alcohol and their own laughter to throw any ill feeling my way. I have attended many dances in my 20 years, but I've never cut loose and felt so free. Callum laughs as I spread my arms and spin around. He pulls me close.
I've just seen Fee. I need to speak with her about something.
His warm breath tickles my ear, and I giggle.
Come on, sit down for a moment. Let's get you a glass of water. I fear the havoc you will cause if I leave you unattended.
He grins as he leads me to one of the tables and sits me down on the bench.
I'll be back in a moment.
He kisses my forehead.
Be good, okay?
He strides over to Fiona, who is standing by the oak doors dressed in her stable gear. It could be my imagination, but she looks a little tense. I follow her gaze to the seat at the middle of the alpha table where James now sits. He is speaking with Robert, one hand on a tankard of ale. As they're speaking, Blake walks past them to the band. Nearby, Brodie is watching them play. The young male's expression is a mixture of resentment and awe, and the corner of my lip twitches. Blake whispers something to one of the band members. They change the tune they're playing to something a little slower. I sway on the bench. The melody is familiar to me, though I cannot place it. I reach for a beaker and pour myself a glass of water. When I turn back to the dance floor, Blake stands in front of me. He holds out a slender hand.
Would you care to dance?
He asks. Chapter 49. For a moment, I am speechless. My gaze travels up his black shirt, now buttoned up to the collar, and lands on his face. I cannot read his expression. He seems serious, yet his eyes glint in the torchlight as though they hold 1,000 secrets. The dance floor blurs behind him as people slow their steps to the new melody that's playing. Where have I heard this song before? You want to dance with me? I ask.
Yes.
A giggle escapes my lips, and Blake tilts his head to the side, the movement almost cat-like.
Does that amuse you, little rabbit?
I lean back against the table and take a sip from my beaker, welcoming the coldness of the water as it travels down my throat. I am hot, too hot, and my mind feels fuzzy from all the whiskey. Blake tracks my every movement as I brush a strand of hair out of my face. Do you think me a fool, Blake?
On the contrary, dance with me.
If you mean to provoke Callum, he's otherwise engaged. I put down my beaker and raise an eyebrow. You're wasting your time. He smiles, dimples puncturing his cheeks. I could almost forget that he is a manipulative snake when he looks at me like that.
I am not trying to provoke your master, little rabbit. That would be a waste of my time.
What are you trying to do, then?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I frown. Callum is not my master.
Prove it.
He glances at his hand, still outstretched.
Dance with me.
The shadows in the great hall seem to gravitate toward him as the candles flicker, as though attracted to whatever darkness resides in his soul. I laugh and shake my head. Do you truly think me so easily manipulated? He smirks.
Oh, darling, I know exactly how to manipulate you.
I'm not dancing with you, am I?
No, but you will.
What makes you so sure? He steps forward and places both hands on the table on either side of me. I breathe in sharply, inhaling his scent of the forest at night as he dips his mouth to my ear.
Because I'm playing a game, little rabbit.
His warm breath tickles my cheek.
And a part of you wants to play too, just to see if you can beat me.
He turns his face toward mine, a challenge glinting in his eyes. Then he steps back, and I can breathe again. Why would I play a game with you when I am at a disadvantage? I say. I do not know the rules, nor the prize.
No. But don't you want to find out?
He holds out his hand. My mother used to tell me stories about Night, the deity who holds the keys to the moon goddess's prison. He tempts mortals into making deals with him, offering them what they desire in exchange for their souls. Blake reminds me of him right now. Dangerous and strange, with eyes gleaming with dark promises. And I hate that I am tempted, because he is right. I do want to find out what he is scheming. Yet if I dance with him, what part of my soul will he claim? He raises an eyebrow. I raise my chin. Perhaps the warm, smoky alcohol I have consumed is giving me false confidence, but I do not think that Blake is as smart as he thinks he is. I place my hand in his. A slow smile spreads across his face as his fingers curl around mine. He leads me to the dance floor. He raises our joined hands and places his other on my waist.
Do you know the Dance of the Dawn?
He asks. Of course.
This music follows the same rhythm.
He pulls me closer, and I place a hand on his shoulder. You wish to perform a Southlands dance in a hall full of Northerners.
We are both Southlanders, are we not?
Is that the game? You wish to antagonize everyone here?
Let's play and find out, shall we?
I incline my head. Very well. I step back, and he releases me. I curtsy and he bows, as is tradition, and then we dance. We step forward, raising our hands, palms almost touching, as we circle one another. We change direction, our gazes locked, our steps careful, graceful, wary. Blake's eyes track my every movement, as though he is a predator, hunting his prey. I think that people are watching us, but it would be unwise to look away from the wolf before me. As the dance progresses, it requires closer contact. Blake's hand curls around mine once more, his other flattening on the small of my back as he spins us around. My hand rests gently on his shoulder, and I fight the urge to sink my fingers into the hard muscle as he moves us faster and faster. His steps are graceful, his poise strong and confident. He is a good dancer. Too good. You said you were part of the King's Guard, I say.
I did.
I did not know that members of the King's Guard had cause to learn to dance. I lift an eyebrow. Certainly not this well. He smirks as we continue our dance around the edge of the dance floor.
You think I dance well? I should be flattered by such a compliment, coming from the princess herself.
I think you're a liar. You were not part of the King's Guard, were you? You're a man of noble birth. There is no other explanation for why you can dance. He spins me under his arm, and I inhale sharply as he pulls me back again.
Interesting theory, little rabbit. I assure you, I was in the King's Guard. I am not a man of noble birth, and there is another explanation.
I do not trust you.
Nor should you.
Tell me the explanation.
I already have, in a way.
Stop speaking in riddles. Tell me what I want to know. I raise my chin. Or I will tell everyone your secret. I smile sweetly. I think there may be a storm coming. I expect him to blanch, for his shoulder to tense beneath my fingers. Instead, he smiles, pulling me closer.
Go ahead,
he whispers.
My account of what you were doing in my chambers late at night will be quite different to yours, I assure you.
His tone is as dark and seductive as the night sky. The heat drains from my body as we continue to circle the dance floor. My pulse pounds so hard in my ears that it almost drowns out the sound that has chilled me to my core. I'm still dancing, but my movements no longer feel like my own. Everything blurs. It is Blake who is leading me, like a puppet master, commanding his toy. The music has reached its crescendo, and the reason why it seemed familiar to me is now clear. I recognize this part of the song. It is the same melody my mother used to sing to me at night. The same melody I hummed to Blake when he was afraid. Why would a band of wolves in the Northlands know the tune my mother loved so dearly? Blake is watching me curiously, his head tilted slightly to one side. I narrow my eyes. What is this?
What is what?
His expression of faux innocence is betrayed by the hungry gleam in his eyes. Why did you ask them to play this music?
It is a well-known wolf melody,
he says, feigning confusion.
About the elder wolf and his love for the moon. I thought you might like it. Do you not?
I try to pull away, but his hand tightens around mine. His slender fingers are like a cold vice. He spins me around.
Do you recognize it?
He asks. You know I do. Let me go.
That wouldn't be wise, little rabbit. Everyone is watching us, including James.
I look around. People are staring at us curiously from the benches, the alcoves, the sides of the hall. The dance floor has cleared, leaving us at its centre. I do not know when that happened. The Wolf King is leaning forward in his chair, an unreadable expression on his face. I search for Callum, seeking a lifeline out of this situation, but he must have left the hall to speak with Fiona. I am truly alone. My eyes meet Blake's. I don't care. I'm leaving.
You should care.
Why? He moves forward so his cheek almost touches mine and lowers his voice.
Because you are in danger. Do you truly believe James will let you stay?
No, but how does dancing with you help my situation?
That is the game, little rabbit. Play with me and find out.
I'm about to tell him that I'll take my chances when his gaze flits over my shoulder.
Too late.
He drops my hand just as a wave of warmth washes over me. Before I can turn, I'm scooped up into big, strong arms. I breathe in sharply, hooking my hands around Callum's neck, my eyes widening in surprise as he claims my mouth with his. It is not a gentle kiss. It is hard and deep and claiming. His tongue moves in strong, dominant strokes against mine. Heat floods through my body, melting the ice as my grip tightens around his neck. I have to fight the moan that threatens to escape me. Too many people are watching. The wolf is in his eyes when he pulls back and glares at Blake. Blake steps back, his eyes dancing with amusement. I feel both him and the Wolf King watching us as Callum carries me out of the great hall. Callum snaps his fingers at Ryan as we pass.
Ryan, I'm putting the princess to bed. You'll guard her door while I attend to some business.
Ryan disentangles himself from his girlfriend Becky and grumbles as he follows us through the castle to my bedchambers. Put me down, I hiss as soon as we're out of earshot of the hall.
No.
I don't want to go to bed. A muscle feathers in his jaw.
You're going to bed, and you'll stay there until I return.
You're angry with me, I say as he carries me up the winding staircase to my chambers.
No.
He doesn't look at me. He pushes the door open, then drops me ungracefully on my bed. Callum! The wolf is in his eyes. He looks like a bloodthirsty warrior. Then he blinks and releases a long breath.
No.
He shakes his head, suddenly looking weary.
No, I'm not angry with you, Princess.
I do not believe him. I wonder if it is because I danced with Blake, or whether something worse is going on. I push myself upright. What did Fiona want?
I'll tell you shortly.
He runs a hand over his mouth.
I need to go check on something. Stay here.
Before I can respond, he walks out of the room, closing the door behind him. I hear Ryan grumbling on the other side.
Oi, that woman in there saved your life. Twice.
Callum growls.
You can go back to smooching with your girlfriend later, but now you'll stop being an insolent pup and you'll do as I say.
Sorry, mutters Ryan.
Aye, I know. Now, no one goes in and the princess doesn't come out. Understood?
I can hardly stop her if...
You'll find a way.
Callum sounds uncharacteristically brittle.
I trust you, okay? Don't let me down.
No.
I hear the sudden pride in Ryan's voice.
I won't.
I wake with a start. There's a hand over my mouth. I struggle with my covers, my legs tangled in my skirts. A face comes into focus in the darkness, and my pulse steadies. Callum crouches on the floorboards beside my bed. He puts a finger on his lips before pulling his palm away.
Get dressed,
He whispers, nodding at a pile of clothes he's placed by my feet.
and put on your boots.
My breathing quickens at the note of urgency in his voice. I cannot help but think of the first time he took me from my chambers. He told me to get dressed then. I refused to do anything he said. This time, I comply. I hurry out of bed, my mind fuzzy from the whiskey. My pulse kicks up when I see it is brown breeches and a white shirt that he has selected for me. I have never worn breeches before. It would be improper. I have always worn pretty dresses. I swallow. Then I turn, allowing Callum to untie the fastenings of my dress and undo my corset. His gaze burns into my back, and he tenses. I suppose with his wolf sight, he can see my scars in the darkness. I hurriedly pull on my new clothes and boots. When I turn, his jawline is hard. He fastens my cloak around my neck. "What's going on?" I whisper.
James,
He says darkly.
I'll explain when we're safe. Come,
He holds out his hand.
we're leaving.
I save my questions. The worry in his brow and the shallowness of his breathing are the only answers I need right now. Whatever Fiona told him, whatever he was checking up on earlier, must be bad. I take his hand, feeling his comforting warmth as his fingers close around mine. He leads me out of my chambers. We hurry through the dark labyrinth of the castle. We take the servants' corridors, avoiding the great hall, where the wolves are still drinking and dancing despite the late hour. We reach the entrance hall, and my heart leaps. The doors at the other end are already open, the night spilling onto the flagstones. I can taste heather and the mountains on the back of my tongue. I can taste freedom. Until Blake saunters across the room, his footsteps echoing around the space. He stops in front of the doorway, blocking our escape. Callum stills, pushing me behind him.
Going somewhere?
Asks Blake. His dark hair ripples in the breeze that comes from outside.
Don't make me hurt you,
Warns Callum, his voice low, almost a growl.
You won't hurt me,
Says Blake.
because if we fight, we'll make noise. And if we make noise, your brother will come looking. I don't think he'll be very happy that you're stealing his bargaining chip for the Heart of the Moon. Do you?
Callum swallows. I've never seen him so tense. He looks as if he's weighing his options, wondering whether he can fight his way out before his brother arrives with backup. I don't like our chances. I can hear the music and dancing from here. I step out from behind him. "Please, Blake," I say softly. Blake's body is perfectly still for a moment. I cannot read him. I cannot understand what is going on in his mind right now. Then he inclines his head and steps aside. Callum releases a breath, then grabs my hand again.
Run fast, little rabbit,
Says Blake as we pass.
The wolves are coming for you now.
"Thank you," I whisper, as we step into the courtyard.
Don't thank me yet.
He smiles.
The game is far from over.
A chill ripples through me, but Callum is pulling me across the cobbled stones. We rush to the stables, where Fiona is waiting beside the grey horse we rode here on. There are 2 bulky bags packed and strapped to the saddle. "You took your sweet time," she says, hands on her hips. She hugs Callum and he pulls her close.
Thank you.
He whispers. Well, no need to get all emotional about it." She turns to me. "Good luck, Rory. I'll see you again soon, I hope." I return her smile, despite the worry clenching in my stomach. "I hope so too." Callum helps me onto the horse before mounting behind me. And then we're riding out of the castle gates and across the wild terrain. "Where are you taking me?" I ask. My voice is almost drowned out by the sound of the hooves thudding against the mud and the pounding of my heartbeat.
James sent a messenger to Sebastian. Everything my brother said, it was a lie. He means to send you back in exchange for the heart of the moon. Sebastian is on his way.
My stomach drops, and Callum's arm tightens around my waist.
He can't have you.
His voice is hard, angrier than I've ever heard it.
I'm taking you away from all this. I'm taking you to Highfell.
He pulls me closer to him, and his body heat washes over me.
I'm taking you home.
Chapter 50. We ride for hours. The night is pitch black, and I cannot see beyond a few inches in front of my face. At one point, I hear water lapping the pebbled shore of a loch. At another, wind stirs the branches of the trees, and I can smell fern and damp earth. Dark shapes loom around us. All the while, Callum is silent behind me. His chest is hard against my back, and his thighs are tense as they brush against mine. I wonder if he feels betrayed by his brother, or whether he feels as if he is betraying his people by taking me away. Or perhaps it is neither. Perhaps he is angry I danced with Blake. When Callum took me from the dance floor, his kiss was hard and dominant. It was as if he was staking his claim. Heat stirs inside me at the memory of his mouth against mine, despite how unnecessary and inappropriate it was to do such a thing in front of so many people. He must realize he has nothing to worry about as far as Blake is concerned. I do not trust that male in the slightest. "Are you okay?" I ask. The wind is violent, and my voice is barely audible over the sound of the rustling trees.
Those scars on your back,
He says softly, surprising me.
how did you get them?
Memories flood my mind. The stained glass windows of the Church of Light and Sun, months of sickness and grief, the High Priest and his crop. I swallow. It was a long time ago. A rough sound vibrates in Callum's chest.
Was it your father?
I turn myself to stone, a statue, something that cannot feel pain. If you must know, I was sick like my mother. The potions they gave me didn't help. The High Priest said if he cleansed me of my sin, the goddess would spare me, I say hurriedly. And she did. His body stills behind me. I'm not sure he's breathing.
The High Priest beat you.
It was only a few times.
Only?
I flinch at the loudness of Callum's voice. Yes, only, I snap. I don't want his anger. It stirs something ugly inside me that I cannot face. Now drop it. My breathing is fast, and so is his. Until finally I exhale, letting the anger plume in front of my face with my breath. I touch his wrist where it rests in my lap. I do not wish to speak of it. Okay? A sound rumbles through his chest, a low growl he is clearly trying to suppress.
No one will ever touch you again.
With the heat and strength of his body cocooning me, I almost believe him. But Sebastian is riding north to get me. The wolves are surely on our tail, and Blake's warning rings in my ears. The game is far from over. We ride throughout the night. As the sun rises, the valley around us is bathed in orange light. With it, the whiskey-induced fuzziness in my head is replaced by monotonous thumping. Every jolt of the horse rattles my brain. The sound of the birds chirping is shrill and irritating, and my mouth tastes horrible. "How much further is it?" I say. "We've been riding for hours." He chuckles.
Sore head, princess.
That is neither here nor there.
Highfell is a week's ride away. We're...
A week?
Aye.
Amusement laces Callum's tone.
A week. The Northern Pass is the quickest route to my castle, but also the most well-known. That's the route James will use to send his wolves after us. So we're taking a slight detour. When they don't find us in a few days, he'll call them off, and they'll go back to fighting the Southland's armies.
I frown. That doesn't sound sensible. My mouth is dry, and I swallow.
No?
As if sensing my thirst, Callum reaches down into one of the saddlebags and passes me a flask. I snatch it from him and greedily gulp it down.
And why is that?
James's men will get to High Fell before us. I take another sip of water, savouring the freshness that travels down my throat. They'll be waiting for us when we arrive, and we'll be captured.
If James truly wanted to capture us, then that would be a good plan,
says Callum.
But he doesn't care about the Heart of the Moon. Not enough. Getting hold of that thing was always a long shot. You won't want to make an enemy out of me.
He shifts behind me, running his thumb absently over my thigh.
No, he won't bother. He'll pretend to have you lure Sebastian out and put his efforts into killing him. And good riddance to him, too. I only wish I could have been the one to do it.
Doubt seeps through me as I pass the flask back. Are you sure? You seem to be putting a lot of trust in a male who just betrayed you. Callum takes a sip, then puts the water back in the pack.
Aye, I know my brother. If we can stay out of his reach for the next couple of days, we can put all of this behind us. I'm certain of it.
He squeezes my leg.
That means we don't stop to rest until nightfall.
He chuckles as I groan. It is dark when we finally stop on the shore of a great dark loch. I sit in front of the fire Callum lit before he led the horse to a copse of trees. My headache has eased, and though my muscles ache and I'm weary from travelling, my soul feels lighter than it has in days. It's peaceful here. It seems as though we are the only souls around. Perhaps I have finally escaped my fate. When Callum doesn't return for 20 minutes or so, though, fear starts to gnaw at me. What is he doing? Has someone found him? Has he grown tired of my foul mood and abandoned me? I'm about to go look for him when he emerges from the trees, carrying some hunks of bread and cheese. The pebbles crunch beneath his boots. Relief floods me, but is quickly replaced by a strange tension as he passes me the food, then sits on a rock on the other side of the flames. Something shifts in the air. We eat in silence. It is as if we both realize we are completely alone for the first time since he took me from Sebastian's castle. Something has been growing between us since then, strong and pervasive and passionate. Something we both thought was wrong. Yet the main reason we have not been fully intimate with one another is not because I wanted to maintain my honour. It is because Callum believed I was his prisoner. Surely he does not feel that way any longer. He gives me a soft smile. The firelight dances over his strong features. He takes a deep breath, and I think he's going to say something, but he sighs and takes another bite of bread. I offer a small smile back, then go back to my food, even though my insides are clenching. I wish I was not nervous. I wish I could walk over to him and give him what he wants, like those ladies Sebastian would send to the wolves. Yet I am lost, overwhelmed. I do not know what to do, nor what he expects from me. I swallow the last piece of bread, then brush the crumbs off my breeches. I chew my bottom lip, searching for something, anything to say to break this never-ending silence. This is a nice loch, I say, looking at the black water.
Aye, that it is.
Silence falls once more, punctuated only by the crackling flames. I take a deep breath, smelling wood smoke and damp earth. Can I ask you something?
Aye.
Last night, when you kissed me, were you angry with me?
No.
He smiles sheepishly.
I was jealous.
I fail to suppress the twitch of my lip. He leans forward, resting his forearms on his thighs.
I'm pleased to see my inner turmoil amuses you, Princess.
You don't need to be jealous because I danced with Blake.
Aye, I know. It's just seeing you both.
He sighs and shakes his head. running his hand over his mouth. What?
I don't know. He looked like a Southland's lord and you his lady. I didn't like that. Not one little bit. In the real world, you and I'd never stand a chance with you, would I? But him...
This is the real world.
You know what I mean.
He shakes his head.
And there you go smiling again.
Sorry. I bite my lip. It's just... You're so strong and confident all the time. I suppose it's reassuring to know you have irrational thoughts like the rest of us. A wide grin spreads across his face.
You think that's irrational?
I suppose we would never have been matched by my father. You are from the Northlands. Although, if you had worn those awful breeches of yours and put on a Southlands accent, I'm sure you could have infiltrated the palace. Once we'd met, I would have liked you. I'm certain of it.
Oh, aye?
Yes.
Perhaps. Though you thought I was a monster when we first met.
Cold shame spreads through my body. It is hard to believe I could have thought this male, this wolf, was a monster. Perhaps I was a monster, to automatically assume such a thing. I know. I'm sorry for that, I say. I've learned a lot about wolves since then.
Like what?
Well, I know they like to wander around naked a lot. Callum laughs. They're horribly inappropriate, and they like to sniff people all the time. He laughs louder. They're always fighting and brawling, and they listen to incredibly screechy music despite their very good sense of hearing, and some of them, like humans, are not very pleasant. But some are gentle and kind and funny and caring. Some are good men. The smile dies from his lips, an intensity crossing his features. The tangle of nerves in my stomach starts to tighten once more. And some of them do not know how to behave like gentlemen, I add, raising my chin. He laughs, breaking the tense moment.
Aye, that might be true. You know, I've learned a lot about princesses these past few weeks, too.
I give him a hard look. Like what?
They're very stubborn.
His eyes twinkle as I fold my arms across my chest.
And very fearsome, and very small.
I glare at him and he grins.
They're a wee bit spoiled.
They are not.
And intelligent. They can't handle their whiskey, and they pretend to be very chaste and shy, but...
He drops his voice to a whisper, as though telling me a secret.
They're actually very, very demanding.
My cheeks flame, and he laughs loudly.
They blush when you say rude things to them, and they're good and interesting and honest and kind. They hide their emotions, but they feel deeply, passionately.
His expression becomes serious, and my blood heats up.
They care about people more than they will admit, and they're brave. Braver than any wolf I've ever known.
There's a tightness in my throat, and I swallow, trying to push it back. I do not know what is wrong with me. It's just...
I've upset you?
Asks Callum, frowning. The backs of my eyes burn. I sniffle, trying to suppress the feelings that threaten to come. Some of the things you said were bad.
Goddess, I'm sorry. Princess,
Usually, people say I'm pretty. My voice is thick. Callum's eyebrows raise.
Oh, you are? I didn't mean to offend you by not mentioning.
No. I blink a couple of times. You don't understand. That's usually all they say. And it's not even me they're complimenting. It's a version of me. It's not real. It's makeup and dresses, and them wanting to get into my father's good graces. I take a deep breath, wiping my eyes on the back of my hand. I feel Callum watching me. No one has ever tried to know me before. I take a shuddery breath, tasting the wood smoke that twists in the darkness. His gaze is so fierce that it is hard to hold it. Not until you. His jaw is hard, his posture still. He says nothing for a moment, then removes his arms from his thighs and sits back.
Come here,
he says. My pulse is fast as I get up and walk toward him. His body heat and scent wash over me as he parts his thighs for me to stand between them. He takes my hand in both of his.
I do want to know you. I want to know everything about you.
I want that too. He runs his thumb over my skin, and his touch is gentle. He swallows hard.
You're not my prisoner anymore.
No. I do not bother to add that I don't believe I ever really was. I am ensnared, unable to think properly, unable to speak. There is need in his eyes, hunger. His chest moves up and down deeply, his breathing as ragged as mine. I feel as if we are on the edge of a storm that is about to break. He drags his teeth over his bottom lip. He stands up, his large frame looming over me.
Come,
he says, his voice gruff.
I want to show you something.
Chapter 51. My heart is in my throat as Callum leads me across the shore. Pebbles crunch underfoot. His hand is firm and warm around mine. I am reminded of the first time I took his hand, back in Sebastian's castle. Like now, I was nervous, uncertain of what was to come. I took his hand anyway. I think I will always take his hand if he offers it to me. My mother once told me that we always have a choice. I chose Callum that day, when I turned my back on my people and travelled with him to the kingdom of my enemies. Sometimes it does not feel like a choice at all. It feels inevitable, like the setting of the sun and the rising of the moon. What other choice could there be? It feels as if it has always been him. This, everything has led to this moment. Nerves tangle in my stomach, because I think I know what is going to happen next, what Callum might expect from me. I want to give him it, yet I cannot deny that I fear it a little too. When Callum gently squeezes my hand, he must be able to hear the pounding of my pulse. He leads me through the copse of trees he disappeared into earlier, nudging aside an overhanging branch with his free arm. The scent of wet pine is released into the cool night air, and a few raindrops, collected among the needles, fall on me as I follow him. I stop, my eyes widening with surprise. I nudge past him. "What's this?" I ask. We are on the shore of the loch, but we're partially sheltered from the Northland's winds by the trees on one side, and steep rocky land on the other. In the centre of the intimate clearing, there's a tent.
I remembered the last time I tried to get you to sleep on the ground.
Every sense in my body is attuned to him as he steps closer.
Do you like it?
Warmth spreads through me at the slight note of uncertainty in his tone. He seems almost nervous. The tent is triangular in shape, and it's small. It is high enough to sit or kneel inside, but certainly not to stand. The fabric is off-white, and it has seen better days. It reminds me of a miniature worn-out version of the tents that my father and brother stayed in when they went hunting. Teams of servants would ride ahead of the hunting party to erect them before the noble men and women arrived. The structures would be dressed in silks and banners, some with interiors as nice as rooms in the palace itself. This tent is nothing like that, and yet it is so much better, because Callum did this. He did this for me. An unfamiliar rush of emotion surges through my body. "Yes," I say softly. "I like it very much."
Do you want to go inside?
Again, that slight note of uncertainty in his tone, as if part of him expects me to say no. My pulse hammers against my chest. I nod, crouch down, and crawl through the opening. Red tartan rugs, furs, and cushions cover the ground, giving it a cozy feel, despite the cool air and the breath that plumes in front of my face. A candle Callum must have lit earlier flickers at one side, filling the space with warm orange light. I kneel upright and smile. I'm about to turn around when the fabric rustles. Callum's thighs brush my hips as he kneels behind me and places a hand flat on my stomach. A lick of heat flares in the pit of my stomach as my back touches his chest.
I wanted to do more.
He runs his thumb along my torso, and I wish my shirt wasn't in the way of his touch.
We could only carry so much on horseback.
It's perfect.
I'm glad you like it.
He dips his mouth and kisses the sensitive spot behind my ear, then peppers a trail of kisses on the back of my neck. I suppress a moan.
Goddess,
he says.
I've wanted to be alone with you like this for so long.
Gently, he tugs the hem of my shirt out of my breeches and slides his hand beneath. His palm is rough and warm as it skims my torso. My gaze snaps down, transfixed, as he moves his hand lower and unfastens the button of my breeches. My heart is hammering against my chest. It is almost deafening in my ears. I want his hand there. I ache for it. There is heat between my legs, throbbing and wet, and it is almost unbearable. And it is not as if he hasn't touched me there before. Yet it feels different this time. Perhaps because it means something. It symbolizes that I am truly leaving the past behind. It solidifies the truth and the choice I made so many nights ago. I choose him. Or perhaps it is because before, when we were in his bed, he was only willing to give to me. This time, he will take from me too. I have not done this before. What if I disappoint him? Callum stills. He removes his hands from the fastening of my breeches and flattens his palm on my bare torso.
You don't need to fear me,
he says softly. I'm not afraid. I exhale, realizing there is no use in trying to hide my emotions from him. You can hear my heartbeat, can't you?
Aye.
He lets out a breathy laugh.
I can't.
I'm sorry.
Turn around.
I shuffle, the fur soft beneath my knees, and face him. He shifts to accommodate me between his thighs. He looks so huge and strong in the small space, his head almost brushing the fabric ceiling of the tent. His expression is soft.
Give me your hand,
he says. He brushes his lips against my knuckles, then presses my hand against his chest. His heartbeat thumps quickly, agitatedly against my palm. My eyes snap up to his. You're afraid?
I told you. You're a fearsome creature.
When I narrow my eyes, he grins.
No, I'm not afraid. I am.
He drags his teeth over his bottom lip.
I'm excited. Excited that I have you alone. But I'm nervous too. I'm nervous that I will not please you. I'm nervous you will not share your emotions with me, and I will push you too hard. I'm nervous that I will scare you away.
He inclines his head at me.
Now it's your turn. Tell me what it is that you fear.
My pulse beats faster. I am not used to sharing my emotions with anyone. I'm not used to people caring what I think, or what I want, or what I feel. Yet this evening, I have already shared more than I have before in my life. Callum lets the silence extend, stroking my knuckles with his thumb, his heart thumping beneath my fingers. The air in the tent is hot, too hot, stifling. I swallow. I am scared, I admit. It is not because I fear you. I do not. It's just... I glance away, not quite able to meet his eye. I have not done this before. I do not know how to do it. I do not know what to expect, or what is expected from me. It may not... My cheeks flame. It may not be very good for you. I expect him to laugh at me, but instead he raises my chin.
I will not hide from you that I want you,
he says.
I've wanted you since the moment I first set eyes on you. I told myself I took you from the borderlands because I needed you for the heart of the moon. But I think even then, I knew the truth. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving you there. And I wanted you, goddess, I wanted you. I've been like a lovesick pup since that moment. I think about you all the time. I want to make you smile and make you happy and to impress you.
He lets out a half laugh.
I don't usually make a habit of wearing breeches. I wore them because I thought you might like me in them.
His eyes darken.
And I want to lose myself in you too. I want to feel your warmth and your heat. I want to take my pleasure from you.
His heart thumps quickly beneath my fingers, despite the stillness of his body.
But I do not expect anything from you. Do not think that for a minute, and don't apologize, nor think you could ever disappoint me. We will only do what you want, Aurora. We will take this only as far as you wish to take it. There is no rush.
He smiles, and the pressure bearing down on me lifts. Yet the air in this tent does not feel any easier to breathe. It feels hot and thick and static.
It's just you and me now. We have all the time in the world.
He cups my face in his hand.
Tell me, what do you want, princess? If you only want to lie down and go to sleep in my arms, I will still think myself the luckiest wolf in the Northlands.
Warmth swells inside me. What do I want? I have asked myself this question many times since I came to the Kingdom of Wolves. It was a question I never dared ask myself before I left with Callum. And for the first time, it seems, I have an answer. I want him. This. Us. Still, I am lost, inexperienced, out of my depth. I do not want to go to sleep, I tell him, and a slow grin spreads across his face. But, well, I do not know, specifically. My cheeks feel hot. He inclines his head gently, as if he understands.
How about I tell you what I want, and you can tell me whether or not you find it agreeable?
I swallow and incline my head.
Good,
he says.
I want you to take off your shirt, so I can see you.
His eyes glint as he waits to see if I will do it. I pull my hand away from his chest. The smile dies from his lips as slowly I unfasten the buttons. His eyes track my every movement as I part the material, then shrug the shirt off my shoulders. He makes a low sound in his throat, almost a growl. My breasts feel heavy, swollen, and my nipples harden at the approval that ripples from him in waves. I expect him to touch me. I want him to touch me, but his arms remain at his sides. His biceps strain against his sleeves as if he's restraining himself.
Good.
He nods, and his voice is gruff.
Now your breeches too. I want to see all of you.
My breathing quickens, but I shift back. I take off my boots. I touch the already open fastening of my breeches. He inclines his head. I pull down my breeches and underwear and shuffle out of them. The wolf flickers behind his eyes. He swallows, his jawline hardening.
Come here,
he says. I move closer. One of his hands cups my hip. His other moves to the back of my neck, his thumb stroking my cheek.
Now, I want you to kiss me.
I lean forward and brush my lips against his. He groans softly before claiming my mouth with his. His hand slides into my hair, his tongue moving in deep, hot strokes against mine. His kisses are dominant, powerful, hungry. It is as if whatever control he has been keeping over himself is slipping, and the beast inside him has been set free, and I want it. I crave it. I match his wildness with my own, wrapping my arms around his neck, pulling his face closer. He groans, and my body melts into his. A jolt of pleasure surges through me as my nipples brush against his shirt. His hand moves lower down, cupping my bum and squeezing. I whimper. He pulls back. Despite my vulnerability, a thrill courses through me at the way he is looking at me, as though I am the only thing in the world, as though he wants to devour me. He is holding back, his chest rising and falling deeply, his muscles tense. I almost whimper. I may be naked, but the Alpha of Highfell is on his knees before me, waiting for me to give him permission. "What do you want me to do next?" I ask, my voice breathy. His jaw tightens.
"I want you to lie down and spread your legs for me."
I breathe in sharply at the impropriety of what he's asking me to do. A surge of heat floods me and makes it hard to think straight. My core throbs, aches. I shuffle backward. I lie down on the furs and rugs and rest my head on one of the cushions. All I can hear is my heart pounding in my ears. Tentatively, I spread my legs. A low sound scrapes against his throat as he curses under his breath. He shifts closer and pushes my knees further apart to spread me even wider for him. The wolf is dominant in his eyes as he stares at the place between my legs that aches and throbs with need. My cheeks flame, yet beyond the shame of letting him look at the most intimate part of me, I feel powerful. He seems completely enthralled.
"Fuck. You're so beautiful."
His eyes travel up my body. His eyelids seem heavy, and his breathing is fast.
"Do you want to know what I want you to do for me next?"
I nod, breathless, sure that whatever it is, I will give it to him. I will give anything to keep him looking at me in this way. Anything that might ease this throbbing ache inside me. The corner of his lip quirks.
"I want you to come in my mouth, against my tongue as I taste you."
I blush deeply, heat surging through my body.
"Do you think you can do that for me?"
He asks. "Yes," I whisper. Chapter 52. Callum smiles. His rough hands slide down my inner thighs, holding me open. Keeping his gaze on mine, he dips his mouth to my most intimate place and drags his tongue along my center. I gasp, my back arching from the pile of rugs and furs beneath me. A low growl rumbles in Callum's chest.
"Fuck."
He groans against me, causing me to whimper.
"This is all I've been able to think about since I had you in my bed. You have no idea how much I'm going to enjoy devouring you."
Then his mouth is on me, hot and wet. He feasts on me. His tongue slides up and down my core hungrily, greedily, as if he cannot get enough of me. He spreads me wider still and groans. I cry out, my fingers curling in the furs. "Callum!" I gasp. I grow more feral with each lick and suck and growl. I feel like a caged storm that needs to be set free. I rock against his mouth, desperate for more of this feeling, more of him. A low, throaty sound escapes him and vibrates against my center.
"That's it, princess. Take your pleasure from me."
He slides his hands up my waist and holds me firmly against his mouth as I move my hips. When I cry out, he moves one hand up my chest and plays with my nipple as he continues to stroke my center with his tongue. It is almost too much to bear. Merely the sight of his big shoulders between my spread legs, his mouth moving against me, his eyes primal, is almost enough to push me over the edge. But then he teases my opening with his tongue before sliding inside. I cry out with the surprise of it. My back arches and my head rolls back. "Goddess!" And I am lost. I cannot think anymore. I am not a human, not a princess. I do not know my name or where I am. I am just this feeling, this pleasure. I grab his wrist as he palms my breast, holding onto him, stopping myself from floating away completely. He brings his other hand to my inner thigh. He rubs the wet, sensitive bundle of nerves with his thumb, moving in circles. The sensation of his tongue and his thumb, stimulating different parts of me at the same time, provokes sounds from me I have never made before. Animalistic moans as I rock against him. "Callum, I feel... Goddess!" He groans, and release crashes through me. I cry out, loudly, my back arching, my body shuddering as ripples of pleasure consume me. Callum continues to lick and suck, as if determined to devour every last drop of me, until finally I still. He kisses me once more between my legs, then crawls up my body, placing his forearms on either side of my head and caging me within them. His lips are swollen and wet, and the wolf is behind his eyes as he looks down at me. I'm breathing fast, and so is he. I'm not sure whether the pounding of my heart is due to the release that crashed over me, or whether it is nervousness, anticipation of what might come next. I want to give him what he just gave me. I want him to come undone. I pull his face down to mine, and I kiss him. He groans into my mouth, stroking my tongue in the same expert way he moved between my legs. Heat starts to pool again, more so when I realize his hard length is pushing against my thigh through the rough material of his kilt. I hook my ankles around his, melting into his solid body.
"Now, tell me what you want, Princess,"
he murmurs against my lips.
"Tell me what you want, and I shall give it to you."
What do I want? I want him. All of him. I push him gently, so that he is kneeling. With shaking fingers, I undo the buttons of his shirt. I untuck it from his kilt, then slide it off his big shoulders. His breathing deepens as he watches me. He keeps his hands at his sides, as if waiting for permission to touch me more. I swallow and look down at his kilt. "I want you to take it off." He cups my cheek and kisses me gently.
"Okay."
He shifts back to unlace and pull off his boots, struggling in the confines of the small space. When it comes to taking off his kilt, he curses again as he tries to maneuver out of it and kicks one of the walls of the tent.
This isn't very dignified,"
he says. I giggle, and his grin widens.
"Give me a second. I fear I shall ruin the mood."
He ducks out of the tent, letting in a refreshing gust of cool night air through the flap, only to re-emerge a few seconds later without any clothes on. My heart catches in my throat as he kneels in front of me again. I look down at his sculpted torso and strong, muscular arms. How can a male be built this way? I drag my fingers down the ridges of his torso, and he takes a deep, shuddery breath. I saw him naked once before, in the forest when he shifted from a wolf to a man. I didn't give myself permission to look openly then, but I do now. His length is hard, thick, his arousal obvious. My insides clench. I do not know much about the anatomy of men, but I know this part of him will be inside me, and for that reason, it seems large, larger than I was expecting. My heart beats a little faster, yet heat pools between my legs, and an ache begins to grow. My fingers twitch. I start to move my hand lower, but he shifts forward and lays me down on the rugs, enveloping me in his searing body heat. And how strange it is to have a naked male on top of me. I run my hands over his shoulders, then trace my fingers down the muscles of his back. "You're beautiful," I tell him.
"I knew you thought I was handsome."
I giggle, and his eyes dance with mischief. He kisses me deeply, languidly, his mouth claiming mine and his hand sliding into my hair. I murmur against his lips.
"Tell me,"
he whispers.
"Anything, it is yours."
I take a shaky breath, unused to voicing my desires. "I want you to take your pleasure from me," He looks down at me, his breath mingling with mine.
Are you sure?
Yes. He takes a deep breath.
You must promise me that if I do something you don't like, if you want to stop, you will tell me.
Yes. I know he will not do anything to harm me, and I know I will never want him to stop. I try to fight my blush. Do you take the herbs?
Aye,
He says, smiling.
no chance of making a pup this time.
I push against his chest and start to turn around, remembering what I was told about how wolves like to take their women. Callum gently grabs my arm and pulls me back.
Where are you going?
I thought that was how wolves... My cheeks flame. I thought that was how you did it. He smiles, though I am glad he doesn't laugh at me.
Sometimes.
He says,
But I want to be face to face with you tonight.
kissing me softly. He guides himself to my entrance. He holds my gaze slowly as he pushes. He groans as he fills me. There's a pinch of pain, and I tense. He feels impossibly big. I do not think he fits. My heart is beating fast. He stills, resting his weight on his forearms on either side of my head. He's breathing hard, his biceps clenched. His expression is strained. I wonder why he isn't moving, whether he expects me to do something. But then, as he waits, my body starts to adjust to him. He moves slowly, and the pain transcends into something else, something unfamiliar, something I want more of. Pressure and friction, and the feeling of being completely filled. Oh, I say softly. My body relaxes, then tenses again in an entirely different way. My breathing becomes steadier, then faster. I grip onto his shoulders, sinking my fingers into his muscle. As if sensing the change in me, he pushes fully inside me. A growl builds in his throat as I cry out. His hand slides into my hair, and he claims my mouth with his as he rolls his hips again. Moaning, I open myself fully for him, hooking my hands around his neck and pulling him closer. He dips his mouth to my throat, where he kisses and sucks and nibbles.
I've wanted this for so long.
His voice is strained as he murmurs into my ear.
I've wanted you for so long.
I slide my hands down to his shoulders, feeling the tension in his muscles. His skin is hot and damp, and I feel the restraint rippling through him. Even now, he is holding back, afraid I will break, afraid he will scare me away. I grab his face. His jawline is taut, and the wolf flickers in his eyes. I will not break, I whisper. Take what you want from me. I want to give it to you.
Aurora!
His voice is strained. Take it. I sink my teeth into his bottom lip, determined to provoke that primal side of him, determined that he will take what he wants from me, what he needs. He growls, and he plunges into me, hard. I cry out.
Fuck!
He curls his fist into the cushion by my head.
Sorry.
Take it, I growl. I tilt my hips to take him deeper, desperate for more of him, and slide my hands down his back, urging him further inside. He groans, and I feel his submission. His shoulders relax beneath my fingertips. His expression changes from restrained to hungry. The wolf glows behind his eyes.
I told you were a demanding, fearsome creature.
He whispers. You also told me you would give me what I want. He thrusts into me, hard and deep. Goddess! He groans loudly. I hook my legs around his waist, curling my ankles around his back, and he takes me deeper still. The change in pressure and friction provokes harsh sounds from the back of my throat. Feral sounds. Sound I did not know I was capable of. I grip onto his shoulders, my fingernails digging into his skin.
So beautiful.
He murmurs.
so beautiful.
Something within him calls to something wild within me. Delicious tension builds as he moves deeper, faster, and I cannot get enough. I kiss his neck. I sink my teeth into his shoulder. I grip him tighter. Goddess! My head tilts back.
Look at me, princess,
murmurs Callum. I bring my eyes back to his. There is something like awe in his, flickering with the wolf that lingers there. He plunges deep inside me, and it pushes me over the edge. Release surges through me, and I come completely undone beneath him. I cry out, gripping tightly onto him as my whole body shudders. His rhythm becomes feverish. His shoulders tense and his cheeks redden. His face is strained for a moment. Then he groans, long and hard, his muscles spasming beneath my fingers as he spills into me.
Fuck! Aurora, fuck!
When he's finally stilled, he crumples down on top of me, dipping his face into the nook between my neck and my shoulder. He's murmuring under his breath in a language I do not understand. I can feel his heartbeat thudding against my chest, beating as quickly and frantically as mine. His weight is almost too much for me to bear, but I cannot bear the thought of him being further away from me either. I run my hand over the back of his neck, holding him close. After a moment, he slides his hand out of my hair and props himself on his forearms. The feral look is gone from his expression. He looks relaxed, soft. There's a playful glint in his eyes. He kisses my nose, then my mouth. He looks down at me, and a slow smile spreads across his face. I return it, an unfamiliar feeling of elation bubbling inside me. He laughs, and I laugh too. I do not know what is so funny, but we laugh until my cheeks ache and tears spring into Callum's eyes. And all the while, he looks at me as though I am the most wonderful thing he has set eyes upon. I think we should do that again sometime, I say, stroking his cheek.
You shouldn't have said that, princess.
He brushes his lips against my throat, then my jaw.
I fear we shall never make it to Highfell.
Callum wakes me twice in the night. He takes pleasure from me languidly, sleepily, his body warm and comforting as he draws moans from my lips and groans softly in my ear. When we fall asleep, we are a tangle of limbs. His warmth prevents the need for me to cover myself in the furs and rugs laid on the ground. I wake first thing in the morning. The sunlight creates streaks of cold light on the tent's surface. The trees whisper outside in the breeze. My back is flush to Callum's chest, and his arm is slung possessively over my waist. He snores gently in my ear. I want to stay where I am, but I need to relieve myself, so I try to disentangle myself from him. He growls once, his eyes still closed. "Get off me, you brute," I whisper, not bothering to suppress my smile, as I remember the first time we were in this position, just after Callum had taken me from Sebastian's castle. He grunts, and I wriggle free. Not wanting to dress yet, I pull on Callum's big shirt, letting it hang down to my knees. I crawl out of the tent and relieve myself behind a bush nearby. When I'm done, I wander onto the shore and look out at the rippling grey waters of the loch. I shiver. The air is bitingly cold. The wind whips my hair, and the pebbles are cold and hard beneath my bare feet. The sky is grey, and rain might be coming. Yet I smile. The water laps the shore near my feet. All I can hear is my own breathing and the gulls that swoop down to the water to catch fish. I am happy. I am safe. I am free. There's a crunch of pebbles behind me. I do not turn around. I can sense him, smell him. He hooks an arm around my waist and nuzzles the back of my neck. "It's beautiful out here," I say, my breath misting in front of my face.
Aye, just wait until we get to Highfell.
He nibbles my earlobe.
The mountains and lochs around here are small wee things in comparison.
He slips a hand beneath my shirt and runs his hand along my stomach. I'm aware of his hard length, pressing against my lower back. You seem to be missing your clothes, I say.
Aye. Imagine my horror when I went to get dressed, only to find my shirt was gone.
I giggle. So that is why you came outside completely naked. You were looking for your shirt?
Oh, aye. Luckily, I have found the thief.
He nips my ear with his teeth, and a burst of heat surges through me. Aren't you cold? I ask.
No.
He runs his hand down my stomach, then slides it between my legs.
And you?
He strokes me, and I moan, pressing my head back against his shoulder. His warmth wraps around me, and his fingers stoke a fire in my center. No, I whimper. He rubs slow, excruciating circles on the most sensitive part of me, until I cry out with release, my knees buckling. He throws me over his shoulder. His shirt rides up to my chest, exposing my most intimate parts to the elements. I squeal. Callum! He chuckles.
What? I'm giving the girls something to look at.
He taps my bum lightly, and I squeal again. While I'm laughing, my legs flailing over his shoulders, he carries me back to the tent. When Callum is done with me, his spirits are higher than I think I've ever seen them. He announces that his appetite is simply too large for bread and cheese this morning, and he will hunt us something proper for breakfast. After getting dressed, I sit on a rock and wait for him on the shore where we ate last night. I warm my hands by the fire we built before he left. I cannot fight the smile on my face. I feel so different from the woman I was before I came to the Northlands. I am dirty and unbathed. I am wearing breeches. I can smell Callum on my skin. I am sore, and I do not know how that can be a good feeling, but somehow it is. I feel full, content, excited for the future, excited for Highfell. You're free, the wind seems to whisper. You're free. I hear the crunch of pebbles close by, and I turn, not expecting Callum back so soon. My stomach drops, and I jump to my feet. 2 men in kilts are walking along the shore, 50 meters or so away. One of them looks right at me, and I recognize him. It's Duncan, the male I met when I arrived at the castle. My blood turns to ice. They're James's men.
Over there, he points at me. They're still here. She's over there.
I turn, and I run. Heavy footsteps pound after me. I tear across the shore, then scramble up the rocks by our tent. I run as fast as I can over the sloping land, to the forest ahead where Callum went hunting. The shouts of the men behind me get closer. Callum! I yell. I run as fast as I can, bumping my shoulders against tree trunks as the forest gets deeper, darker. Thorns snag my shirt, and pine needles crunch beneath my boots. Callum! I trip over a fallen branch and go flying into the dirt. I scrape my hands and knees on stones and twigs that litter the floor. Get up, the trees whisper. Get up. I scramble to my feet, but it's too late. 5 men enter the clearing. No, this can't be happening. I step warily back, and I hit something solid. A strong arm hooks around my waist, and the familiar scent of the forest at night washes over me. My blood turns to ice. I buck against the male who holds me, but he merely tightens his grip. He pushes a cloth over my mouth, and I smell something chemical that makes my eyelids droop. No, no, no. He dips his mouth to my ear. His tone is as dark and smooth as the shadows that surround us.
You should have run faster, little rabbit.
Then, black. Chapter 53. Drip, drip, drip. I'm cold. There's something hard beneath me. The air smells like mildew. Somewhere, Something is dripping.
You should bathe her before you present her to him. She smells strongly of the high-fell wolf.
A deep, unfamiliar male voice rumbles through my fuzzy mind and makes my muscles harden.
He is territorial. It works in our favor.
This voice is familiar. Bored. A dark, smooth caress on my senses. I force my eyes open, but I remain perfectly still. I do not know what is happening. I do not know where I am. I'm like a rabbit in a trap, trying to avoid attention from predators. I calm my pulse and take stock of my surroundings. I'm lying on a cot in the corner of a small, dank dungeon cell. The stone walls are wet, and the air is thick. We're underground, I presume. Through the bars, two men lean against the opposite wall, torchlight dancing over their features as they talk. One I have never seen before. He is tall and broad-shouldered. His dreadlocks are tied back from his face to reveal bright brown eyes and a chiseled jaw. He is not dressed like a wolf. He wears black leather breeches and a white shirt, sleeves rolled up to expose tattoos inked on his dark skin. The other is Blake. His dark clothes make him look at one with the shadows. A jolt of hate surges through me, so powerful I almost cry out. The worst thing is, I feel betrayed. I shouldn't. I should have known Blake would turn on me. How naive I have been. I try to calm my breathing, afraid they will turn their attention to me. I need to think. I need to get out of here.
The high-fell wolf is secure, by the way,
says the man. My pulse accelerates. Callum.
Good.
Blake adjusts his cuffs.
Did he cause you any trouble? A little. We handled it. He may cause you some trouble when all this is through, though. I imagine so. And what news from the continent? My men looked. Couldn't find him. And the snowlands. Cold. Dark. They fear the night that spreads. Interesting, is it?
Blake shrugs.
Depends on your interests, I suppose. We have an eavesdropper, by the way.
My heart stills as I squeeze my eyes shut.
Oh, yes, I know,
replies Blake.
She's been awake for a couple of minutes now.
My blood runs cold, and I grit my teeth, trying not to shudder.
I'll leave you to it, says the man. See you back at the castle once this is all through. Yes. Be careful with him, Jack. I need him alive. Right. I'll do my best.
There's the sound of a door opening and shutting. Jack's footsteps fade into nothing. For a moment, the air is thick with silence.
There's no use pretending to be asleep, little rabbit.
Blake's voice is like silk.
I can hear your heartbeat.
He walks to the barred wall of my cell, his footsteps echoing in the cavernous dark. I open my eyes to glare at him. Where's Callum? My voice is hoarse. I'm not sure if it's the aftermath of whatever Blake drugged me with, or from screaming in the forest.
The rabbit wakes up in a cage, and her first thought is of the wolf who captured her.
He clucks his tongue, eyes dancing in the firelight. You are my captor, you idiotic man! A dimple punctures his cheek.
I suppose I am. Callum is not here, but he is safe. You will be too, if you play along.
I push myself upright. My head pounds, and I put a hand to my forehead, wincing. Feeling Blake assessing my weakness, I quickly force my arms to my sides and slide my legs off the cot. I straighten my back. Play along with what?
You'll find out soon enough.
If I felt stronger, I would strangle him through the bars. Blake smirks as though he knows it. It stokes a fire within me so fierce, I fear I will combust. If it weren't for the bitingly cold air, perhaps I would.
My orders are to take you to the Wolf King. Now you are awake,
he says. I calm my breathing. I need to be smart. I need to find out where I am and what his intentions are with me if I am to escape. I swallow. Where are we?
an abandoned manor house close to the borderlands.
My stomach drops. Is Sebastian coming for me?
Yes.
The temperature in the cell seems to drop even further. You truly are a snake, you know.
Oh, come now. It's not so bad. I could have been worse to you.
You drugged me. You captured Callum. You let us go. Then you came after us anyway. You locked me in a cell, and now you're handing me back to Sebastian. You acted as if you were helping me and forfeited my life anyway. How could you possibly have been worse? I trusted you, I don't say, but the words spread through my body like poison. He leans against the bars, dangling his arms in the gaps between. His gaze lazily travels to some handcuffs hanging from the ceiling in the center of the cell.
I could have bound you in chains.
A feral sound escapes my throat, and Blake laughs. You're not even a snake, I spit. You're a coward. I know why you're doing this, you know. You're not as mysterious as you like to think.
Oh, no. Pray tell me, why am I doing this?
His eyes glint in the darkness. You weren't born into the kingdom of wolves, were you? That must be lonely, to be a wolf, but be born among men. How hard it must have been for you, and how pathetic for you to want so desperately to belong to them that you lie and scheme and play with people's lives. Though I suppose handing me to James will gain you the favour you desire. Blake clucks his tongue. The gesture is almost teasing, but something cold flickers across his face.
Come now. You're smarter than that. Do you truly think I want to belong to the wolves? My father was a wolf, and I killed him.
He steps back, unbuttons his sleeve, and rolls it up to reveal the jagged white scar on his forearm.
A wolf bit me and activated this curse, and I killed him too. And the wolf gene that has always been a part of me, well, it condemned me to the darkness from the moment I was born.
He smiles coolly.
No, darling. I do not want to belong to the wolves. I want to rule them.
Darkness emanates from him, twisting with the shadows. For a moment, words evade me. Then I laugh, shaking my head. You wish to be the Wolf King?
Is that truly so amusing?
Amusing? No, deranged perhaps.
Perhaps.
He shrugs, pulling his sleeve back down, seemingly unaffected by my derision.
Perhaps not.
What if I tell James what you've just told me?
You won't.
How can you be so sure?
Because if something were to happen to me, what do you think would become of Callum?
He fastens the silver button on his cuff.
What will become of you?
My soul hardens. Every bone in my body turns to ice. My muscles stiffen, and my fingers dig into the thin mattress that sits on the cot. Blake pulls a key from the pocket of his breeches and turns it in the lock. The door screeches open. He holds out his arm for me to take.
Come, James is expecting us.
My laugh sounds bitter and twisted. Why on earth would I come with you?
Play along with my game, and you might survive. You may even avoid being sent back to the Southlands.
I grit my teeth. How does giving me to James help you to get what you want? He gestures with his head.
Come and find out.
When I make no sign of movement, he exhales. His breath plumes in front of his face.
When I present you to the king, you will be presented with a choice,
he says.
Choose correctly, and you will be safe. You have my word.
Your word means very little to me, Blake. He shrugs.
Of course. I could come in there and throw you over my shoulder. I could carry you kicking and screaming to the Wolf King. Is that truly how you wish to present yourself to him, when so much is at stake?
He holds out his hand. I glare at it, then him. I know he is serious. If he came into this cell, I could hit him and try to run free. But I felt the strength in his body when we danced. I recall Callum telling me that Blake is stronger, more competent than he seems. Perhaps it would give me some satisfaction to inflict even the smallest bit of damage onto this snake. But he will win in the end. And then what? No, I will not fight him. Not yet. I will bide my time. I will be smart. I will find out what the Wolf King has to say. Perhaps I can make my own bargain. Perhaps I can play my own game. I take a deep breath and I rise. I brush some mud from my breeches, watching as it scatters across the stone floor. My legs are shaking, but I raise my head as I cross the cell, ignoring Blake's outstretched arm. I hate you, I tell him through gritted teeth, as I walk past him into the gloomy corridor.
Oh, darling, I know.
The door to the cell swings shut, and he falls into step beside me. We walk up some stone steps. They're damp and they glisten in the torchlight. At the top, Blake unlocks another door, then leads me down a tired walkway, the walls lined with fading portraits. There's a murmur of voices in one of the rooms that we pass, and I wonder how many men James has brought with him. If there are not too many, perhaps I can escape them. I shiver, wishing I had my cloak as we head up a stairway and toward a door at the end of the landing. Blake taps his knuckles against it, and my stomach clenches when he pushes it open. He stands back to let me enter first. I'm hit first by a wave of warmth from the fire in the hearth. We appear to be in some kind of drawing room. There is a worn rug on the floorboards, a writing desk by one wall, and a few battered leather armchairs collected around the fireplace. James sits in one of them. His presence seems to fill the entire room. It is not just his size, it is the power that radiates from his eyes when they land on mine. His brown shoulder-length hair is wild, and he is dressed in his red kilt, slightly different to Callum's. The sleeves of his cream shirt are rolled up to his elbows, and I notice one of the tattoos on his forearms is a flower, a contrast to his otherwise hard demeanour. I grit my teeth and hold my head high. I won't cower before him. He scratches his jaw, then smiles.
Take a seat.
I sit in the armchair opposite him. Blake crosses the room and leans by the wall beside the window.
I apologize for how I got you here, Princess.
I flinch at him calling me that, even though it is my title. It is what Callum calls me, and it sounds wrong coming from his mouth.
You shouldn't have run from me.
I do not reply. What does he expect me to say?
I have sent word to Sebastian. He is on his way.
He won't give you the heart of the moon, you know, I say. James runs a hand over his mouth.
No, I doubt he will.
I try to remain calm, even though I feel as if there's a tornado in my chest. So what is the point in all this? Why give me back to him? Why betray your brother? His eyebrows raise.
You think I'm the one betraying my brother? He turned his back on his people when he stole you from me.
I am not an object to be stolen, and you haven't answered my question. He shifts back in his armchair, the leather squeaking beneath him.
I don't give a shit about the heart of the moon. Men win wars, not goddess-blessed relics. If Sebastian brings it, then great. If not, no harm done. What I care about is Sebastian. I want to hurt him. I can use you to do that.
I wish he could not hear my pulse as I stiffen. You're going to hurt me?
Did Callum tell you what happened to our mother?
Asks James. He said she ran away.
Aye, she did. I never had the heart to tell him what happened next.
Despite the blazing heat coming from the fire, my blood runs cold. What?
Sebastian got her. I do not know what she endured in the weeks before, but I know what happened on the night of the full moon. My father received confirmation a few days after, when a fur coat arrived on our doorstep.
A wave of nausea rolls through me so strongly that I grip the arms of the chair. I know that Sebastian is a monster, but finding out that he tortured Callum's mother is almost too much to bear. What's more, James knew this and let Callum travel to King City to look for her anyway. You never told Callum? My voice is quiet, almost inaudible.
I wanted to spare the lad.
He grits his teeth, his jaw hardening. I wonder if he really believes this, or whether keeping this information from Callum was part of his ploy to keep hold of the throne.
I have done more for him than he will ever appreciate,
says James.
And this is how he repays me, by taking you away.
My pulse accelerates. Sebastian does not care about me, you know. If you hurt me, it will mean nothing to him. He stares at me long and hard.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. So here is where I offer you a choice. The first option is that we go ahead with the trade. Sebastian will come for you, and I will give you to him. He will bring his men, and I will bring mine. And when he gives me whatever piece of shit rock he thinks I'm going to believe is the heart of the moon, and when I've handed you over, war will break out. I will do whatever it takes to kill him, and perhaps he'll get away with you, or perhaps you'll get caught in the crossfire. Either way, I do not think your chances of survival are very high.
So, what is the other option?
The other option is that I take something from him. Something that will humiliate him. Something that will send a message to all of the Southlands.
He leans forward in his chair, resting his elbow on the arm.
You're a bonny lass, Aurora, and it's about time I found myself a queen. The other option is you marry me.
Chapter 54. It is like I am underwater. The room swims around me. The fire in the hearth, the battered armchairs, and James's face pulse in and out of focus. He wants me to marry him. Fire erupts from the pits of my soul. It surges through my body and spills out of my mouth before I can even weigh up my options. No, I say. My pulse calms. The edges of the wooden fireplace, the pattern of the sun on the worn rug, the tattered leather beneath my fingertips, all come back into focus. James shifts, and the chair squeaks beneath his large frame. His jaw hardens, just like Callum's does when he is displeased.
No,
he says. No. Blake watches from the window, and there's a calculated look of disinterest on his face.
I offer my protection and the most coveted position for a woman among the kingdom of wolves, and you turn me down.
James's voice is soft, but there's a note of anger rippling through it. You offer me protection from a danger of your own devising. You know that Callum and I are... I trail off, not sure how to end that sentence.
You and Callum are what? Married? No. Does your union with him offer any political advantage? No. You've gone off and lived your wee fantasy for a while. But it's time to come back to the real world now, Aurora. Blake told me you were smart. Do not disappoint me.
I grit my teeth, trying to swallow the rising storm. Of course Blake had something to do with this. I glare at James. Callum is your brother. And I think that I am falling in love with him.
Aye, and he needs to come back and live in the real world too.
He shakes his head, his brown hair brushing his broad shoulders.
Callum cannot offer you anything. I am the king, and I am offering to make you my queen. Do not be a fool, Aurora.
My breathing is fast. Waves of venom ripple through me, tainted by fear. I am like a cornered viper, a wall behind my back and a cage in front of me. This cannot be my fate. I cannot have escaped one marriage only to be forced into another.
What do you think Sebastian will do to you when he realizes my brother has had you first?
Says James.
It doesn't please me either. I am willing to overlook it.
My pulse accelerates again. Not only at the thought of what Sebastian might do to me, but also at the thought of what James will expect from his wife if I were to accept his offer. If I marry him, I will have to submit my body to him too. No, I will not do it. I will not marry you. Not now, not ever. James's face darkens.
I am the Wolf King.
You are the Wolf King because Callum allowed you to be. A flash of pain bursts into my cheek, and my head is snapped to the side as James backhands me. My mouth fills with a metallic taste of blood, which sprays across the rug. Cold adrenaline floods my body. The backs of my eyes burn. I blink hard. I force my gaze back to James, my cheek burning and strands of hair hanging in front of my eyes. I will never marry you. He's settling back in his chair, his face like stone. Over his shoulder, I notice Blake watching. His expression is nonchalant, bored even. I catch a flash of darkness behind his eyes. When he sees me looking, he leans back against the window ledge and moves his gaze to the mountains outside. I feel another burst of hatred so strong that I fear I will combust. James whistles, and the door opens behind me.
Put the princess back in her cell,
he says to the two men who enter the room,
and make sure she is not comfortable. She needs some time to reconsider her choice, and to be reminded of my mercy.
My arms are grabbed, and I am pulled to my feet. I have made my choice, I hiss, the taste of blood strong. I will never choose you. James's gaze moves back to me.
You have until sundown, at which point I will either ride with you to a chapel just north of here, or I will ride with you to meet with Sebastian. Don't be a fool.
He clicks his fingers in dismissal, turning his gaze to the roaring fire. I struggle against the men to no avail as I'm dragged out into the corridor.
Blake,
says James,
make sure she makes the right choice. Do whatever is necessary. As you wish, Your Majesty.
Blake's voice is smooth and calm amid the chaos. He bows before following us out of the room. My hands are bound above my head. The metal handcuffs that hang from the ceiling bite into my wrists. I'm forced to balance on my tiptoes, and the muscles in my arms are screaming. I'm shivering violently. The damp air seeps through my shirt and into my bones. Only my cheek is warm, burning, where James hit me. My shaky breaths plume in front of my face, and I stare longingly at the flaming torch through the bars of my cell. I do not know how long I've been here, alone in the darkness. My stomach growls. It feels like hours since I last ate. Blake was supposed to make me change my mind, but he did not follow us down into the cell when they strung me up here. That snake has yet to make an appearance. I presume he thinks by leaving me here, in pain, and in a place devoid of hope, I will change my mind on my own. The burst of anger that provokes gives me something tangible to hold on to. I do not think my story will end happily, not any longer, but it will end on my own terms. I won't be forced into this marriage. I will not bed James. James will take me to the front line to hand me to Sebastian, and when war breaks out, I will run. I would rather take my chances. I would rather run wild and free with the wind in my hair and the grass beneath my feet than spend tonight as the wife of the brother of the male I think I am in love with, even if it ends in bloodshed. And I will not go back to Sebastian. Footsteps echo in the darkness. I jerk my head upright as Blake walks to the cell door. He's carrying a small flask. His dark clothing is pristine, but his hair is messy like it was the night of the storm. I wonder if he's stressed for some reason. Perhaps he doesn't want to torture me on James's behalf.
Hello, little rabbit.
My insides harden. I am trapped, vulnerable, yet I do not want him to see any weakness from me. I turn my head away from him, careful to keep my balance. I have made my choice. I keep the corner of my eye on him, though. It is unwise to look away from a predator. He opens the door to my cell and walks inside.
Are you afraid?
He asks. No, I lie. He leans back against the barred wall, slipping his arms through the gaps. The air in the cell feels thick, unbreathable. His presence fills the small space somehow. He tilts his head to the side, the movement almost cat-like as he watches me. My arms ache. I wobble off balance under his scrutiny.
"Quite the mess you've gotten yourself into,"
he says. You got me into this mess, not me.
"I disagree."
He takes a sip from his flask, and my eyes snap to his throat as he swallows, suddenly aware of how bone-dry my mouth is. He puts the stopper back in, then threads his arm back through the bars of the cell.
"The way I see it,"
he says,
"you could be bathing right now in front of a warm fire. You could have eaten a hearty meal. You could be putting on a pretty dress and preparing to ride north. Yet here you are."
He looks around the dank cell with distaste.
"Bound and chained, vulnerable, defenseless."
He makes a tsking sound.
"That was your choice, was it not?"
His expression darkens.
"I've been ordered to make you change your mind."
Cold dread spreads through my body. I recall the hand-drawn diagrams I found in Blake's medicine books, and the depictions of torture that seemed like they came from experience. His eyes were cold when he told me what he'd done to his father. The wolves in this kingdom all seemed to fear him. "What are you going to do to me?" I ask. My voice sounds small. I wish it didn't. The corner of his mouth lifts.
"Darling, I'm not going to torture you. You have nothing I need. I'm merely going to implore you to see reason."
I relax slightly, but the tension in the room is thick. I won't marry him.
"Why not?"
I will not be a pawn in another game between men.
"You wouldn't be a pawn. You'd be a queen. Is she not the most powerful piece on the board?"
His voice is a gentle, seductive caress, as dark as the night sky. How does this help you get what you want?
"Who says that it helps me?"
He cocks his head to the side.
"Listen, I know what you're thinking. You think that during the fight that breaks out, you'll be able to slip away. You won't. Have you ever seen the front line of a battle? It is not a place many trained warriors walk away from, let alone little rabbits who have strayed far from their burrows. Even if you do manage to break free, James or Sebastian will kill you. You smell of wolf."
Blake's nose curls.
"Sebastian will not let you live for that, and James will gladly kill you to take something from Sebastian."
He has an ulterior motive, I remind myself. I cannot trust anything he says. You're telling me this to help me, are you? You don't need me to marry James. The marriage was your idea, was it not? He shrugs.
"Yes, that was my idea. But whether or not you accept him matters little to me. My game is already in motion."
What is your game?
"Play with me and find out."
I calm my breathing, wondering if I can implore him to listen to reason. If it doesn't matter to you, why not let me go? Blake laughs.
"I'm not your knight in shining armor, Aurora. I am not here to rescue you. I have given you a way out. It's your choice whether or not you take it."
A way out? You will have me submit myself, my body and soul, to a man I do not want? A muscle feathers in his jaw, though his posture remains relaxed against the barred wall of the cell.
"He will not harm you."
Like he didn't harm me upstairs just hours ago. Blake's eyes moved to my cheek.
"I didn't relish that, believe it or not."
I don't believe a word you say. Has anything you've told me actually been true?
"I deceive often, but I rarely lie. I can recall being untruthful to you only once."
When? He shifts, crossing his ankles as he leans further back. The torchlight on the wall outside the cell flickers across his features. He seems pensive.
"When we first met, I said I recognized you from the palace. I didn't. I hadn't seen you before in my life. I was only in the King's Guard for a couple of years, and I didn't spend much time in the palace. Though I knew from stories that your mother had red hair."
He shrugs.
"Your identity was an educated guess."
My eyebrows lift. Of all the things he'd said to me that could have been lies, this was the least expected, partially because I thought he looked familiar when I first set eyes upon him.
"Accept James's offer," he says. "You may not believe me, but I would rather you survive this."
"I will find my own way to survive."
"Very well."
He looks at me curiously.
"I really wasn't sure which way this would go, you know. I didn't know whether you'd accept his proposal or not. Usually I can figure people out, but not you. On the one hand, you're smart. You've endured a lot, and you know how to survive. Yet you're also mind-numbingly stubborn, proud, and ill-tempered. It has made the outcome of all this harder to predict."
I narrow my eyes. "I'm so sorry to disappoint."
"Oh, darling, I'm not disappointed."
He removes the stopper of his flask and takes another sip. I swallow, my throat aching.
"Thirsty?"
"No." He walks toward me, and my muscles harden as he stops inches away from me.
"Don't be stubborn."
He brings the flask to my lips.
"Here."
I jerk my head away, wobbling on my tiptoes. I try to get purchase on the chains above my handcuffs, regaining my balance.
"Come now, what are you—"
I grab the chains and lift my body. I kick wildly at Blake. A surprised laugh escapes his lips as he grabs my legs. I swing and grapple with him. Ice-cold water from his flask spills down both of our chests.
"Stop it!"
Blake dodges my foot.
"What are you doing? I'm trying to help you."
The muscles in my arms are taut and screaming. My fingers curl around the chains, even as the handcuffs bite into my skin. I jerk against him, determined to land a kick on him at least once, preferably between his legs. He drops the flask as I rear up again, and he grabs me. His fingers tighten beneath my thighs, and he jerks me toward him. My core slams against his hard torso, and my legs wrap around his waist. The laughter dies from his expression. His face is inches from mine. We're breathing fast. His muscles are taut. The air in the cell is thick and silent. And an emotion stronger and uglier than hate surges through my body. It is consuming, unbearable, dark and powerful and unfamiliar. I want to tear inside of myself and rip it out. Blake's jaw hardens. There is no humor, no amusement in his eyes. Only darkness. He smells like night, like the most dangerous part of the forest, like dark, forbidden places. His warm breath mingles with mine. His gaze dips to my mouth, and he swallows. "If you kiss me, I will bite off your tongue," I whisper. He staggers back, dropping my legs, and I grip onto the chains to keep my balance. Something like horror or disgust twists across his face. Without another word, he turns on his heel. He locks the cell door, then disappears out of the dungeons. He doesn't give me a backward glance. My shirt is now soaking, and I shiver violently. My heartbeat rages. The memory of his grip lingers on my thighs. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. It's all I can think about for hours. My hatred is so strong that it dulls the pain. It stops my body from completely sagging and keeps me from freezing. And it urges me to survive this, to beat him. I start to form a plan that might get me out of this mess. When one of the men who brought me down here earlier walks to the cell door, I lift my head to meet his cold stare. I will not die tonight.
"It's sundown," he says. "I'm to take you to the Wolf King. He awaits your decision."
Chapter 55. I am taken to a room on the ground floor of the manor. It is dark and sparsely furnished. In one corner, there is a bucket filled with water. A white dress is draped over one of the tattered armchairs. The hearth is unlit, and the air is stale and bitingly cold.
"You're to bathe, then dress,"
says my guard. His voice is gruff and devoid of warmth. He has a dark beard, severe eyes, and wears the same green kilt that Robert and Magnus wear. I swallow, calming my racing pulse. I will get out of this. I will survive. I survived my mother's illness and the beatings from the high priest. I came with Callum to the Northlands in search of my freedom. I will find it. But I must pick my moment. I must play this game and accept my role in it until the opportune moment comes for me to make a move. I nod. Very well. Wait outside, please.
Bathe. No.
Does he really expect me to undress in front of him? Are you aware of the choice your king has presented to me? I ask.
Aye.
I remember what Blake said to his friend when I awoke in the cell. He's territorial. It works in our favour. Was he talking about James? Then you know he has offered me a betrothal. I raise my chin. Do you think he will be pleased to find out you have watched his potential future wife undress? He clenches his jaw and glares at me.
You have 5 minutes, and if I can smell the high-fowl wolf on you when I come back, I'll bathe you again myself.
He turns on his heel and walks out of the room, slamming the door behind him. I release a breath, and it plumes in front of me in the darkness. I rub my sore and aching wrists. The skin is red and raw from the handcuffs. Untangling the ball of nerves in the pit of my stomach, I scour my surroundings for anything that might be of use. The room is decaying and barren. There is no poker by the fire, no weapons in sight. One of the armchairs is covered with a tattered sheet. There's a layer of dust on the floorboards. I walk to the window. Even if it were not fastened shut with bars across it, I would not be able to escape through it. Outside, against a backdrop of shadowy mountains, wolves are gathering with their horses. There must be about 100 of them. Their voices seep through the thin glass, low and excitable. Men preparing for war. The night sky above them is lit by the moon. Although not full, it is brighter than usual. It is as if the moon goddess herself has come forth to watch the events of this evening unfold. It is a good job she is locked away in Knight's prison, because surely her favour would fall upon the Wolf King, not the princess of a kingdom that worships the sun. I turn away from the freedom that taunts me, and walk to the bucket in the corner. I strip off my damp shirt and breeches. The water is ice cold, but the anger burning in my soul keeps me from shuddering as I lather up the soap and wash myself. As I do, I'm aware that I'm washing away all trace of Callum's touch. It fills me with a profound sadness. How could only a day have passed since I was in his arms, thinking we could be free together? How could I have been so naive to think I would have a happy ending? I recall Blake's touch as we grappled in the cell, his grip on my thighs, his mouth close to mine. I scrub myself harder. When I'm clean, I shiver as I pat myself dry with the towel by the bucket. I pull on the dress that has been laid out for me. My muscles harden as I realize it is the long-sleeved white dress I was going to wear to meet the Wolf King for the first time. The one Blake said made me look like a doll. Did he bring this here for me to wear? It serves both of James's purposes, I suppose. It is the right colour for a wedding gown, should I accept his proposal. But it also signals an innocence I no longer possess, should he need to sell me back to Sebastian. I take a deep breath and taste dust and decay on the air. I smooth down the front of the dress, then run my fingers through my tangled red hair. I straighten my posture. I know what I must do. The door opens and the guard returns. He reaches for me, but I step back. I will not run, I say, meeting his hard glare. I am ready to meet with your king. He nods.
Fine.
He leads me out of the room. We exit the manor through a cold entrance hall and step out onto the grounds outside where the wolves are gathering. The wind whips my hair and ruffles my dress, yet I am not cold. I am too fired up with adrenaline for that. We weave through the crowd. Swords and daggers glint in the moonlight. My boots sink into the mud. The air smells like horses and male sweat, sweetened by the heather that grows in the surrounding mountains. A little way ahead of them stands James with a large white horse. Its mane is the colour of moonlight. He's looking away from his men, up at the sky. Not far from him, I spot Blake. He's dressed all in black and stands still among the chaos. The wind ruffles his dark hair. His expression is unreadable. A flash of anger surges through me. I walk to him and tilt my head. There is no smirk on his lips. He emanates darkness. "You will get what is coming to you, Blake." My breath plumes, twisting in the air between us. Everything that you have, everything that you are, is built on lies and pretense and falsehoods. One day, you will make a wrong move, and it will all crumble around you. One day, you will be your own undoing. I only wish I could be there to see you fall. He brushes past me and weaves through the crowd toward the manor without so much as a word. A tornado of rage wells inside my chest. That is the last interaction we are to have. Does he not have anything to say to me? Is he even coming with us?
Keep going.
The guard pushes me, and I stumble forward toward the Wolf King. James turns. All thoughts of Blake dissipate. I gather myself and stare at the more pressing threat before me. He's dressed for battle with a sword and a dagger on his belt. He's an imposing figure, standing in front of a backdrop of shadowy mountains with the wind stirring his shoulder-length hair. He arches an eyebrow.
Well?
I brace myself. I have not changed my mind. I will not marry you, but I have another option.
No. If you will not accept my gracious offer, there is only one other option available.
Before I can step back, he scoops me up and hoists me onto the horse. Panic fizzes inside my chest. "Listen!"
Quiet!
His voice is hard and commanding as he mounts behind me. He hooks an arm around my waist, and my skin crawls. "Get off me!" I elbow him in the side.
No.
He jerks me closer. He looks over his shoulder.
Prepare yourselves, lads,
he shouts. And silence falls among the walls behind us. Even I still.
For centuries, they've stolen our lands,
growls James.
They've slaughtered our brothers. They've taken our women. How many of us have lost someone to that Borderlands cunt Sebastian? He is in our grasp tonight. His woman is in my grasp tonight.
Some of the wolves jeer, and my muscles stiffen.
And tonight, we take what is ours by right. Brothers, look up at the sky. Look at how the moon shines for us. Look at how Yalach lights our way and bestows her favour. It is a sign the Borderlands will fall. It is a sign the humans will bleed, and the kingdom of wolves will be triumphant. So join me, brothers. Tonight, we take back what is ours. Tonight, we ride to war.
A grin spreads across his face.
Let's go kill some Southerners, shall we?
Cheers resound through the night, sending chills down my spine. James jerks the reins of the horse. Then we're riding through the darkness, the thunder of hooves filling the air. Do not struggle. Gain his trust. Propose your plan. I repeat the words like a mantra as I grip onto the saddle so tightly my knuckles turn white. The moon shines bright. It bathes the landscape in a ghostly glow as it blurs past us, lighting up peaks and lochs and wild swaying grass. The streams that flow down the mountains look like molten silver. They remind me of chains and shackles. I saw this landscape as freedom once. Now it taunts me with what could have been. I'm running out of time. I can help you, I say.
Quiet.
His voice is harsh. His arm is tight around my waist. His hold is not gentle and protective like Callum's. It is hard and unrelenting. It is the hold of a jailer, a monster, a king. I know what you want, and I am offering...
I offered you the world, and you threw it in my face. There'll be no more discussion on the matter.
Are you truly so stubborn?
Are you?
He bites back. The hint of frustration in his tone gives me hope. There must be something behind his hard demeanour. I know your enemy better than you do, I implore. Will you truly not listen to what I have to say? By sunrise, there will not be another chance. He doesn't ask me to voice my offer, but he doesn't shut me up either. No one needs to die, I say.
Sebastian needs to die.
I have no love for Sebastian. I did not want to marry him. I left the borderlands with Callum to escape him, and I like him even less now I know what he did to your mother. A growl builds low in his chest. Yes, he should die, but your men do not need to die, I say. You don't need to die, and neither do I. Take me to Sebastian as planned. Hold back your men. Let me go with him. Give me a weapon, something small. I can get close to him without his guard being raised. If you wish him dead, then I shall kill him myself. You will send some men to retrieve me when it is done, and you will bring me back to Callum. He lets out a throaty, bitter laugh.
Even if I believed you had it in you to kill him, which I don't, why should I deprive myself of the pleasure of doing it myself?
Because lives will be lost if you choose to attack. The lives of your men. He swallows, and I wonder if he is considering it. But then his grip on the reins tightens.
I will not squander this opportunity. I will be killing Sebastian this night. That's the end of the discussion. You're lucky I do not execute you myself.
I love him, I say softly. I cannot marry you, because I love Callum. The admission surprises me as it escapes my lips. It is as if it were trapped somewhere deep within my soul, and as it gains freedom, wisping away with a plume of my breath, some of the weight bearing down on my chest lifts. It is true, I realize. I love him. I may not know much about love. I may have guarded my heart and kept my emotions locked within me for many years now. But somehow Callum got inside me and made me feel free. And somewhere along the way, I fell in love with him. I may never see him again. I may die tonight. But I die knowing that truth and knowing the taste of freedom it gave me. In the distance, there are dots of light puncturing the shadows. Sebastian's men. My heart sinks. James pulls the reins abruptly, and the horse halts. I inhale sharply, wondering why we've stopped. He whistles, then dismounts, and strides over to someone who is on horseback. My eyebrows raise when I realize it is a female soldier. She hands something to him, a strap of some kind, and he walks back toward me.
Off the horse,
he says. Pulse racing, I slide down. My legs are shaky when my feet hit the earth. The rest of his men linger on the grassy land behind, waiting for their king's orders to ride onward. James pulls a knife out of his belt, and I step away, my back hitting the horse's body. The sharp blade glints in the moonlight, with the same dangerous intent that glitters in his eyes. His jaw is clenched, and every muscle in his body is taut as he steps toward me. He looks angry, furious, a monster of a man, a king of wolves. My breathing quickens. He crouches by my feet, pressing one knee into the muddy earth. He hoists up my skirt. Cold terror seeps through my bones, freezing me in place, even though my mind is screaming at me to run, to fight, to do anything but stand here, letting him do whatever he wants with me. He slips a holster around my thigh and tightens it, before sliding in the knife. The cold weight of it presses against my skin. He releases me, letting the fabric of my skirt cover me once more. His eyes snap up to mine. They're the same shape as Callum's, but darker and sterner.
I do this for my brother, not for you. At least I can say I gave you a chance. My men will still attack. If by some means Sebastian gets away with you, if you kill him, I will allow you back into my kingdom.
I swallow, then nod. A small knife is not much against an army, but it is better than nothing. And if I get the chance, I will gladly sink it into Sebastian's heart. Thank you, I say. He inclines his head, then rises to his full height.
Back on the horse.
He hoists me up, then mounts behind me. We ride onward. It is not long before we stop at the edge of the valley. The moon bathes the land below in white light, washing the colour from the grass and turning the heather silver. Up here, we are concealed by tall trees that spill down the mountainside, enveloped by shadows and the scent of pine. I spot torchlight in the valley below. Borderlands men await. James sends one of his men down there to check Sebastian is among them, and to confirm they have the heart of the moon, fake or otherwise. How do you know they won't just slaughter you when you ride down? I say.
Because I know Sebastian, and I have the daughter of their king.
I think you overestimate my value.
Let's hope not.
His voice is curt, almost a warning, and signals the end of our conversation. The rider comes back 10 minutes later and nods at James before rejoining the army. Nerves twist in my stomach. What if he's brought the real heart of the moon with him? I ask. I hear the menacing smile in James's voice.
Then we shift, and it will turn out to be a very quick battle indeed.
He looks over his shoulder at his men.
I want 10 of you to ride down with me for the exchange. The rest, wait on my signal.
What's the signal? Calls a male from within the trees.
Southern screams,
says James. The soldiers laugh and jeer.
Let's get you back to your betrothed, shall we?
Says James. He digs his heels into the horse, and my stomach drops. We descend into the valley where Sebastian awaits. Chapter 56. Want is a strange thing. If you feed it, it gets hungrier and it grows. You find yourself wanting more and more and more, your appetite never quite sated. If you starve it, it fades away. It shrivels and dies until it's nothing at all. When I was young, I wanted things. I wanted to be a lady of a grand house, or even a queen. I wanted a husband who loved me. I wanted to help my people. After my mother died, I just wanted to endure. Then one day, I wanted nothing at all. I lived like that for a long time. My life was passive, meandering, meaningless. But I am not an empty husk anymore. I want to get through this. I want to escape. I want the life in Highfell that Callum promised. I want freedom. I want vengeance. I want... You will pay for this, I whisper.
I doubt that very much, Princess,
growls James in response. Princess. The title sounds foul on his tongue. I look into the endless sky as we ride into the valley. If the stories are true, the moon herself is a prisoner, sentenced by the sun, and shackled by night. We are not so different, you and I. I send the thought to her on the winds that whip my hair and stir the trees. Give me strength, give me courage, let me prevail. And then, there is no more time for prayers. Sebastian is waiting. He's like a dark spectre in the swaying grass, and he's flanked by 10 of his men. The moonlight paints his skin a sickly white and reflects off the threads of grey in his dark hair, which is tied at the nape of his neck. A man on one side of him is holding a box. On his other side is a large man, with scars all over his face and neck. Behind him, there is an army that vastly outnumbers the Northland's wolves, their silver star sigils glinting in the ghostly light. James pulls on the reins and we halt. Silence sweeps over the valley. Even the wind stops whispering. He dismounts from the horse, and I take a shuddery breath. Before James can grab me, I jump down myself. I land hard on the grass, the force of the impact juddering up my ankle, but I do not show it on my face. Whatever my fate, I will face it on my own terms. I turn away from the Wolf King and straighten. Sebastian's lips twist into a thin smile that doesn't meet his eyes.
My sweet betrothed. His voice is as cold as the Northland's air. Are you well?
Nausea rolls through me. The knife James gave me burns into my outer thigh. I make a silent vow that I will use it when I get the chance. I raise my chin. Yes.
Thank goodness. I was so worried. Have they defiled you?
For a moment, I wonder what would happen if I said yes. I wonder what would happen if I told him, in front of all his men, that just 12 hours ago, I took my pleasure from the brother of the Wolf King, that he spilled inside me and made me cry out with release, that he held me in his arms and was going to take me to his home, that I love him, I choose him, I want him. My heartbeat resounds in my ears, daring me to do it.
No.
James's voice is low and gruff behind me. Sebastian doesn't acknowledge the Wolf King. It is as if he is beneath him. Instead, he looks at the man with scars who stands beside him. James tenses ever so slightly. I remember what he said about Sebastian having wolves working for him. With his wild, pale hair, muscles and scars, I wonder if this male is one of them. He steps closer, his shadow swallowing me, and sniffs me. Do it, I will him. Tell them. Tell Sebastian I cannot be his virgin bride. The corner of the male's lip twitches, just for a moment. I almost wonder if I imagined it. He nods.
The lass retains her innocence, he says.
I frown, wondering why he lied while simultaneously cursing him for it.
A trade can be made,
says James. Sebastian flicks his wrist. The man with the box approaches.
Duncan,
says James. The blonde male dismounts and grabs the box. My heart stops, and the wind seems to hold her breath as Duncan opens it. His eyebrows raise, and he shows the contents to James. There's a white rock within it that seems to absorb the moonlight. Is it the heart of the moon, or a replica? I wonder if I will ever know. James nods, then pushes me forward. I stumble the few paces away from the Northland's wolves, the long grass snagging on my skirts. And then I am on the borderland side of this war, Sebastian, my betrothed and my new captor, at my side. Sebastian does not acknowledge me, nor does he show any indication that he means to leave. James stands just as still. A strange energy hangs over the valley, taut and dangerous.
We finally meet, says Sebastian. Your Highness.
His smile is mocking.
Aye, so we do.
James's voice is quiet, yet filled with menace.
And what an honor it is, when usually you have your men do your dirty work for you. Oh, I thought I'd make an exception for this.
My muscles clench. At the sides of the valley, James's men are readying to charge. Behind me, the air is thick. Violence whispers through the trees. I can smell the promise of war and the scent of male sweat and silver and steel.
You're a fine specimen, you know, says Sebastian. You do well in our fighting rings.
The wolf flickers in Duncan's eyes at the insult to his king. One of the horses drags her hoof across the earth. Sebastian's men put their hands on their swords. James merely smiles.
Is that so?
Oh, yes, says Sebastian. My gaze flits across the landscape, as skittish as a rabbit among wolves. I cannot find a route to escape. Blake was right. When the battle begins, I will be consumed within its jaws. Did I make the wrong choice? No, I could not marry James. I made my decision, and I will live or die by it. I turn my insides to stone, to steel.
Better than your mother, at least,
says Sebastian. James's expression darkens.
No, she was not made for the fighting ring.
Sebastian lowers his voice.
Although we got our entertainment from her in other ways.
The valley holds its breath. Hate rises within me, sharp and bitter. I feel sick. How could I ever have agreed to wed this monster? James lunges at him, only to stagger back with a grunt. His eyes widen. An arrow protrudes from his shoulder. I spin around, and an archer on horseback behind me smiles. The ground shakes as wolves spill down the hillside to defend their king.
"Put her in the carriage,"
says Sebastian, flicking a dismissive wrist at me.
"Let me finish off this savage."
Panic rises and roils over me in waves. I barely register the man who grabs my arm and pulls me back, nor James, as he breaks the arrow with a grimace that turns into a smile, promising violence.
"You're a dead man, Sebastian."
James throws the arrow aside.
"I don't think so."
The valley is loud with the sound of thundering hooves. I'm dragged through the men that are getting ready to fight. My pulse races. No! The wind rages around me, stirring my skirts and stinging my skin. It whispers to me. It stirs the wildness within. I'm not going to die. I rip myself out of the man's grip. Something thrums in the air, an energy or a song. It flows through my body and pulses through my soul. Goddess, help me! I will not be a prisoner again. The clouds block the moon, and the valley plunges into darkness. I am blind to the surrounding danger, yet I do not fear it. The shadows seem to curl around me. They protect me. There's a murmur of voices, a skidding of hooves. Confusion rings in the air. A soft light draws my eye. Within the box Duncan holds, the white stone glows. I hear a voice on the breeze, soft and female. It is a song, ancient and in a language I do not know. Yet in my heart, I know the tune. Freedom, it sings. As if in answer to the song, or perhaps it is an answer to my prayer, the moon pushes from behind the clouds and floods the valley. It brightens, as blinding as the darkness. Ahead of me, Sebastian's eyebrows knit together, a flash of confusion on his face. James's eyes widen in surprise, then triumph. His muscles jerk. The crack of bones resounds in the night. And when he lunges forward again, he is not a man. He is a wolf with brown fur and rippling muscles and sharp teeth. There are markings on his forelegs where his tattoos are inked when he is a man. The male beside Sebastian shifts and meets James in mid-air, and the two hurtle to the ground, gnashing their jaws. The Borderlands army charges past me, knocking me between them. The rest of James's men have shifted, and an army of bloodthirsty wolves charge at them. Sebastian rears back, grabs my arm, and drags me away from the screams. I let him. Not because I am scared by the violence, but because the violence has fed something wild and hungry inside me, and now it wants more. I will do this for Callum's mother and all the others Sebastian has harmed. And I will do it for me. I will do it for the future I never dared to hope for. The knife is heavy at my thigh, as Sebastian hurls me into a horse-drawn carriage. "Ride!" he hisses at the driver, before throwing himself in after me. Chapter 57. The carriage hurtles across the landscape. We're followed by the sound of howling wolves and the roars of battle. Sebastian settles on the bench in front of me and smooths down his breeches and dark tunic. He's the picture of calm despite what is happening. His sword and daggers hang in his belt, deadly but unused, as he leaves his army to fight for him. He smiles.
"My sweet betrothed, it is time we had a chat, don't you think?"
I straighten and smooth down my dress. I force myself to smile back sweetly, even though violence coats my tongue. Yes, it is.
"Did you spread your legs for him?"
asks Sebastian, as though discussing the weather.
"Their king?"
"Didn't your wolf confirm I didn't?" He shrugs.
"If he had voiced the truth, I'd have killed you both on the spot. I can't marry you if my people know you fucked a wolf. And if I can't marry you, you are of no use to me. But I don't believe you've been with those savages for this long and not been touched by at least one of them. Let us be honest with one another, shall we? Was it their king that you fucked?
He arches an eyebrow.
Or was it the one from my kennels, the one you ran away with?
My insides harden. He makes a tutting noise, his expression cold.
Or did you think I didn't know about that?
He smiles, his eyes dark.
You were seen, you know, running away with him. Which one was it? Or did you open your legs for both of them? No matter. I'll have them both killed before long. And before tonight is through, you'll have my heir inside you, and everyone will know you are mine alone.
My blood runs cold, but I refuse to look away. The knife is heavy against my thigh, but I do not know how to reach for it without alerting Sebastian to its existence.
Yes,
Sebastian continues.
Soon, this will all be just a bad memory, and you will learn to conduct yourself better in future as my wife and lady of the borderlands. Otherwise you may find yourself meeting the same fate as your mother.
My insides turn to ice. My mother died of illness.
No, she was murdered.
He laughs coldly.
Oh, didn't you know?
A battle rages inside me, as vicious as the one I can hear in the distance. The demand for answers fights the demand for blood. What are you talking about?
Your father arranged it. A very particular poison.
The bright moonlight that streams through the carriage windows highlights the glee in his expression, and I know he is telling the truth. I feel as if the world is shattering around me. My father was never kind to my mother. He viewed her as a possession rather than a person, just as he views me. The thought that he killed her makes me feel as if I've swallowed the Northland winds that rattle the carriage. They rage in my chest, and I can barely contain them. For so many years, I desired his approval. I stayed silent and obedient for him. I intended to give him information about the wolves. I agreed to marry the monster that sits before me. My mother told me that we always have a choice, but my whole life, I have let others control my fate. Tonight, that changes. Adrenaline pumps through my body as we rattle along the wild terrain. I embrace it and let it feed the violent beast that is stirring within me.
I cannot believe you didn't know,
says Sebastian. If Callum was in this situation, I have no doubt he would end Sebastian in an instant. He would lurch forward and strangle him, sinking a dagger into his heart with ease. I do not have his strength, not physically. I find myself wondering what Blake would do if faced with a larger opponent. He would find another way to defeat him, using his wit and his silken words and his aura of shadows. He somehow rose high in the kingdom of wolves, became an alpha, and whispered into the ear of the Wolf King, all while being an outsider.
I'm playing a game, little rabbit, and part of you wants to play too, just to see if you can beat me.
I slip on the mask I wore for many years, the mask of a dutiful princess, an obedient woman, a prize to be won, and I hope it hides the darkness that rises within. I am glad you saved me. My voice is sweet as sugar, and it makes me feel sick. I was so afraid. Sebastian's eyes flit to mine and narrow. I was kidnapped, but no one touched me. They said I had to be kept pure, so they could trade me for that rock you gave them, and I wouldn't have let them touch me anyway. I would never let a wolf touch me. I put all my disgust at the man before me into the word.
Is that so?
Says Sebastian.
You didn't let that beastly wolf from the kennels touch you?
My insides scream. Wildness rattles against a cage in my chest. The thought that a monster such as Sebastian could call Callum beastly sets my insides aflame. I let my mask cover my rage. I would never let him touch me, I say. I lean forward and put my hand on his leg, inwardly flinching at the contact. Let me prove it to you. His eyes darken, and something cold and hungry flashes behind them. Whatever beast resides beneath his skin stirs. I see it. I want to cower away from it. A wave of lust ripples from him, and my aura seems to curl in on itself, trying to get away. I force myself to rise. I close the small space between us and straddle his lap, my dress rising up my legs and revulsion rising up my throat. I will him to keep his eyes on mine, so he does not notice the now exposed blade strapped to my thigh. "We are to be man and wife soon," I say softly, sweetly. His gaze drags down my neck, my collarbone, my breasts, leaving a trail of cold in its wake. He licks his lips. My heartbeat pounds in my ears so hard that if he were a wolf, he would know my deception. "Sebastian," I whisper. I remember being in Callum's chambers, a silver letter opener in my hand, his hand rough and warm around mine. "Go for the throat," he told me. In a sudden movement, I grab the knife. Before I can sink it through his pale flesh, he grabs my wrist. His other hand curls up into my hair, gripping tight. I shriek, releasing the wildness in my soul as I struggle against him. I try to push the blade against his neck. My scalp screams as Sebastian pulls my hair, and his fingers tighten around my wrist painfully. He laughs. The sound is cold and dark, and his eyes flash with danger.
"Grew some teeth while you were with the wolves, did you?"
He bares my throat to him. He bends my wrist hard, and the knife flies from my hand.
"Not to worry. I've tamed many wild creatures in my time. I don't like to be teased, Aurora, especially not by little sluts like you. How about you show me what else you learned while you were being a whore to that high-fell beast? Fuck you!" I hiss. "Get on your knees."
Fear and bile roll over me. The carriage blurs. I'm cold, frozen.
I said, get on your...
Something hurtles into the side of the carriage, and the two of us are flung across the space. My shoulder slams painfully into the side as Sebastian's body crashes into mine. For a moment, we're a tangle of limbs and shattered glass and splintered wood. My head bashes against the ceiling, then the walls as the carriage rolls. It shudders to a halt on its side. Everything is still. I fight the adrenaline that's making everything seem far away. I taste blood. My shoulder is crushed against one of the windows, and the carriage door is now above us. Long grass and jagged rocks splinter the glass. Sebastian stirs beside me, and there's a crunching sound. The knife has pierced the wood on the other side of his body. It glints in the moonlight that streams down. My pulse rages. I lurch for it, shoving my knee into his crotch. He hisses, his eyelids flickering open. Go for the throat. In a swift movement, I slide the blade across Sebastian's neck. His eyes widen. He reaches for the wound as hot, red blood spills between his fingers. That is what I learned while being the whore to the high-fell beast, I snarl. I expect to see horror on his face. Instead, his lips curve into a smile that mimics the slit across his throat.
You stupid bitch,
he rasps as I lean over him.
Now you'll never know the truth. Night is spreading. It will take you all.
A manic laugh bubbles from his lips with his last breath. And then his body is still. Empty. Nothing but a grotesque and bloody statue of the monster he once was. Disbelief crashes over me. I killed him. He's really dead. Shaking, I shove the door above me, and it flings open. I pull myself out of it, wood splintering my skin. Glass sprinkles off my dress when I stand. I think I am in shock, because everything feels far away. Cold adrenaline pumps through me, even though the danger has passed. I stagger over the grass, almost tripping over the dismembered wheel of the carriage. I'm in a clearing. The horses are gone. The man who was driving lies dead on the hill we rolled down. I'm alone. The moon shines down on me, and the air has never tasted so sweet. It tastes like freedom. It tastes like a future I never dared to imagine. It tastes like hope. I have just killed someone, and I'm sure I will feel something about that later. And yet, right now, I smile. Until a growl rumbles through the night behind me. I spin around. A large brown wolf with markings on his legs stalks toward me, his muscles rippling with each thud of his paws. He bares his teeth. I sigh, realizing what caused the carriage to roll over. "James," I say softly, soothingly. "It's okay. It's over. I killed him." His eyes flash with menace. I step back, frowning. "James, what are you doing? You said—" I sense the danger that emanates from him. He is bigger even than Callum. The ground rumbles with every step he takes. I do not know if he is angry I have robbed him of his kill, whether he wants to take something from Sebastian even after his death, or whether the wolf within him has taken over and just wants blood. But his eyes promise death. I release a half laugh, almost manic, as hysteria bubbles inside me. I shake my head. "No, you can't do this. This cannot be the end." My hand curls around the hilt of the bloody knife. "It can't be." He growls, and I feel it vibrating through my soul. "No." "Yes," he seems to say. I turn. I run. James crashes on top of me, and the knife flies out of my grip. I scream as his teeth sink into my waist. He rolls me over, and hot blood pours from my body and paints his mouth crimson. And I'm on fire. There is nothing but pain, violence. He snarls. He opens his jaw, exposing his sharp teeth. I try to push him off me, but my body is heavy, so heavy. The life is draining out of me. My vision blurs, and I think of my mother. I wonder if I'll see her again in the afterlife. James is ripped from my body. I blink as cold air bites into me. I can breathe again, but it hurts. Goddess, it hurts. A wolf snarls. I force my head to the side so I can see. A large wolf, almost as big as James, is facing his king. His fur is tawny, and I catch the glint of forest green in his eyes as the moon hits them. "Callum," I rasp. The two wolves growl as they circle one another. Callum attacks. He is as fierce and feral and vicious as I knew he could be. He tears into his brother's throat, hurling him across the clearing as though he is a stuffed toy. James skids to a halt, unearthing grass and creating tracks in the mud. The two launch through the air. They're a blur of muscle and teeth. I cannot tell who is winning. I can barely see anything at all. Dots dance in front of my eyes, and blood pools around me. James slams Callum to the ground and sinks his teeth into Callum's neck. Callum whimpers, and the sound punctures my heart. No. The wind stirs around me. No. My body is weak, but I push myself up. I grip my side, and I force myself to stand. My legs tremble. I move toward them, and every step feels like I am pushing through syrup. My skin is clammy, and my hair sticks to my face. Blood pumps hot through my fingers. I can't let him kill Callum. My knees buckle, and I fall hard. My eyes burn, and Callum whines again. I extend my arm, knowing I cannot reach him. "Goddess, please!" There's a flash of black fur. The moon disappears behind the rolling Northland's clouds, plunging the land into darkness. When the black wolf crashes into James, the two of them shift into men and hurtle across the grass. Callum shifts back too, and stumbles to his feet, his neck already healing. He turns to Blake, who has his hand curled around James's neck. The scars on his muscular back are vivid, even in the darkness.
"Get her out of here!" roars Blake. "Now!"
Callum bolts toward me. He gathers me in his arms. I melt against his chest as I feel his warmth and smell his familiar scent. I am going to die, but I am glad he is here with me. Holding me closely, delicately, Callum looks at Blake once more. Confused. Or perhaps he is conflicted about leaving his saviour alone with his physically stronger brother.
"No!"
roars Blake. Callum turns, and he runs. Chapter 58. The air is thick with the scent of pine and darkness. Somewhere, an animal is whimpering. I push through the undergrowth toward it. Thorns snag my clothes, and brambles squish beneath my bare feet. I emerge into a moonlit clearing. A wolf the colour of moonlight lies in the centre, but blood tarnishes her fur. She is injured. Her foot is caught in a trap. She snarls as I approach, but I cannot leave her to die. Shh, I whisper. It's going to be okay. I prise open the jaws of the trap, my fingers bleeding and slipping on the harsh metal teeth. The wolf cries. She stumbles free, turning to face me. For a moment, we stare at one another. Don't go, I say. I need you. She turns. She flees. No! I'm plunged into darkness. Come back! The wind no longer whispers through the trees, and the moon is snuffed out. Shadows creep through the undergrowth and slither through the grass like snakes. Don't leave me! I scream. Please! I am lost. I am empty. I am alone. The darkness swallows me. But I hear a voice in the distance.
Stay with me. Stay with me, princess. Please.
Pain crushes through me. I force my eyelids to open, but they are heavy. Everything is blurry. There's something soft beneath me. I scrunch my fingers and feel wet grass. Callum's face comes into focus. His eyes are panicked and covered in a watery film. His dirty blonde hair is tangled, and there is blood on his neck and chest. He's leaning over me, and his hand is pressed into my side.
Oh, goddess!
His voice breaks.
I'm so sorry, Aurora. I'm so sorry. I never should have left you.
You're here. My words are weak, and they're carried away on the breeze.
I'm here.
A tear rolls down his face. I want to reach for him, to brush it away, but he is too far away. My body is too heavy. He touches my cheek.
I'm here.
I smile. He makes a sound in his throat, a sob.
You're going to be okay.
And I know then that he thinks I'm going to die. There's something important I want to tell him, but my brain is fuzzy. I cannot find the words. My eyelids flicker. The world dulls.
Stay with me, princess. You have to fight this. Please.
Callum stiffens and looks over his shoulder. A second later, someone crashes to their knees beside him.
Move aside.
A sharp male voice cuts through the darkness. Callum keeps his hand on the bite, but shifts slightly. He takes one of my hands, and his fingers curl tightly around mine, as if he can stop me from falling away.
Can you save her?
Callum's voice is small, afraid. Even though I'm so far away right now, I know that his voice should not sound that way. He is strong and certain, a warrior. He does not fear anything.
I don't know.
Blake's face swims into focus. He is a monstrous vision. His neck and chest are crimson with blood, and there's mud caked in his hair. His expression is serious, and that, too, seems wrong. Where is the mockery? Where is the smirk on his lips? I close my eyes. He taps my cheek.
Look at me.
My eyelids are seared shut. I do not want to look at him anyway.
I should have known you were too weak,
says Blake.
Or perhaps it is not weakness. Perhaps you are simply too ashamed to face me. Do you remember when you slapped me, little rabbit? Back in my chambers. I was on my knees before you. Do you know what I think? I think you were angry with me because you were imagining riding my face, and you liked it.
My eyes flicker open. Shock and irritation ripple through me.
What the fuck?
Snarls Callum.
Quiet,
Snaps Blake.
Do you remember when I betrayed you, little rabbit? Had you strung up in the dungeons?
Callum's growl vibrates through me, but I keep my eyes fixed on Blake's. The stars shimmer in and out of focus above him.
I used you to get what I wanted. I made you a pawn in my games. I took you away from Callum and had him locked up too. I enjoyed seeing you like that, you know. Bound and chained, defenseless, helpless. I could have done all manner of things to you, all manner of perverse things. Would you have liked that, Aurora?
Anger flares inside me, hot and wild and putrid. It pushes up my throat like a venomous snake, and a hiss escapes my lips. It hurts. Goddess, it hurts. I whimper, and my eyelids flicker shut.
Gods, Aurora!
Blake slams his hand into the ground by my head. I don't even flinch.
Get angry. Get angry with me.
That's enough, Blake,
says Callum.
I don't know what you're doing, but find another way. Get some herbs, stitch her up, just do it. Fix her.
The plea in his voice breaks my heart.
She's been bitten, Callum. The only way she survives this is if she stops suppressing it.
Suppressing what?
Her wolf!
Blake's exasperated voice cuts through the darkness that is settling over me. Callum falls silent for a moment.
What the fuck are you talking about? She's not a wolf.
Of course she is, you fool. She's a half-wolf like me, and James's bite will either force her wolf to fight back, or it'll dominate it and kill her.
He slaps my cheek again.
Look at me. I'm not finished with you yet.
I roll my head away, unable to make sense of anything they're saying.
Aurora, damn it!
Snaps Blake. He grabs my chin. Life is spilling out of me. I can feel my soul leaving my body, turning me back into the husk I was for so many years. Darkness fills my chest, and I'm cold, so cold. Even Callum's hand around mine offers no warmth anymore. My cheeks are wet, and I wonder if I'm crying, or whether it's blood. Frantic male voices fill the air, but they don't make sense.
Just do it!
Callum snarls.
Fuck. It's not medicine. It's something I read.
She's not!
She is a wolf.
I tried to focus on the men kneeling beside me. I tried to focus on what they're talking about. It's something to do with me. Something important.
What is it?
Says Callum, his voice dark.
I think I can share my life force with her, if she's a wolf.
I should do it,
says Callum.
No, it has to be... I don't have time to teach you. Just get out of the way.
Blake.
Callum's voice is low, warning.
Get out of the way.
Blake's voice is all wrong. Angry, feral, forceful. He shifts over me, and I can almost feel his warmth. He rests his forearm on one side of my face, putting his hand on my cheek as I try to roll my head away. He pushes his forehead against mine, and he whispers something in a language I do not know. I cannot tell if it's a chant, or a prayer, or a plea. All I know is my pulse is slow, and the air is cold, and my body is draining of life. And I'm tired. So tired. If I had the strength to pray, I'd tell the goddess I'll choose to live differently if I survive this. I'll live my life fully. I'll dare to hope and dream and want. I'll stand up for myself and for others. I'll learn to fight. I'll make my own stories, rather than be the side character in the stories of kings. I'll never be shackled again. And I'll love. I'll love wholly and unreservedly. I'll love until I am bursting with it. My breathing slows. The night swims around me, dark and full of shadow. My soul aches. My eyelids close. Someone is shouting. Someone is whispering. Everything is cold. And then, silence. I'm back in that forest, in the cavernous dark. The branches don't whisper, and the undergrowth is still. There is nothing but thick, unrelenting darkness. And I don't want this. I want to live. A wisp of light flits toward me. I frown as I reach for it. My eyes jolt open at the same time as Blake's. His lips part, and he exhales.
Yes.
The muscles in his forearm clench.
That's it. Take it.
I grab onto it, whatever it is, and I feel life. It is dark and smoky and warm. I pull it toward me, and Blake slips. A low sound scrapes against his throat as he prevents himself from crushing me.
That's it.
He swallows.
Take it.
The scent of the night fills my lungs. I smell dark forests and musty parchment and flickering candlelight. I breathe it in. I pull it closer. Blake's arm shudders, and his fist curls into the earth. The sound of dripping water echoes in my ears. I taste mildew on the back of my tongue. Thunder rumbles, or perhaps it is the sound building in Blake's chest. I need it. I want it. My fingers sink into the wet earth, and I pull harder. My back arches as the wind builds around us. I see a glint of silver, a surgical knife. I see shackles and chains and blood. There is so much blood. Someone, somewhere, is screaming. Is it me? Is it someone else? I don't care. I just want more. Images flicker before me. There's a woman shouting. A rabbit runs across a dark room. There's the cracking of a whip, the taste of lightning. 1,000 stars light an endless sky. I smell poison, blood, and darkness.
Fuck Aurora.
Blake is breathing hard, and his eyes are bright. And I'm walking through a forest. Or perhaps I'm in the church in the King's City. Only branches have burst through the stained glass windows. Vines curl around the stone columns, and weeds break the mosaicked floor. It is dark, as if someone has blocked out the sun. A low growl rumbles through the space and shakes the altar. It is coming from the dark mouth of the crypt, where shadows trickle out like smoke. My footsteps echo as I walk toward it. Eyes glint in the darkness. There is something down there, and it snarls.
There you are,
whispers Blake. My gaze latches onto his. The sky is vast behind him. The wind ruffles his hair.
More.
Blake hisses through his teeth, and his body shudders. I feel him trying to retreat, and I hook my arm around his neck and pull him down. He makes a low sound in his throat, his muscles tensing beneath my fingers.
That's enough!
Callum's panicked voice sounds far away. Blake presses his forehead against mine. The wolf is in his eyes.
That's enough!
Blake is ripped away from me. I exhale, and my breath twists into the Northland sky. I am soft, weightless. I tip my head back into the grass. I feel weak, but whole. Blood no longer pumps out of my body. The pain has faded. I touch my side with a heavy hand, and it's sore, but there is no wound. Callum's face crashes into focus. Callum? I whisper.
I'm here.
He smiles softly, and a tear rolls down his muddy cheek.
I'm here. You're going to be okay.
He scoops me into his arms and holds me against his chest. I sigh again, his warmth cocooning me. I'm going to be okay.
My castle's a few miles from here.
Blake's voice sounds odd. He clears his throat.
We'll go there.
Callum looks over my shoulder and nods. His gaze drops, and his expression darkens.
Get a hold of yourself.
Blake's expression hardens.
Fuck off, Callum.
He stalks across the shadowy landscape.
You've got no fucking idea.
His voice is swallowed by the wind. Callum exhales, then pulls me closer.
Let's get you somewhere warm,
he says, before heading after Blake.
You're safe now.
Chapter 59. I'm warm, comfortable. There is something soft beneath me. I smell wood smoke and books. Male voices drift into my consciousness, but I keep my eyes shut, savouring the safety that cocoons me.
How did you get away from my brother, anyway?
Callum's voice is quiet, as if he doesn't want to wake me.
I've been ingesting small doses of wolfsbane for years,
says Blake, nonchalant.
If a wolf takes a bite out of me, it ends worse for them.
Callum chuckles.
You're a diabolical wee shite. You know that?
A smoky wave of amusement washes through me, though I'm not sure where it originates from. It is strange, I suppose, hearing them talk to one another almost as though they are friends.
So they say,
says Blake.
But you didn't kill him.
No, it just weakened him enough to knock him out.
Can I ask you something?
There's no response, and I presume Blake must have shrugged because Callum continues.
The scars on your back, how'd you get them?
The same way as your pet, I presume.
There's a shift in the air.
How do you know about...
Calm down. I saw her in the bath that time, remember?
I hear flames crackling in a hearth, and the wind rattles a window.
It's an old Southlands tradition. If they suspect you have wolf genes, they try to beat the wolf into submission.
Something Blake said earlier ebbs into my mind, but I'm fuzzy with sleep, and I can't quite grasp it.
They did that to her.
Callum's voice is filled with horror.
It seems like it.
A dark lull spreads through the room, and whatever they're talking about, I'm not ready to face it yet.
What about the scars on your front? The one near your hip? It looked... nasty.
You know, it's not particularly polite to ask a man about his body,
says Blake.
What next? Shall we compare cock size?
It's not the size of your cock that concerns me.
Callum's tone is pointed, like a sharpened blade.
Oh, relax. I have no interest in your pet.
That's not the way it seemed. She was dying, Blake. Is that what does it for you? They say you have dark tastes.
A ripple of exasperation, of irritation surges through me, and I frown as I push it back. I do not know why I feel this way. I'm warm and safe and comfortable.
Oh, yes, you figured it all out. My origin story. That's why I became a healer. Sick people turn me on so much.
Blake's tone is dripping with sarcasm.
I don't know why they say those things about me. If I wanted Aurora, you'd know about it.
Can I ask you something else?
Blake exhales.
What?
My father let you into his inner circle because you healed him.
Yes.
You were the one who made him sick in the first place, right? I've thought about it a lot over the past couple of years. I can't think of how else it could have happened.
What? Poison a king just so I could heal him and gain his favor? Does that sound like something I'd do?
There's a weighted silence, but then Callum huffs a laugh.
I thought as much. You really are a piece of work, Blake.
Thank you.
I hear the smile in his voice. I feel it.
It's not a compliment,
replies Callum. And yet, I think that it is.
Your pet is awake, by the way,
says Blake. Footsteps thud across the room. I open my eyes as Callum crashes to his knees beside the bed.
Rory! Goddess, are you all right?
His eyes are brimming with wonder and concern and relief. No one has ever looked at me like that before, and I smile. I'm not sure how to answer his question, though. Am I all right? I was captured. I killed a man. I almost died. I should have died. And yet I feel alive. My side throbs a little, but other than that, I feel good. I touch his cheek. I'm all right. My voice sounds raw and I clear my throat. Are you? A wide smile spreads across his face.
Aye, I'm all right.
I groan as I push myself into a sitting position, resting my head against a wooden headboard. One of his hands moves across my lap, his thumb softly stroking my hip.
Goddess, I was worried about you.
I tried to piece together what happened, but my memories are distorted. Where are we? The bedchamber is modest. There's a fire crackling in the hearth. The mantelpiece creaks beneath books, small trinkets, and a decanter of whiskey. The bed I'm in is small, but comfortable. Night seeps through the window behind me. I'm not sure if I've been asleep for a couple of hours or an entire day. Blake sits in one of 2 armchairs by the door, his legs stretched out and crossed at the ankles. Both men are now dressed, though Callum's white shirt is ill-fitting, and it strains against his broad shoulders. Blake has clearly bathed. His face is no longer covered in blood, and his hair is wet, while Callum has dirt smeared across his cheek and smells like perspiration.
We're at Blake's castle,
says Callum.
safe for now.
How long have I been asleep?
Just a few hours.
You were captured, I say.
Aye.
A flicker of shame crosses his face.
I was, but one of Blake's men set me free. I came as fast as I could.
His jaw hardens.
I'm sorry I was too late to spare you from it all. Can you remember? Can you tell me what happened?
I take a deep breath as I try to sort it all out in my mind. Then I spill everything that took place since I was taken from Callum. When I tell him the choice James gave me, a low growl rumbles in Callum's chest, and the wolf flashes behind his eyes. His fist curls into the sheets by my thigh.
James asked you to marry him.
Yes, and Blake persuaded him to present me with that choice. Callum's head whips around, and Blake raises his hands, though a smile plays on his lips. Tattletale. A strange ripple of amusement passes through me, even though I am far from pleased by his response.
I was trying to save her life. It's not my fault she was too stubborn to see that.
The lie just slips off his tongue, and I know it's a lie. Why do I want to laugh? This isn't funny. When Callum turns his attention back to me, Blake winks. I ignore him and continue with my story. When I get to the part about the heart of the moon and how the wolves all shifted, I feel Blake's attention on me once more. Callum looks over his shoulder again.
Sebastian really gave up the heart of the moon.
Apparently,
says Blake.
Perhaps he didn't know what it was.
He doesn't believe that. Neither do I. But what other explanation could there be? The thought that the moon goddess answered my prayer is too ridiculous to voice out loud.
Then what happened?
Asks Callum. I tell him about the carriage ride, and my blood turns cold. I reveal the moment when I slid my blade across Sebastian's throat, unsure of what Callum will think of me now I am a killer. I expect judgment, or perhaps horror. Instead, a proud smile spreads across his lips. I feel dark satisfaction rise within me too, though the emotion feels like it belongs to someone else, and it tastes like the outdoors at night. When I get to the part where James attacked me, Callum stills.
He's a dead man.
Callum's eyes flash.
He's a fucking dead man. I allowed him to be king. I've stood by him for all these years, and this is how he repays me. He tries to take what is dearest to me. He tries to make you his. He hurts you. No, I will make him wish he hadn't laid a finger on you. I had no designs on the throne. I didn't want to rule. But that all changes tonight. If he wants a war, I shall give him one. I shall gather the outlying clans. I shall end him. And I shall take the throne for myself.
A surge of triumph floods through me, so strong I gasp. A strange smoky darkness twists inside my chest, unwelcome, but familiar. A laugh spills from my lips, though I'm not sure where it's coming from. Callum's brow furrows.
Princess, what is it?
I frown. I don't know. Sorry, what were you? Blake is watching me, and I feel it. I feel his amusement as strongly as I feel my own confusion. I recall the moment when I was dying. He offered me something and I took it. I felt him then, too. Dark and smoky, and scented like the forest. He filled me. He was inside me. He gave me light, and I saw things, felt things, flickers of memories that weren't mine. Dread seeps through my bones. What have you done? My words are quiet and filled with horror. Callum's eyebrows knit together as he turns to look at Blake.
Ah, yes, about that.
Blake straightens the cuffs of his black shirt.
I shared my life force with you to save you. Only, it appears there may be a slight, consequence.
What consequence? I hiss. Blake runs a hand over his jaw.
It seems to have created a bond of sorts between us.
He shrugs as though his words are meaningless, but they slam into me so forcefully I physically jerk back. What do you mean?
I can feel what you feel. You can feel what I feel. It's not a big deal.
Not a big deal! My blood turns cold, while Callum's entire body hardens. Before I can do it myself, Callum crosses the room, grabs Blake by his collar, and slams him into the closed door.
You piece of...
Pain surges through me, and I cry out. Blake arches an eyebrow.
Did you not hear what I just said?
He asks.
If you hurt me, you hurt her. If you kill me, she dies. And if your brother gets hold of me, then any pain he inflicts upon me will also be inflicted upon Aurora too. So if I were you, I'd focus your aggression on him, because I stuck my neck out for the both of you, and you'd better believe James is going to come after me for it.
Callum relaxes his hold on Blake's neck, though his shoulders are still hard. Blake sighs.
Do you think I wanted this? I'm a private person, in case you hadn't noticed.
The two stare at one another for a long moment, before Callum lets him go.
You'd better find a way to break this connection.
Though Blake is acting sincere, I can taste the smoky amusement on the back of my tongue.
Believe me, this pains me more than it does you,
says Blake. He smirks. I hate you, I say.
Oh, believe me, I know.
Blake smooths down his shirt as Callum comes to sit down on the bed beside me, his jaw tense.
In the meantime, you're both welcome to stay at my castle,
says Blake.
I'll help you recruit the outlying clans before you challenge James for the throne. You won't be able to take the throne without their support.
You'll help?
Callum's eyebrows raise in surprise. I watch Blake. Even if I couldn't feel the dark waves of smugness coming off him, I'd know he was plotting something. What's in this for you, Blake? I ask.
I'd prefer Callum as king, and I'm better at politics than he is. He doesn't know how to play the game.
The ghosts of our previous conversations curl around us. For a moment, I wish I could read his thoughts as well as his feelings. He turns and opens the door.
I'll see if any word has come back from my scouts. James is probably licking his wounds right now, but it doesn't hurt to be vigilant. We'll start recruiting the outlying clans tomorrow.
Aye, okay. You're an obnoxious prick, Blake, but you saved Aurora. I'm thankful for that.
Blake glances at me, and a strange feeling I cannot quite place washes over me. He shrugs and strides out into the hallway. Callum sighs.
Budge over,
he says, knocking me gently with his hip. He slides his leg onto the bed beside me, pulling me into his arms.
I'm sorry I left you. I won't do it again.
I breathe him in and soften against his solid body. I don't want to be powerless again. I want to learn to fight, to defend myself.
Aye.
I hear pride in his voice again.
You did a good job as far as I'm concerned, but I shall teach you.
Good. I stiffen as I remember the conversation Callum and Blake had while I was dying. Am I a wolf?
It seems that may be the case.
He chews his bottom lip.
Blake thinks your mother was a wolf, the way she died. He thinks she was poisoned with wolfsbane. He thinks you were poisoned with it too for a while.
My soul freezes, and ice spreads through my veins. Sebastian said my father murdered her. Callum exhales, his expression gentle.
Aye. That was the conclusion Blake came to too. I'm sorry, Princess.
I shake my head, trying to process it all, until fear douses the anger. What does that mean? Will I shift at the next full moon?
I don't know, Princess. James's bite could have activated the wolf inside you. What Blake did might have stopped it. I don't know. If you do shift, I'll be right there beside you.
His arm tightens around my shoulder.
There's nothing to fear. I swear it.
My head sinks into the crook of his shoulder, and he pulls me down onto the mattress, stroking my hair. I sigh. You're going to challenge James for the throne? I ask. He hesitates.
I know I said I'd take you to Hayfell.
No, I say, my muscles hardening. Let's take his throne. I have just as much cause for revenge as you. I want to make him pay. Callum grins, then brushes his lips against mine.
My wild and fearsome creature.
He mumbles against my mouth. My wolf, I say as I kiss him back. Something wakes me. Perhaps it is the dull throbbing in my side where James bit me, or perhaps it is Callum's absence. I feel it instantly. There is a lack of warmth, of comfort, of safety. Instead, a darker aura pulses against my senses. I jerk upright in the covers. Wincing, I press the spot where James bit me. The room is dark, though the dying embers glow red in the hearth, and a couple of candles flicker on the mantelpiece. Blake freezes beside the bed, halfway through the motion of placing something on my bedside table.
I didn't mean to wake you,
he says. What are you doing here?
Tea.
He places a chipped cup on the bedside table.
For the pain.
I eye him warily as he straightens. I try to sense the joke, the deceit, but I feel only sincerity. I take the cup and bring it to my lips, smelling willow bark.
I can feel it, you know,
he says.
The pain.
I place the cup back down. Good.
Are you truly so stubborn?
When I merely stare at him, he sighs.
Very well. Have experienced worse.
He steps back and leans against the fireplace.
Callum is getting his people out of Castle Mata Ali,
he says.
He's worried James will know we're planning something and go after Fiona and Ryan.
Why did you do it? He picks up the decanter on the fireplace and pours a dram of whiskey.
Save you.
Yes. No. All of it. How does helping Callum get you what you want? Why capture me and plot against Callum, only to save us both? It doesn't make sense. My brow furrows. You planned all this, didn't you? I say. I stretch my mind back to earlier. I'd felt Blake's triumph when Callum said he was going to take the throne. You wanted Callum to challenge James all along, didn't you? I say. Is that why you wanted James to propose to me? He was going to send me back to Sebastian anyway. That would have been enough to make Callum fight. Blake shrugs, swirling his glass.
If James had sent you back to Sebastian, Callum would have torn the world apart to get you back. But he would have understood, deep down, why James had done it. If he'd married you, though, if James had taken what Callum believed to be his, no, Callum would never forgive him for that.
I shake my head. Why? Why do you want Callum to be the next Wolf King? And why would you bond our lives together like this? How does this get you what you want? My soul hardens, and I feel the shadowy caress of his darkness twisting around it, as something occurs to me. Back in the dungeons, Blake told me he wanted to rule the wolves. Because now Callum can't kill you, I whisper in horror. You'll gather support among the outlying clans while you're pretending to support Callum. And once Callum gets rid of James for you, once he takes the throne, you'll challenge him. Callum will forfeit. He'll have to, because you bonded our lives together. He can't hurt you without hurting me. That's what this is, isn't it? That's what this has all been about. And despite the outrage that rises like bile within me, triumph ripples through me too. Because now I know his game. I can play to beat him. Blake's eyes glint in the dying embers, and I know he feels the challenge that radiates from me. I know he welcomes it. He raises his glass, and a slow smile spreads across his lips.
Long live the king,
he says. The Wolf King was written by Lauren Palphreyman and read by Zara Hampton-Brown and Shane East. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. This has been a presentation of Simon Maverick.
The following is an excerpt from Lauren Palphreyman's The Night Prince, part of the Wolf King series, read by Zara Hampton-Brown, Shane East, and Sean Masters.
I jerk upright, gasping for air. I'm tangled in the bed sheets. The shirt I'm wearing, oversized, is slick with sweat. I'm cold, so cold. Ice pumps through my veins, and I wonder if I'll ever be warm again. The world is dark, grey, as if I'm seeing it through a veil of shadow. A floorboard creaks. The mattress dips by my bare feet. A wave of heat washes over me, along with the scent of mail and the mountains.
Look at me.
The words are gentle but authoritative. A hand cups my cheek, calloused and strong, yet careful.
Look at me.
More demanding. This is the voice of someone who is used to people doing as they say. Helpless, I bring my gaze up.
That's it. Eyes on me. Now breathe.
I suck in air, letting it fill my lungs, letting it clear away the darkness.
Good, lass. Come on. Breathe with me. In and out.
My heartbeat stops its cacophony in my ears. We've done this before, I think. In the kennels beneath Sebastian's castle. Sebastian? Goddess! I killed Sebastian. A fresh wave of panic cascades over me.
Princess!
The word is sharp and commanding.
Breathe. In and out.
A half-burned candle flickers on the bedside table, next to a cup and a pile of books. A decanter of whiskey sits on the mantelpiece where Blake left it. There's a throbbing pain in my side. James bit me only hours ago. Rain patters against the window.
That's it. Come back to me, Princess.
Warmth radiates from the figure before me. The tight grip around my lungs eases, and my breaths come easier. Callum?
I'm here.
Callum's expression is gentle, at odds with the tension in his body, and the hard biceps straining against his shirt. His hair, the colour of dark sand, is brushed back from his forehead, and his green eyes flicker with concern.
Are you in pain?
His forehead creases.
Do I need to get Blake?
No, It was just a nightmare, I think. I release a breath.
What did you dream about?
I shake my head as I try to remember. I was in a prison, and Blake was there, and something was pursuing me, and... I tense as our conversation earlier this evening comes back to me. I bring my knees to my chest. Goddess, I need to tell you something about Blake. He's plotting against you. Callum frowns.
What?
Everything he did, that bond he created that links my life to his, it was all part of a plan to steal the wolf throne. He's going to help you become the Wolf King, then he's going to challenge you. He knows he'll win because our lives are linked. You won't kill him, because if you do, I'll die too. Callum tenses.
He told you this?
Yes. Callum stares at me for a moment, his biceps like steel. A soft laugh escapes him and warms the cool air. This doesn't concern you? I ask.
Oh, it concerns me. It's just... I couldn't understand it before. Why he'd done it. He threw everything away that he'd spent years working for. He set me free. He fought James. And when he saw you dying, his face...
He swallows.
He saved your life. I've been searching for the reason for it since we got here, and I could find none. I started to think...
He shakes his head.
I don't know what I thought, but this makes sense. I find comfort in that, I suppose, even if it complicates things somewhat.
We need to break the connection between Blake and me.
We do, but he won't try to kill me until I've won the throne.
My pulse quickens. You think he'll try and kill you?
I'm certain of it. I forfeited to James, and for years, people have speculated about what would have happened if we'd fought. It weakens his claim. Blake won't allow himself to be seen as weak.
I grip Callum's wrist like I'm scared he's going to be ripped away. And Callum smiles.
He will not defeat me. We have time. Until then, he could be useful. Get some rest, and we can worry about it later.
He runs his thumb along my cheek.
I'm sorry I left you alone. With all the chaos of the battle, it was the best time to get one of Blake's messengers into the castle to send word to Fiona and Ryan.
I know. I understand. My blood warms at the proximity of him. This time it's not fear that pumps through my veins. It's something raw and feral that wants release. Callum's expression darkens.
Princess.
His voice is rough and low, almost a warning. I reach for his face, desperate to pull him closer. Pain bursts in my side where James bit me, and I wince, my hand hovering above the sheets. Callum's jaw clenches as his gaze drops to my waist.
Can I see?
I inch back on the bed, then lie down on the pillows. Callum peels back the bedsheets. He shifts, bringing one of my bare legs over his lap as he leans over me. Weeks ago, the thought of being exposed like this, in a man's shirt and my underwear, before the Alpha of Highfell would have scared me. Now, it makes my breathing quicken. He undoes the button, just beneath my breasts, then gently makes his way down. His thumbs and fingers lightly brush my skin. He draws the shirt apart to expose my midriff, and though the cool air touches me, I'm burning. I want him, I realize. I want him urgently, desperately. I want his hands on my body, and to dig my fingers into his muscles. I want the warmth of his mouth. I I want to climb on top of him and claim him as mine. I want him in a way I've never wanted anything before in my life. I don't know what has come over me. Perhaps I feel like this because I almost died tonight. Perhaps I want to cast away the cold shadow of whatever nightmare awoke me. But I want to feel warm. I want to feel alive. I want to expel this energy that's coursing through me. Callum stills. I prop myself on my elbows. There's a long, jagged scar across my waist and torso, where James sank his teeth into me. The skin around it is red, but it must look a lot better than it did only hours ago when I was bleeding on the grass. I should be worried about it, yet I watch Callum, fascinated. He looks so intense, so impenetrable. His expression is like stone, and he's every bit the warrior I first saw at the dogfight in Sebastian's castle. The wolf flickers behind his eyes. For a moment, I wonder if he has sensed the change in me, this need. While my anger is mostly directed at Blake for using me as a pawn in his games, Callum's seems wholly reserved for his brother.
He will die for this.
It sounds like a promise, and it heats my blood more. It's not just that he cares that I'm hurt. There's something more primal to it, possessive, as if he can't bear that his brother has marked my body. I'm on fire, a furnace. Goddess, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I need it to stop. I ache for him. My skin is sensitive, and I shift on the mattress. The strange urge to bite something comes over me. I feel almost feverish. A soft, shaky breath escapes me. Every muscle in Callum's body becomes rigid. His gaze snaps to the place between my legs, which now throbs with need, as if he can sense what I'm feeling. I'm only thinly covered by my underwear, and I feel myself getting hotter and amper. He sucks his bottom lip. A soft growl comes from his throat. When he meets my eyes, his wolf is there, dark and beautiful and powerful. He blinks a couple of times as if he's trying to pull it back.
I thought I'd lost you tonight.
His words are strained. You did, for a while. But you found me. I smile. Come here. He takes a deep breath as he seemingly tries to settle himself. I'm injured. No doubt he thinks me a fragile thing that he doesn't want to break. Goddess, I want to be broken. I want to be consumed. I want to release this caged beast that's pacing, agitated inside me. I want all the horrors of tonight to disappear. Don't, I whisper. Don't be a gentleman.
Rory, you're hurt.
Don't you want to take care of me? He lets out a shaky laugh and drags his gaze away to stare at the floorboards.
I want to take care of you, but I fear it wouldn't be right.
It would. One of his thumbs rubs frustrating circles on my leg, still resting across his lap.
I don't want to hurt you.
You won't. He shifts so he is kneeling on the mattress between my legs, and triumph bursts within me. His expression darkens.
You need to get some sleep,
he says. Then why don't you help me relax so I can? He groans.
You're a demanding wee thing, aren't you? Brave, too, to be tormenting the Alpha of Highfell in this way.
He doesn't scare me. I'm courting the future Wolf King, don't you know? He chuckles, a soft husky sound that fills a small bedchamber with warmth and dark promise.
Why? You're courting him, are you?
Do you not think so?
What is he like? Handsome, I presume.
He's very handsome and strong, and he likes to think he's a gentleman. He's not. He's a wolf.
Is that so?
He moves, lowering himself and forcing my thighs to part further to accommodate his broad shoulders. Yes, I whimper.
I think we're way beyond courting, Princess.
He plants a soft kiss on the damp fabric of my underwear.
Don't you?
My back arches. Yes! Sweat beads on my brow, and I want to beg for more, something I've never done in my life. Yet as he hooks my underwear to one side with his finger, I stiffen. My body cools, as if I've been plunged into ice. Darkness creeps in at the edges of my vision, and a panicked sound escapes my lips. Callum stills between my thighs. A growl builds, crescendos, vibrates inside me. It's like there's something caught in my chest, thrashing against a cage, trying to break free. It wants to run towards something, but I don't know what. My skin is clammy. My hair sticks to my face. Callum, I whimper.
Princess.
He's up instantly, caging me within his arms.
Yuck, you're burning up.
Dots flash before my eyes, and cold sweat beads on my skin. I try to cling on to consciousness, but a wave of darkness crashes toward me. The small bed, the fireplace laden with books, the embers in the hearth, Callum's face, they all turn grey.
Blake!
Callum sounds far away as he leaps from the bed. I'm sinking. Then, blackness.